I'm Ganji Kid. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. This is Mono. He's a good boy. Your left ear. This is Mono. He's a good boy, isn't he? Look. He's a good boy. Is he being a good boy? Yeah. You come in here. No, stay there. Daddy will come to you. Go back there. Good boy. Do you sit? Well, that's a good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You can have that. You probably want to stay in your bed though, don't you? No, you're not going out there. You go in your bed. Yes, a good boy. Oh, he's huffing. He didn't like that. He went. He didn't like that. Don't you like that, Ma? Don't you like that? You having your chewy? Go on, have your chewy. Daddy's just going to mess around with the camera shot. There you are. Have your chewy. Go on, you got that now. That's yours. You're there. Daddy's here. Daddy's here and you're there. We do our streaming. Yeah? You looking at his daddy? His daddy looking at him? His daddy is looking at him. We're playing Genshin Impact today, of course. And as soon as I started, he's gone off. Ah! Hey, you're bucking at it. You chew it. Don't you buck at it, you chew it. You chew it. We're doing the Archon quest today. Marlo. We're doing the main Archon quest in Genshin Impact. What? What? I thought this would work a little better than it is working right now. I thought he'd be a little more chilled. I thought he'd just like that and he'd go, oh, well, that's nice, and I'll start chewing that. Thought that's what would happen. You thought wrong, Daddy. You thought wrong, Daddy. All right, you chuffer. No, chuffing. Oh, you're growling. Oh, he's got a waggy. I have got a waggy tail. I have got a waggy tail. Are you going to do your digging now? Oh, get it. You get it. It's yours. You can have it. You can have it. I'll tell you what happened to him once when he was a kitten. When he was a kitten. You were never a kitten. You were a pupper, weren't you? You're a pupper. When you were a puppy, when he was a puppy, I gave him a treat once, and the other cat, Omar, wasn't it Omar was around? Yeah, you're worried of Omar. You're fuss of Omar. Omar's not going to come for you. No, it's yours. And he went to go and grab the treat, Marlo did, and Omar thought he was coming near him, so Omar defended the space and gave him a whack. And sometimes I give him a treat, and because I don't think Marlo realised it was Omar giving him a whack. I think Marlo sometimes thinks, that's yours, that is yours, you can have it. Is it too good for you, or are you barking off the ghosts? What are you doing? Why are you chuffing? I don't know why you bark. But you will have to stop it, because he's throwing it over there now. It's over there now. Is that where it is now? I see. You will have to just keep your voice down though, Marlo. Otherwise I will let you out of the room. I'll let you out. Don't sniff your bum on telly. Marlo, you're on the telly. Don't sniff your bum. You're on the internet now. You're an internet star now, Marlo. You're a superstar now. You're a good boy. That's it. You're just being good. I mean, it's a bit much, isn't it? Because I want to play Genshin Impact, but now I feel like we should have Marlo on the screen the whole bloody time. Maybe I should put him on a little picture-in-picture. Hey? Maybe I should have him on a little picture-in-picture. I can do that. It's not even that hard. I can do that. Oh, I'm moving the wrong thing. You thought that was a photograph then, didn't you? It was actually Marlo. How come I've got so many windows here? Just move Marlo's screen. There you go. He's a good boy, Marlo is, you see. He's a good boy. And I can have him on constant now. In the shot, if we want. He's been very good, aren't you? He's been very good. There you go. How do you like those apples? And I my theory, because it's just me and Marlo in the house, so my theory is that I can play Genshin Impact. Marlo can just be Marlo. Are you going to eat your chewy? You can hear me saying your name, can't you? You can eat your chewy now. It's up to you. It's your chewy. Do what you fucking want, mate. He's like, no. Oh. Don't dig under there. There's plugs under there. Oh, there we go. What now? What are you doing? What's that gone now? Is this not going to work, Marlo? Is it not going to work out for us? Hey? Get your Chewy. Get out there. Go on. Get your Chewy. Go on, get it. You can go out there now if you want. You've got the choice. It's up to you. I've left the door open. You want to stay? He's happy there, look. He's happy. All right, you're happy there then, yeah? Go on then. You're all right there then. You're good. You've got all the choice. You can do what you want. You might get a bit hot, mightn't you? I'll turn the radiator down. Don't be sick on the carpet. I've turned the radiator down. It's totally on you now, Marlo. It's totally up to you. You're a good boy. That's all Daddy thinks. It's just you're a good boy. He's given you a treat. He's took you for a walk. Anything you want, Marlo. Anything you want. You're a good boy. It does distract me. I'll tell you what, it's distracting me an awful lot. We haven't even started Genshin Impact yet. Usually I could hide this from the camera, but I've actually got a funny camera angle. You saw it all. It's all right. No big deal. Just a big cigarette. Marlo's having his own fun, as he will do. Let's get into Taviat. Let's see what's going on in the world of Genshin Impact. Here we are.
As in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
So, we're on Archon quest today. I've done my little run around. I haven't done my resin spend, have I? No, I haven't done my resin spend, but it's not fully charged yet. So, I've done my little run around commissions. We're on main Archon quest. So, we'll jump right into it. This is called Inversion of Genesis. The Nightbird falls at Curtain Call. He's decided to settle down there now. He's just... Daddy just moved the camera for you, you fucker. And the other thing I did was I gave Marlo a white background on his bed, didn't I? Because I wanted him to stand out, you know. Now he's little and he's on brown, you'll never see him. I've got the chat. Hello, chat. Bob, looking forward to this interview. Am I doing an interview today? I'm not doing one today. Oh, look, Marlo, you mean Marlo. Thank you for your subscription, Prime subscription. That's really cool. I understand Prime is, you know, if you've got Amazon Prime, then you've got a free subscription to throw out. And it's really lovely to have you throw it out on me. I really appreciate that. I really do. Thank you for that. I've got a slightly new monitor set up today. It's not hugely important, but it means that I can see the chat just next to my monitor, so it's not on my main screen on the top of the thing, because the other screen, don't worry about it, I've got your chat now, I've got it all good. Marlo is a good boy, isn't he? He is now a good boy. For the first, what have we done now? I need to look, where's the thing where I can see how long I've been streaming for? It's this window. 8 minutes of chuff. 8 minutes of chuff for this little chuffer. There he is, he's going to eat that. It's going to be gone in seconds. And once it's gone, and he'll chuff off then. He likes that. He's a good boy. Yeah. We've got John Bennett Ramsey coming on Monday. Well, she's not coming, obviously. She's not coming. But we've also got... Steve will be here on the... Steve will be on the old... can't even use my brain. Steve will be on the internet with me talking about John Bennett Ramsey on Monday. On... This weekend, we're going to do this Genshin Impact main quest. On Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week, leading up to Christmas, we're going to play Stray. Then the week after Christmas, don't know what's happening. We'll come on, we'll stream, but don't know when, no, exactly. You know, it's all up in the air after Christmas, isn't it? And then New Year, new start, big schedule. So that's what's coming up. Let's crack on. Up the top of the tree, right? I'm down the bottom of the tree, you fuckers. You want me up there? All the way up there. Thankfully, you've put a teleporter. Teleporter, I don't even know her. She's having a good chew. Oh, okay, we're in the quest.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay.
Rude.
That means facts and logic.
This fella seems quite rude. I'll tell you what I should be doing. just before I get into this, I'll tell you what I should be doing. There's a drama on the old internet. I want to see if my microphone's right in the way of me using this arm now. This is an interesting new setup. On the internet, I just want to check everything's working. Yeah, good. There is a drama on the internet. This one. Not this. This is that's an advert for batteries. You don't need. I'll promote these batteries instead. Look, these are rechargeable batteries, non-specific brand. Like, get rechargeable ones. They're better. So your Duracell advert there didn't pay off, did it? Because you had me contradicting you at the same time, so it didn't pay off. This guy's telling you, this is his channel, BB Gaming News. It's the channel Asmongold referenced, but this is what actually happened.
Enjoy using cheats, but what you don't know is that when you send me money, you will donate $1 to me and they'll hate. So
name Nadia stated on her stream, but this is the clip where it happened now.
it's $5 or more, because usually people will donate $1 to me and they'll hate. So I just want to say, Daddy Slayer, I know you used your name as Daddy Slayer, and you said enjoy using cheats, but what you don't know is that when you send me money on PayPal, it actually gives me your full name. So thank you for the $1.
So what happened is this girl Nadia, she's the famous, we talked about her before briefly on a stream. She's famous for saying she's the best female first-person shooter gamer out there, best female Call of Duty player, and she sort of has a antagonistic attitude towards the audience, and she was accused of or proved to be cheating. I say or proved to be, don't know for a fact, can't remember, watched a YouTube video about it, don't come after me. So she maybe used cheat codes and stuff, and they think she's a bit of a cheater. The general atmosphere around her and her content is she thinks she's a bit good. She brings sexism into it by referring to herself these are my opinions now, by referring to herself as the best female gamer instead of just the best gamer. She like brings this sexist thing into it, like there's a different level of standard for women and men, that she should achieve a lower standard and be considered the best because she's a woman, so we should like let her off a bit. I think it's ridiculous. I think you're either a good Call of Duty player or you're not, and that's irrelevant of gender. But she makes this thing about this gender fight, and it's antagonised the audience. And so she's very similar to Darkside Phil in this aspect. Is she's got tips and stuff, but in order for them to tip her, I think she's using PayPal. And on PayPal, you get sent the details of the person that's tipped you. As she said there, she doesn't want $1 tips anymore. They're just people trolling her, so they have to read out $1 tips. I feel the same, actually. It's not trolling. It's just that, like, every time you stop the stream for I don't get lots of tips, so it's not, for me, I'm saying this. I'm saying for other streamers I watch. Every time they stop the stream for a $1 tip, I'm like, would you get on with the damn stream? 100 people have tipped you $100 over $1 intervals, and now we've got 100 things to read out. I do understand her point there, but that's not really her point. Her point is they're trolling her, they've sent her a tip, and through PayPal she's got their name and address, so she's going to read out their name on the internet.
or don't know, for whatever reason, you find actual time to do something in your fucking life, because now you look like a fucking idiot. Again. And then space, if anyone...
And she's obviously angry and you know, embittered, and she said they look like a fucking idiot, but actually it makes her look like a fucking idiot because that's against terms of service. Reading out someone's name on the internet is not against terms of service, but doxing is not illegal. You know, doxing itself is not illegal. Doxing is where you find someone's private details that are kept private and publicise them. That's not illegal, but what she did was she didn't even go out and find the private information. She was sent it, but the problem with doxing is you have to build a case of harassment and stuff like that. So doxing might not be illegal, but harassment is. And this sort of reading someone's name out on the internet, because in the context, we all know that she's trying to send a hate army their way. I mean, it happens to me all the time when I critique something of a bigger content creator that I find maybe slightly outside the ethical boundaries of what we as... I mean, I'm trying to shape society sometimes. I do it on Twitter more than anywhere. Like, you know, a little retweet and a cheeky comment. You've seen me, you know me. I'm not a big bully, but I do a few little tweets here and there, and it's about shaping society and about norms and values and ethics and discussing them for me. Just a quick, you know, example that's completely off the wall is I've been getting a lot of notifications about I've been having a conversation with this person, Amalas Rose. I'd love for her to come on the stream. Like, if she could see the way I'm talking, I'm sure she wouldn't feel that angry with me, hopefully, because she's an artist. And so she's been talking about art. And one of the things that blew up was this tweet about artificial intelligence art. There's this new concept in the world of art that we should, I'm trying to find the original, what we were talking about here. So there it is. In light of the protests going on against AI art, I wanted to share my take. No to AI-generated images. There's a protest amongst art. I mean, not protest. You're on Twitter posting this image. a protest. But there's a protest against artificial intelligence in the art world. But there's a big irony, a big discussion. I'm not going to have the big discussion now. The tweet was deleted by the author, look. So, I don't know. But it just briefly, you're looking at me through a camera. The camera is using artificial intelligence to color grade me. Like, I'm an artificially intelligently generated image here through your computer. Your computer is not considered an artificial general intelligence, but it is artificially intelligent in a way, and you're watching me through your computer. I'm not that intelligent because my face is getting cut off by the camera angle that I've tried to work with the green screen today, so I'm not as intelligent as the computer, but the computer's pretty smart, so I think it's okay, fair game. You get tools, you use them. Like, some people have got better brushes than others, some people have got artificial intelligence. It's about the person behind it and the ideas and what they're doing to create art. Duchamp put a toilet in the gallery, didn't he? Duchamp used found items. So, like, this bike wheel and on a stool and this toilet, they're not necessarily... I think it's in the same world as artificial intelligent art. Like, a factory produced that, a machine produced that, and he put it in a gallery and now it's art. The end for me. That's the end of the conversation. But we can have a big discussion about it if you want. She could come on my stream. I'd love to have her on. Instead, we had a few tweets back and forth. I'm talking about context, and I don't know, this one, I must have missed that. What's this tweet I'm replying to? I'm just trying to give you an example of me being cantankerous on the internet and not being rude, though. Anyway, so that's been going on. Whereas what she did was she deliberately, maliciously shared that person's name. Because when I have these problems on Twitter, sometimes I talk to someone who's bigger than me and I have all these other people come over and say, oh, you're a chuffer. And it's irrelevant as who's a chuffer. It's, do you want to talk about the actual things that have happened and the actual actions? So what she really wants to talk about is trolling, isn't it? She really wants to talk about people tipping her troll tweets. Oh, dog's gone. She really wants to talk about people tipping her troll tips. You prefer it there? Marlo. He's gone off the bed just on the floor now, look. He's a funny doggy. People really want to... She really wants to talk about trolls and troll tipping, but what she's done is she's released someone's name into the public arena. They weren't public before. They were anonymous behind a... You have to get a drinky. All right, fair enough. They were private behind a username. Now she's publicised their name and full name and surname so that they can, I suppose, the context, we all know, don't we? You know it, I know it, we all know it. She's trying to stir her audience against this person. Maybe send some hate their way.
Thank you for the $1 dono. Appreciate that. That will go towards my McDonald's Happy Meal fund. Appreciate that again, man. Never too thick.
What I find really interesting as well is I'm happy to say when I'm angry. I'm happy to be angry. I'm not happy to be angry. That's a silly thing to say. But I'm happy to say when I'm angry and reveal my true feelings, to be honest. But what I find really strange about people, generally, I'm talking generally, I'm not poking nose at her or anyone specific, but generally, and I'm using her as an example, so I suppose I am poking at her, is when she pretends that it doesn't matter to her, that she doesn't care, she's above it. Like, water off a duck's back, I don't even give a shit. But she talks about it and... makes a thing of it, so it obviously does matter to her. She read out the guy's name. Like, it's a funny double standard, and I think I can see through her transparent fakery. Like, she's being fake here, isn't it? I'll put it towards the Happy Meal. That's fakeness.
Towards my McDonald's Happy Meal fund. Appreciate that again.
When she changes camera, it changes color grade, which is weird.
Man. Never too thick. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that as well.
And in the same voice, she says, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that as well. That's the same voice as she just said, I'll take that money and put it towards the Happy Meal. So does she mean she's not thankful for the Prime sub? Like I might be a bit, you know, people say you're a bit on the spectrum, but sometimes through my life, lots of people say it these days, don't they? Nothing, I don't think it's that offensive to autism to say some people feel they have some of the autistic spectrum traits sometimes, but I sometimes find it difficult to know whether someone's, I'm saying this, I know when they're being genuine or not, but what I find difficult is to understand their thinking when they speak in the same voice for something that clearly is not genuine and clearly is or should be. So does she have no thought or care for the Prime sub? Probably not, actually. What I'm led to believe now is that she's putting on a sort of fake attitude, and that's the same for the Prime sub as it is for the troll tip. So she just hates everyone. She don't care about people tipping her. She thinks they're all chumps. A bit like Phil, a bit like Darkside Phil. I thought there was something interesting in that. But I find it really strange. For me, I understand everyone's cross because she said the person's name, you know, that's the big drama. But watching that clip, for me, the weirdest bit was the bit at the end where she said, in the same voice, thanks for your tip, you troll tipper, fuck you. And thanks for your tip, you Prime tipper, thank you very much. And it was the same voice and the same sort of, you know, attitude. So I don't know whether she's happy about both, or angry about both, or happy about one and angry about the other. That's the thing I can't, in my brain, work out where the inconsistency is. So where there is inconsistency, I tend to say she's fake. And if she's fake about that, and that, probably I don't want to watch any of her content. I don't like fake people who put on a facade and a bullshittery. I just don't like it.
If anyone wants to know. Thank you for the $1 dono. Appreciate that. That will go towards my McDonald's Happy Meal fund. Appreciate that again, man. Never Too Thick. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that as well.
Appreciate that, man. Like, it's the same words. It's the same voice. So I don't know. Like I said, I would be happy. I don't mind being sarcastic and her being mean and sarcastic and then saying thank you to somebody else. But it's the same voice for both. So if I was the person who subscribed to Prime for her, I would think, wow, she thinks I'm a nothing piece of shit, you know. It just didn't even register through her mind. Like when Bob subscribed to Prime for me, I actually thought, wow, that's, you know, I felt something and was appreciative. She ain't got the same. It's no impassionless, no expression. No expression. Like, no, I'm happy about this or I'm angry about that. No expression. Look what we've got going on now. You're right, Holmes. Do you want that? You can go on that bed. You're right, Omar. You can chill out there. Do you want to chill out there? You're right, Omi. You've stopped very still now that I've spotted you. You're a good cat. You're a good cat. Omar the big cat. Big fatty catty. Yeah, you big fatty catty. You're nice. You're going to come over to me now. Come on then. Come on then, you big fat cat. Come over here. Hello, son. Hello, my son. You alright? Okay, I'm going to get on with being on the internet then. I promised that we'd start Genshin Impact. I just wanted to cover that drama, and I'll probably clip that and, you know, upload it to the Clips channel. My hot take is that I think the trolling is bad. But if you're a streamer and people troll you, Damalo and Omar, get on. Wait, I'll finish my hot take and then I'll answer your question about the cat, because people might want to hear what I'm saying about this in part of the clip. And I'm not going to edit it, I'm just going to clip it. So I think it's okay for people to troll in cheeky ways. You know, I get some of it myself. Constructive criticism, all that. I suppose it's better to not, you know, not keep poking the bear. It's a bit rude, but you do have to develop a bit of a thick skin. And if you're receiving the money like that, if you're soliciting the money and receiving the money through that means and that mechanism, and it's, you know, no safeguard coming to you through like that, then you've got to possibly develop a thicker skin and not make it part of your content. So I think negatively of her for the way she's handled this, I guess. But also, I would say it's not very nice to troll people. It's okay to send them money. I'm sure they like that, but it's not very nice to troll people. But we do the same sort of thing in the Darkside Phil sphere. I say we now. I'm starting to become a Darkside Phil detractor. You know, I'm just a content creator who's covering the Darkside Phil stuff a bit. I don't feel like a detractor, but I see that as sort of all in the rough and tumble of the game in a way. So I really like, at the end of my episodes I try and put a positive slant on it and say, you know, there's possible redemption. This isn't the worst thing in the world that she's done, but for me it's the attitude and the condescension and the fact that that didn't change when she was referring to the Prime sub shows me, like, I mean, maybe she's just angry and I'm getting the wrong side of her, but it shows me an aspect of her personality that she's presenting on, like, when she's on stream, she puts on the fake face and then she gives us an act, doesn't she? The streamer act. Inside, I don't think she likes that tip, and that's why she reacted like that. If she was to be honest and real about it, she wouldn't be like, fuck you, I fucking think this. She'd be like, oh, you know what, I really don't like this. Do you know what I mean? And it's that, I feel bad, that turns into, right, face on, fuck you. There's like a weird, like, catalyst and attitude response. For me, it's that I don't like. It's the fake face, the fake attitude, the whole fake thing. Faker than the Christmas tree behind her. So, yeah, I'm not interested in her. I've seen enough of her, thanks. But at the same time, she's done her naughty thing. Twitch should deal with it. Us as a community, if she's going to have a group of detractors like Phil does, they can keep their foot on her neck. And well, that's a terrible phrase, actually, isn't it? But you know what I mean? They can keep her to account for her bad behaviour online. Fair enough. The wider internet, everyone else, us all having an opinion. If she's listening and watching this, I would say to her, all right, you know, give it a day or two, think about it, maybe come back with an apology and we'll all move on. Because I'm certainly not going to keep my foot on her neck. I don't care to bully her. She does something, people react, I get it. But I don't care to extensively and protractedly bully her. So that's my take on that news. DeMarlo and Omar get on. The cat and the dog do live in the same house. You know, I don't have to worry about them. I don't have to chase them around and, you know, anything like that. They just do their thing. But Marlo's in charge. Sorry, Omar's in charge. Omar's the big fatty catty, aren't you? Come on, come up here. Let me show you. Let me show you off. Come on. Come on, Holmes. No, let me pick you up. There you are. Oh, he's the big boss. He's the big boss, this one. Isn't you? Yeah. He's the big boss. And, for example, Marlo won't sit and look at him because Omar will smack him in the face. If they're both going through a door at the same time and they're met at the doorway here, Marlo will defer to Omar. The dog will hide his face. The dog will shy away. It's basically when Omar's a street cat that we invited into our house. Marlo didn't live here before. He didn't exist. And then Marlo was born and I went and fetched him and he came here and Omar had to deal with a puppy. Shakima, the other cat, she's always had a puppy, she's always had a dog, she's always had another friend in the house. It's always been busy for her. But for Marlo, he's had to deal with... Marlo's grown up with the two cats. Omar has not grown up with the dog. Interestingly as well, for Omar... I should be able to do my full face here, shouldn't I? Yep, there we go. For Omar, when he first started skulking around our house, a street cat, needing food, I didn't know if he was anyone's cat. You know, I used to come in my bedroom window sometimes and I'd go in my room and there'd be a cat on my bed and he'd run out the window. He'd hang around by the bins out the front of the house and sometimes we'd throw him a few bits of pieces, you know, a few cat biscuits. And then he's looking very thin and I'd give him a whole bowl, you know, that sort of business. When that was all going on, it was a summer and it was the summer that Navin died. So he was all right. I used to call Omar the naughty cat. I don't want him to hear me saying that now, he's not naughty. But I used to call him that because he was always coming round our way and messing with our cat and trying to eat her food and, you know, coming in our windows. Oh, you naughty cat, what are you doing? And then, because of that, my dog, Navin, would chase him off. Navin would run out and like, there's a dog, there's a catty. So I think Omar had a very difficult time trying to establish himself as part of our group when there was a member of the group that was chasing him off. So when Navin died, Omar suddenly, the dog was gone and there was no one chasing him off and he was encouraged in. So it was really, really big for me at the time that I had a new pet, so to speak, that, you know, after losing Navin the dog, after having to have him put down and go and take him to be put down myself, you know, having to hold him there at the vet while the vet did that. That was a very difficult day, wasn't it? And so the same day almost, or whatever, I think it must have been the next day, I took this cat to the vet and I was like, you know, we've recently been in to have a dog put down. Now I've got a cat that I found on the side of the road with a broken head. Can you help me? Omar he had blood all on his head one day. Don't know where it came from. Just turned up by the bins, all blood down his head. And I was like, I'm not having this. Got him in my house, kept him in my room, because it was the night time, like the evening. I put him in my bedroom. He's going in the... There he is. I put him in my bedroom and I slept in the same... Like, he knew my bedroom before because he used to go in there in the window and sleep on my bed. So I put him in my bedroom and I came to bed and he slept like, you know, scared in the room that night. And I put the litter tray in there as well. And he did a poo in the litter tray and I couldn't... I had to sleep with a poo in the litter tray in the night time because it was... Otherwise, if I opened the door and he goes running off and all this, I needed to corral him for the vet. So anyway, the next morning, he got in the car, went to the vet, the poo went in the bin. And ever since, he's been lived with us. He's, he had about a year before I got Marlowe, so, you know, he's an established cat in our house now. I still have to stop him from fighting the other cat. He chases her around and messes with her and she doesn't want it, so I have to say, oh, leave her alone. But other than that, you know, that's my sister in chat there, Omi Homie. Yeah, he beats up her dog as well. But her dog won't quite stand for it like Marlowe. They'll like, you'll walk in the kitchen and they'll be at each other like like that. No one will actually go for it except they'll both be like hold me back. So like I have to deal with that, corral them. Yeah. But yeah, it was good that I had a new pet. Like we already still had Shakima and stuff, but for a year there, after I got over the death of Navin, I had a new friend and a new relationship to develop. And Omar took some time to develop our bond. You know, he's a street cat who's been worried about everything. He used to sleep under bushes and what have you, didn't he? So, you know, it takes him a bit of time to trust people. But he's a very lovely cat, really. Yeah. He can bite me sometimes if he doesn't like the way I'm petting. He's like, arr. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? But it's a lot easier having a little cat bite you than a rescue dog. So, yeah.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? That's a Taurus Suna mystery.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person.
You like the cat? He's scrappy. He is, yeah. At the moment, he's got a... I spent all this time today setting up the camera, and then the dog kicks up the bed and chuffs off, and the cat now has the bed, and the cat's on the wrong side. Right, there we go. Got him in the shot. We've finally got an animal in the bed. It's like a second shot on the stream, look. Just there in the corner. You can hardly see him, but he's alive. He is alive. He's there. You can hardly see him. He's got a little problem at the moment where he's got like a runny nose, and I think he's got like a sinus infection. The vet's seen him with it and said, you know, street cat, what are you going to do? But this whatever runny nose will not go away. So next time he's got to go to the vet, I'm telling them, do something about this nose. He's all right. He doesn't complain. It's just sometimes you can be petting him as well, and you'll go, he'll just like, all go on you, and you'll be like, oh no. I've been cat snotted. I don't know if cats get... cats do get the COVID, don't they? You know, and stuff like that. So we should probably get him checked out, but... poor fatty catty. He's a chonker, my sister says. He's puffy and fluffy, yeah. And then somebody's put sex-based terms, so which you're allowed. Herpes is allowed. Cat herpes. They sneeze and... Oh, great, I've got cat herpes. Is that what it is? I've got cat herpes now. That's brilliant. Like, because whatever he's got, I've got. He sneezed it on my face, for Christ's sake. If we're in one of those zombie movies, you know, it's one of them, isn't it, where I don't want to show you my, under my tissue, the bite under my eye. I've been sneezed on. It's only a matter of time for me. I'm going to develop cat herpes, the cat lurgy. I've got cat AIDS. I shouldn't joke about AIDS, not on the internet anyway. You can get cancelled for shit like that. Mind you, the people who've got AIDS make up such a small minority of society, it's hard to actually for them to generate enough anger and vitriol on a social media. So I think you're all right with... I think if you're going to make jokes about minorities in society, you want to choose a minority of, you know, a subsect of a niche of a minority, and that way you're probably okay, aren't you? You could probably make jokes about them and they can't stir up enough fuss. So, not you, him. What? Yeah, he's got cat herpes, yeah, but if he sneezes it on me, then I've got it. I'm pretty sure, you know, I don't have to get a medical degree to know how the lurgy works. Thank you very much. I've spent the whole 2 years locked indoors washing all my shopping. If he sneezes on me, then I've got it. You know? I wonder what he... We had to have him neutered, of course. I don't think he enjoyed that. But we had to have it done. You have to, don't you? When you bring a street cat into your house, you have to have them neutered. He was spraying his spray up on the wall. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Got him neutered. He's chilled out now. He don't piss up the wall anymore. Maybe we should have had my dad neutered. Right. We are going to play Genshin Impact, I promise.
I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
But I promise you today is going to be one of these. It's a talky main story quest. Probably not much action for me to take part in. I don't know. It's the main story, so there should be some. But these chuffers are going to have their chat and their business. I'm not going to be as interested in what they're talking about as what we're talking about, frankly. So I'm going to skip on. Is everyone getting ready for Christmas?
So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
It's interesting to have a British voice in the cast here. Sawada's a British voice, despite being a member of the academia in Sumeru, which is based on a sort of collage of India and Asia. And I mean, we did have British people in India. In our world, the British went over to India. They took all their armies and they sort of dominated the country. That's how I'm born in the long run. Long time down the line, someone from Britain that went out there in the armies went to India, had a little, few kids, little family, put them in an orphanage and went back to England. And then from those kids in the orphanage, someone had a little family and then came to England, and here I am. So, yeah, I'm British Indian. Well, not really, I'm British with a 10th Indian, but this guy, he's out there, he must be a member of the Raj, but there is no Raj, there are no British people. What the fuck is he doing in Sumeru? Female herpes virus is not transmitted to humans, you're going to be alright. That's what they said about those pangolins in the Chinese wet markets, isn't it? That's Snippy's has said in chat here. Oh, not that one, let's do this. Snippy's has said in chat, feline herpes virus is not transmitted to humans, you're going to be alright. That's what they said about the Chinese wet markets. In China they say, when they were all in the wet market, oh, my feeling really run down here. And they were like, don't worry, in Chinese, don't worry, they said, which I don't know how to say it in Chinese, so, but don't worry, they said, you'll be fine, they said. I don't know the term for pangolin. Hang on, we will need Firefox, and because I don't know the term for pangolin. Like, I mean, feline is cat. There must be a list for this. What is it even called? Look, feline, cat. Yeah, we know that. I've got to spell. Vulpine. Come on, speller. Top speller. Vulpine. Anyone in chat? Do you know these? Vulpine is fox. I'll just put that. Feline, cat, vulpine, fox. Animal words end in "ine", like bovine. Animal words. That's not what I'm looking for. Animal adjectives. There must be a word for it, though, mustn't there? What's the word? Like, I know that the word for fox-like is vulpine and the word for cat-like is feline, but what's the word for that? You know, is it just animal adjectives? No, is there not? Because I want to know I want a full list. It's just animal terms here. HTML. I'll go with the link. I'll follow the Reddit. It's not working, so that was a waste of time. Animal adjectives. Grammarist, maybe. I had to learn this at school, or I didn't actually. I had to learn this as extra to school because my dad was a bit extra. So I learned this when I was young, but we've got them here. A hawk, they should put the animal first and the adjective second, for Christ's sake. What's wrong with you? Where can we send your free download? Send it to the fucking toilet. Send it straight into the toilet and flush, because I don't want it. Not if you're going to put the adjective first and the animal second. How am I ever going to use this list? It's backwards. Right, so if you're saying a hawk, you're going to describe, oh, that's very hawk-like. Oh, the way she does her claws, her beak, the way she tears that mouse is so acupetrine. Like feline herpes virus, yeah? Feline herpes virus. Feline. You don't say cat-like for it, you say feline. So every animal has got one of these words. It comes from Latin. So like here, if I scroll down to an animal that we can recognise, deer. I didn't know this one. Corvine. It's also the same for crows. I didn't know that. I don't know why deer and crows are the same, but corvine. Vulpine is for foxes. Like off the top of my head now. Porcine is pigs. Bovine is beef. Sheep is... horses is equine. Sheep is... bovine, porcine... Oh no, I don't know sheep. I've learned it in the past. You know, I knew it in the past at some point. I knew all the sort of standard British animals. Not all of them, but some of them. You know? So, we're looking for a word for pangolin, pangoline, madeleine, pangoline. Anyway, but I won't be able to find it on this list because the list isn't alphabetical by animal. The list is alphabetical by adjective. Anyway, let's go through them and see what I can learn. Hawk, acupetrine, never remember that. Goose, anserine. Eagle, an eagle, aquiline. Ass, not going to use that ever. Asinine, but there you go. I thought asinine was just to describe something as being simple and foolish, but it actually is the descriptor of ass, and that's why they use it. An ass being a combination of like a donkey and something worse than a donkey or better or something. Bird is avine, you know that. Aviary, avine. Oh, I know another one, apine. Maybe I'll wait for that. It might be bees is apine, but it's not on the list. So now we've got a problem, because you have an apiary. You're an apiarist if you're a beekeeper. Why aren't bees on the list? They might be, it's just not alphabetical. Right, anyway, look. Bovine is cows. Bulbaline is buffaloes. Cameline, camels. That could be a girl's name, though, couldn't it? That could be a girl's name if you... Cameline, like Camilla. Cameline, like Madeleine. It's like a combination of Camilla and Madeleine. Cameline, like chamomile soap. You'd like that. That would be a nice name for a girl. And it would also mean that she's camel-like. So, you know, all the lads would be able to get a hump or two off the back of her. I'm making this up. 10 points here for my comedy there. Making this up. You want to write that down, put it in your joke book. Although you can't, because it's mine. Trademark, copyright. I'll come and tear the page out of the joke book and be like, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this page in your... Why isn't this sound effect happening at the same time as the close-up? Sound effect's delayed. That's no good. Now I'm going to have to learn... Now what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to learn... The sound effect is delayed, so I'm going to press the button and then the close-up. Oh, that's ruined it. That's ruined it. I might as well throw it straight in the bin. Anyway. Cameline. I'm going to name my first daughter Cameline. Cancrine. Crab. Cancrine. Cancer, the crab. Cancerine, maybe. Cancrine. Cancrine, the crab. Canine, dog. You know that one. You've heard of that one. That makes sense. That proves that they're all correct. Sound effect lag. Nothing I could do. It's a bad net code, isn't it? Darkside Phil. Like, Darkside Phil memes are now seeping into my content. Oh no! Like, the smell from his socks seeps into his footwear that he doesn't even fucking wear unless he's going out. Professional jeans. Oh, I should show you, I'm also wearing jeans today. I could quite show you. I could stand on... This is dangerous. I went, because I was stood up like the Incredible Hulk. This is dangerous. And then I'm wearing Link... That's it. Professional streamer clothes. Okay. Fuck. Damn it. Do you know what? I'm a different person to the other detractors, right? I've got to say this, probably in close-up. No, I'll just say it normal. I'm a different person to the other detractors, and I actually would, quite happily, as long as there's weed available. I'll say this for facts. Got to have weed available for me. I'm not going to go anywhere where you're going to stop me from smoking weed for days and days on end. No thanks. Maybe it's legal in America. I don't know. Not in any. But if I went to Washington State, I would stay at Phil's house. I'm not averse to it. Some of the others would be like, no way, I wouldn't do that. I hate him. I couldn't stand it. I'd go to his house. I'd treat him nicely, like a guest would. I'd be polite and kind to him. It would annoy me sometimes, and sometimes I'd have to ask questions that, just like on Twitter, where I do my cheeky tweets, you know, I'd say things and it could kick off. But he would have to choose to kick off. I would be the one maintaining a sort of air of decorum. I'd quite happily go to Darkside Phil's house and hang out with him and have him at my house as well. It's weird. You know, like I said with Martin Leaker, I would have Phil in this room on that chair. Even though already we've trashed it and made it a bed for a cat. I'd have Phil in here. I'd offer him a, you know, if he wants to do an interview with me, which obviously I've not suggested to him, but if he did, I'd be quite a good one because I'd be quite fair and even. Unlike the others, I could actually stand it. Canine. He's worse than a canine. That's what they say in Australia. You're worse than a canine. Let's see. I wonder if that's on the internet. I bet it is. Because they say it a lot. Australia. I bet it is worse than a canine. Just worse than, he's worse than a canine. I put word than a canine. That's probably one of the problems. Worse. You're worse than a canine. No? This guy might. The most Aussiest interview ever. He might say it. You're worse than a canine. What? What? Why do I have to have the adverts for this? Like, I'm going to buy anything from that. Like, what the fuck are you on? Sorry, cats. Tech has what? What? I thought, what? Get off. I thought it was something to do with cats.
Well, it's really quite funny. I was in bed sleeping at 2 o'clock this morning. My wife comes in and says, oh, the shop's been, someone ran into the shop. And I said, oh, what? So I jumped out of bed and all I had was my undies on and I've walked out the front and I've seen the car smashed and I've seen the bloke walking back to the car. And so I've walked outside and I said, oh, what are you doing, mate? Like, you can't be leaving the scene. And he goes, don't be a hero, mate. And I said, I'm not trying to be a hero, but the police are coming. And he just decided he'd scoot up the road. And I just said, nah, it's not going on like that, mate. So I jumped in my car and I started chasing him up the road. And then he went down a side street and then the police were coming. And I flashed them and sent them off in the direction of him. But, mate, all I had was me jocks on. I was chasing him up the street and I'm just like, mate, like...
It's like a strange Kurt Cobain lookalike from Australia. Has he got a cigarette in his ear?
Because you told me that this is your mate's shop and you didn't want him to get away.
Yeah, no, well, me mate's mum's had this shop for like...
He's got something in his ear. I don't know if you can see that. He's got a cigarette in his ear.
40 odd years, and look at it. Look at it. Whoa.
It's a mess, isn't it?
Beyond a mess. Oh, like, words can't explain how it is, mate. Like...
Now, Daniel, you managed to put some pants on in the meantime.
Yeah, mate.
It's good to hear. Do you feel like a hero?
Not really. It's just something you got to do for the community,
mate.
Like,
he's worse than a canine.
You look after your mates, and your mates will always look after you.
There you go.
You look after your mates, and your mates will always look after you.
Good attitude. There you go, guys. Daniel, quite the...
He's getting that thing out of his ear now. As soon as they stop interviewing him, look, he's got that thing in his ear. Like, he's kept it for safekeeping, whatever it is. You can see my ear today, actually. I've got different headphones on today. I've gone for Bluetooth, wireless. They're not statement headphones. It's not a look. That was the iconic look, wasn't it? Those old headphones. Gonna have to retire them and put them on the gamer shelf. We're gonna have to get some new headphones on the go. But imagine Phil smoking weed with me. He'd cough it all out, and then Phil would be the person that you're smoking, you pass it to him, he goes, gets it all licky, sucks, spitty, sucks it hard, and it all burns down the side, and then he's like, oh, this isn't a very good joint, and you're like, well, this is the way you're fucking smoking it, give it back, and you get it back, and it's all soggy on the, like, don't bogart the joint, but they call it bum sucking it in the UK, you know, don't do that, Phil, but by the time he's done it, it's too late. It's ruined. What I would do for Phil, okay, is I would make him his own joint. That's the only solution to these sort of people, is you just make them their own little spliff and you just hand it to them and then they smoke that. They don't have to say, can I have a go on yours all the time? I wouldn't be able to give him some weed and get him to skin up. He wouldn't be able to do it. I'd have to make him a reefer and hand it to him, and then he can sit there quietly smoking it, fine. You know, oh, it's not very working, this one, isn't it? Like, what, he sets it on fire all the way along with the lighter, like, burning it in the middle, like, fucking hell. Like, but yeah, I'd just set him up with his own if he wants to fuck up his own one. That'd be quite fun, though, yeah. Anyway, this guy's got this thing in his ear, and as soon as they finish the...
Mates will always look after you.
There you go. Good attitude. There you go, guys.
No, he's gone straight for the thing in his ear.
Daniel,
the cameraman's cut him off. Cameraman's moved around. And I tell you what, something else I've noticed in this. This is the first time I've ever seen this. In the background there, behind her, this fella's wearing a Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey t-shirt. It's like the emblem of Jack Daniels on the t-shirt there. You can see that. He's part of the camera crew, maybe, of this other news team, or is he a local bystander? I don't know. But this guy's wearing a Ford t-shirt in the style of Jack Daniels. Ford quality, look, Ford, but it's Jack Daniels. What's going on with the Jack Daniels t-shirts in Brisbane? Is that a popular look?
Do you feel like a hero?
Not really. It's just something you got to do for the community, mate. It's like,
just something you got to do for the community, mate.
You look after your mates, and your mates will always look after you.
Look after you.
Good attitude. There you go, guys.
Straight in the
Daniel,
ear.
quite the Australian hero here this morning. As for the owners of the fish and chip shop, well, they are insured, but there is a big mess to clean up this morning.
Oh, wouldn't you like to live next door to Daniel?
Of the day.
It's gone back in his ear, whatever it is. He was just adjusting it.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Jess, what Daniel needs to realise, Daniel, if you can hear me, you know all good...
Oh, it's the earpiece. It's the earpiece. There is something in his ear, and it's the earpiece. I don't know why, but I assumed he'd taken his smoke and just put it in his ear like that while he was talking. That's what I assumed of him. I don't know why I assumed that. Most people would put it behind their ear like that, and I was known to do that sometimes. And I even went into a few lessons once at college, like, and they're like, "What's that behind your ear?" What's that? Oh no, fuck, stuff like that. But you put something behind your ear, you forget about it. That's what I thought he'd done. I thought they'd said we're going to do an interview with him, and he said, "Oh, just save me cigarette in my ear. I'll just put it in there. That'll be fine like that." And then they got on with the interview. That's what I thought. But no, it's his earpiece, isn't it? He's a professional.
Heroes wear their jocks on the outside, so it kind of fits the brief, pardon the pun.
Yeah, but I had nothing on but me jocks.
Yeah, Lisa.
Well, you missed that bit of the uniform, but that's okay. You're a hero.
He had nothing on, Barmy jocks. Good one. Would you like to live next door to him? I was just going to scroll down and look at the other Australian offerings on the videos there, but the comments, you've got to have a quick look at the comments. Tell you what's good YouTube content is if you watch something on YouTube, I forgot to do it earlier with that other thing we looked at, you watch something on YouTube and then you scroll down and whatever the top comment is, you agree with it. I've seen them doing it. Honestly, I've seen them doing it. Asmongold's not bad for this. Asmongold will say his real opinion, but that, what's his name that I don't like? Kavos will read the most popular comments as if he just agrees, like, oh, I think that as well. And then obviously you're in the popular team, aren't you? Because you just read the book. He's not just a simple mate. He's the ultimate. Oh, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. 21k. Totally agree with that. I don't agree with this as much. As a Canadian, this guy makes me proud to be an Australian because that's only got 1.4k. I don't necessarily agree with that as much. Yeah, it wasn't the most Australian interview I've ever seen, but I've got no idea how we got onto that. So since my brain doesn't work properly anymore, I'll have to go back to Genshin Impact. But we've got English characters in the Indian area. I'll just call it the Indian area, and that won't sound racial.
Okay, but...
Why I order? I've forgotten what it even is.
Did one of them just mention Tatarasuna? But that's all the way in Inazuma.
Right, I'm gonna have to move the camera now and show you this. We'll get through Genshin Impact one line of dialogue at a time, but I'm gonna have to show you this now. There's the cat in the dog bed, right? You know, that's standard. That's yours. You take that home. That's safe. The dog is down there. Can't quite show it, you can, because the wire's attached to the camera. But you see the dog's down there? You see him down there behind that telly? Why can't I make the camera work? He's attached to a wire. He's down there behind the telly. Look, he's on the floor. The dog is sleeping now on the damn floor. So, and I've ruined the cat bed screen now, don't worry. It's a shame for the dog in a way. But he's been relegated to the floor by the door. The cat's had the bed. And he seems happy. So everyone's happy.
Is it just Paimon, or is it kind of unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here's just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Thanks, Paimon. Yeah, Bob, I use that line a lot, actually. That's yours. You take that home. That's safe. That's one of my favourites. It's from Bullseye, isn't it, as far as I can remember? But it's appropriate in so many social situations. I like on the stream. I like to just bring it up sometimes. Yeah, that's yours. You take that home. That's safe. That's in the bank. But do you want to gamble? But do you want to risk it all and gamble for the big prize? You know, that's yours. That's you take that home. That's safe. But do you want to gamble for the big prize? That's the next step. Like, okay, yes, exactly what a game show. Yes. And it's without the context of the game show, it's even better, isn't it? It works even more, as far as I'm concerned. You can bring it out. Why do game show hosts are the only people that get to say that? I don't know. You know, you can bring that out in conversation. Why not? Like if you buy someone a drink, when you take it back to the table and you sit down with them, oh, no, I was busy at the bar. Yeah, anyway, there's your glass of wine. That's yours. You take that home. That's safe. That's in the bank. You can keep that. When we come back from the break, would you like to gamble for a whole bottle? They're just like, yeah, what? Sorry? I didn't see that written on what's the internet one where you have dates on your phone? Tumblr, Tinder. I didn't see you tweet that on Tinder. I didn't realise you were going to behave like this. Can I leave now? Yeah, okay. It's not a game show. It's just my life. Let's go and listen in on what's happening here, and we might get some idea of what's going on, because I've got no idea, and nor will I have, because every little step we go through this quest, I'm going to keep stopping it and messing about.
Great. Let's go find
Right,
out
their
what
homes?
this
You've turned
guitar
round?
mystery is all about.
Yeah, let's go and find out what the mystery's about. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm going to mess with the cameras. I'm all about the camera, the cat camera. Alright, internet. I'm here now. Talk to the scholars by the road. What? Why wouldn't it take me over there? Why do I have to walk there? Okay, here they are. Oh.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft.
Confusing.
I have a feeling that the missing kabuki mono will end up being the main focus of this paper.
Got no idea what a kabuki mono is, even. We didn't even finish off the words. Wait, see, I told you, every single fucking step of this, I'm gonna... And then, I'll tell you why I'm doing this as well. I didn't plan it, but it's happening, so I'll go with it. Is, some people say, oh, you go on a lot of tangents and this and that. It's a feature of my streams. So you think it's a Genshin Impact stream, but really, it's just a load of fun and lots of tangents, isn't it? So, if I really drive that point home tonight, by not letting Genshin Impact move on by more than a statement at a time, then I can really stamp my authority on this situation and really put my my brand look over the whole thing, can't I? We've got a cat in the corner, and I will not let the game play. Caprine, Volpine, Porcine, Caprine, Goat. Goat-like. Cocoa Goat, Caprine. There's a few Caprine characters in Genshin Impact. So now with fast dissolving technology. What the fuck? Why have I got an advert for washing powder? I don't even wash my own clothes, mate. Like Darkside Phil round here. We just fucking throw them all in a pile, and then whichever one smells the least bad we put on. Like Darkside Phil round here. I don't even wash my clothes, mate. Ariel. Anyway, forget that. Goat-like. Caprine. Deer Corvine, we saw that. Core is heart, isn't it? I'm a bit confused here. Corvine. I thought Corvine was something to do with hearts. Maybe because a deer, you know, a deer is a heart, isn't it? Hang on, look. Deer heart. I'm just going to put that and it'll bring up some... whoa, I don't want to eat a deer heart. That's fucking extreme as far as I'm concerned. How to prepare a deer heart for cooking. Probably wouldn't. If it was up to me, I probably wouldn't. I thought you had a heart and hind. I thought they were the two kinds of deer, like a male and a female. I thought it was a kind of deer that was a heart. Not just the deer's heart. And anyway, Google, I'm vegan, you fucking knob. Is there a kind of deer called a hart? A hart is a male red deer, and I spelled it wrong. It's H-A-R-T. That's why then. A hart, a male red deer. Synonymous with stag, and used in contrast to female hind. So yes, I was right, but I just spelled it wrong. H-A-R-T, a hart. Hart and hind, two male and female deer, or a stag. But stag's got the big horns, and you might get other male deers that have not got the big horns. It might not be seasons. Horns grow seasonally, so it might not be seasonal. They might not have the horns. You might say, is that a hart or a hind? instead of a stag or a hind, in my opinion. I might be wrong. You know, maybe it's synonymous with stag, so maybe you could say stag. You just feel like a stag's got the big horns, don't you? So hart and hind, that's a deer, but they're corvine. Now I want to see the word corvids are birds. I'm going to put Latin, just corv and Latin. Corvus, a hooked ram for destroying walls. Corv, raven. Corvette, French, basket, from the Latin corbis. Corvis, corvo, corvis, that'll be the thing. Corvus, corvo, that'll be the thing then, yeah? Latin words that start with corv. What have we got here? More options that we have to agree to or disagree to or whatever. Corker and cordis. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe corv has got nothing to do with the heart. Maybe it's just a deer connection. What do I mean? This is really not helping me. It's making me even more confused, if anything, this website. So I'm going to move off that. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to press this one that looked like it had the thing. But this is going to be one of those where... Oh, no, here we are. Latin corvus, English crow raven. So, it's not anything to do with the heart. Maybe I'm wrong. Just for some reason, in my brain, I thought it might have something to do with hearts. I'm wrong, probably. Omar's asleep. Yeah, he's having a good sleep, isn't he, now? I think he's just happy that he's moved the dog off its bed. Crocodilian. Crocodiline. I wonder what that one could be. Alligators. It's crocodilian. That's a nice name for a girl as well, if you could say it. Crocodilini. Crocodiline. See, now I'm spelling it. This is why we have Madeline. This is why we have the problem with Madeline. Like, everyone's like, it's Madeline, not Madeline. Madeline, yeah? Wait, I want to spell it where you can see it, where I'm spelling. Here, please. No, it's going at the top. Why is it going at the top? I'm going to go to Google and just press enter. Just search the web for nothing. Look, well, I'll just put nothing. Like that, nothing. I'll spell it wrong as well. Okay, nothing. Just have Google up, and I want you to see my spelling at the same time. I've cropped this window lovely and perfectly for video watching, you fucker. Oh, for God's sake, Scotty Otty. For God's sake. There you go, now you can see it. I'm going to write the word that I've forgotten what it was. I'm going to write Madeline, look. No, I'm not writing anything for some reason. There we go. Right, I'm going to write Madeline the way it goes in my brain. Mad, that's the first bit. Mad, Madeline. Right? Madeline. No, yes. That's it, isn't it? No, it's not, you see. Now look, Madeline McCann. Do you see how Madeline McCann there has got an extra E after the L? I write Mad-e-lin. Yeah? Mad-e-line. Madeline. 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 They write Mad-e-line. That last bit with an extra E. They write it like that. It's not me saying it like that. They fucking write it like that, you fuckers. Madeline. And now it's Madeline McCann. Madeline. So crocodiline. Crocodile. We know that bit. That's crocodiles. Crocodile. Ein. They've just put the ein. They haven't put any ein. E-I-E-I-O. There's no... It's just crocodiline. Madeline. Crocodilin. I don't know. I'm not fucking arbiter of how you say things, am I? I didn't mean crocodile, no. Pronunciation. I'm smarter than you, Google. I didn't mean crocodile. I know that quite often I get things wrong, yeah, Googled, and you have to fucking... Why is it telling me the pronunciation for crocodile? That is not what I'm asking you. Why wouldn't it have that? Make sure it's spelled correctly. I just fucking did! This is the problem with Google, is there are so many people who don't know how to say crocodile, and now those of us who don't know how to say crocodile can't find the answer, because so many people don't know how to say crocodile, and crocodile's the easiest one out of the two, so they got that backwards. Elephantine, That's elephants. Some of them are easier than others, aren't they? I think some of them we must have discovered these elephants later on than we discovered crows. I think that maybe, oh no, because Hannibal came over from the Alps with the elephants, didn't he? When did he do that? The Romans must have had a word for elephants then. Hannibal elephants. Just put that, Hannibal elephants. Hannibal died 1813 BC. What? Okay, 200 years before Christ, the Romans were basically running things, weren't they? And he came over on the Alps with his elephants. Like, he went all the way from South Spain. Gone the long way. Woo! Alright. And he's gone all the way over there, down to Rome and all that. And, you know, he's had a bit of it. So, they must have had a word for elephants, the Romans. Maybe it's elephant. Maybe that's their word. Maybe that's why we use it. Anyway, elephantine. Equine is horse, but that's not the word. It's not horsine, is it? I bet horsine's a different one. Hersine, goat. Right. Now you're confusing me. Why don't you make... We need to update this list. I mean, why did the Latin... This is a good question. Why did the Latin... I mean, nobody even... I know there's a lot of Latin Americans, and I know there's a lot of, like, you know, Italians, for example, and that's what Rome is the Romans. What happened to the Romans anyway? You're looking at them, said Tony Soprano in that episode. So the Romans, you've got them, the Romans, but how did they change it to Italians? The Romans to Italian. I wonder about that. But yeah, so equine, horse. We don't have any Romans anymore. We've got Italians, and we've got Italian Americans and Latin Americans and all sorts. You can have what you like. No one's going to get cross about us changing equine, are they? To horsine. Oh, only the goats, because you've got hersine. That's their word for goat. I'll scroll down, you can see it. Hersine, goat. Only the goats. Well, the goats can be unhappy. They're not going to, like I said earlier, they're such a niche minority. Like, they're not going to actually get together and cause a fuss, are they? I fucking love chocolate soy milk. They're not going to get together and cause a fuss, the goats. They're not going to kick off. So we can have their word, and we can change their word to goatine, and they'll probably prefer it, because they'll remember it easier. Oh, I remember that now. It's what my name is. Goatine. Goatine. Don't look at that on the internet. You don't know what you might find. Feline, cat. Definitely. Certainly that. Falconine, falcon. Falcons have got it easier than hawks, which is acapricine. Forget it. Falcons, hawks. Any wild animal. Any wild animal. Does that mean wild, not domesticated? Or does it mean any animal? Any wild animal. Because most animals start wild. There's not many animals like in our house that are not wild. And even our animals that aren't wild are still quite wild. Any wild animal. Ferine. Feral. He's feral. He's worse than a canine. He's feral. He's a feral. Worse than a wild animal. Ferine. Wild. Feral. Ferine. Hippopotamus. Hippopotamine. Haven't bothered to try and think that one through, have they? Hippopotamine. I think you should be allowed to just stick mean on the end of or neen or een. I think you should just be allowed to put it on the end of any of them. Really. Wouldn't you? You should. That should be the rule. Forget Latin these days, because, I mean, I'm going to be a bit controversial, but they're all fucking dead. Aren't they? So they're not going to complain. They're all fucking dead. Like, bin it off. Let's keep hippopotamine, but let's not have hersine for goat. Hirundine, swallow. Goat and swallow have been put next to each other on the list. I don't know how that happened. This one I can't say. Hystricine. Porcupine. Porcupine's actually got INE on the end. So that's double bubble there. Porcupinine. Then you couldn't have that, could you? That would be taking the piss. Porcupinine. It's actually got an INE on the end. So. Hystricine. You might remember any of these that I've read out. You might do. but you probably won't. And what you're going to want to do after I finish this is I'll clip this, and you're going to want to listen to it on repeat until you know them all. As if it's like a sing-song rhyme. I'll make a sing-song rhyme out of it. You ready? Hystricine and lacicine. Oh, sorry, you got to say the animal as well. Hystricine is porcupine and lacicine is lizard. Laurine is gull and leonine is lion. Leprine is hare and lumbricine is earthworm. Lupine and wolf and murine and mouse. Ovine is sheep. That's the one we were trying to find out earlier. Ovine. Ovine. Just ovine. Not bovine. Ovine. That's an easy one. You'll remember bovine because of cows. Bovine. And then you'll remember ovine because you just took the B off, and sheep are just a little bit less than a cow, so ovine. Lupine is wolf. Lupus, you know that one. Lupine. Howling at the moon. Lunatic. Lupine. Lupus with the big ears. Wolf. Lumbricine is earthworm. I don't want to know that one. Earthworms, they can stay under the ground. Leporine is hare. I'm going up the list now because I just read through them quickly. Maybe I should go down the list like normal people. Pardine, leopard. Do you know how you remember that? Bearded like the pard. That's Shakespeare. Bearded like the pard, isn't it? One man. This is... Oh, tangent on a tangent now. Tangent on a tangent. To be or not to be, that's the question. Whether 'tis nobler in mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. End them. Where's my button? To die, to sleep. No more. And by sleep, to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a can't say the word. 'Tis a consummation, devoutly to be wished, to die, to sleep perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub, for in the sleep of death what dreams may come, when we've shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. That's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For those who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the presser's wrong, the power band's content. Where's the bearded like a pard bit? It's snail, isn't it? It's not this. It's snail. I've got it wrong. So you remember that because I got it wrong. So you'll remember that. It's snail. Let me find snail Shakespeare. One man in his turn serves many. That's what it is. If I can find it. Where is it? Shakespeare in snail. Shakespeare snail. God, I'll show you the internet and how it's not showing it me. Show me pictures of snails and Shakespeare in snails, Shakespeare spiral. That's not what I want. It's quite a famous bit of Shakespeare, this. Shakespeare, one man in his time. Look, if I go for that, it'll bring it up. No. What? John Bell and Shakespeare. Just show me the fucking thing. Show me the thing. All the men and women are merely players. That's famous! I'm not donating. Shakespeare's long dead. He doesn't need my money. All the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players. Right, now we're off to the races. They have their exits, their entrances. One man in his time plays many parts. His acts are 7 ages. At first he's an infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms. Then the whining schoolboy with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like a snail, unwillingly to school. Then the lover, sighing like furnace, with woeful ballad made to his mistress' eyebrow. Then a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard. Jealous in honour, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation, even in the cannon's mouth. And then the justice, in fair round belly, with good capon lined, with eyes severe and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances, and so he plays his part. The 6th age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side. That's a joke about your nutsack. And pouch on side. His youthful hose, well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big, manly voice turning again towards childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all, that ends this strange, eventful history, is second childishness, and then mere oblivion. Sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. Yeah, so he's bearded like the pard. It says it here. The soldier is bearded like the pard. And what Shakespeare describes through this transformation of man through the ages, you know, personal physical growth and eventual death. Bearded like the pard, the leopard has like a little fuzzy little, you know, soft little, you know, you're a young man, you're going to war, you've been a teenage lover, and now you're an angry young man going to war with your first quills of hair on your face, you know. Whereas the beard that's described later, that's when you're the justice, the fine, you know, well-trod, well-worldly wise man, maybe considered in your prime. You've got a, where is it? Round belly, good cape on line, beard of formal cut. Now you've got a formal cut beard. So it's, you know, it's talking about the leopard in terms of its beard. Bearded like the pard. It's a leopard. Pard means leopard, but is Shakespeare, so it was old days. So if you want to remember pardine, if you want to remember like a leopard or like a panther, yeah. If you want to remember, I don't know when you're going to use it. Oh, I love your jacket. It's very pardine. Pardon? No, pardine. Pardon? No, pardine. Yeah. Pardon? No, pardine. It means it's like a leopard. It's not animal fur. I wouldn't dream of it. No, but it's a nice jacket. All right, should we move on? Passerine, sparrow. You're not going to need that. Pavavine, pavonine, peacock. Pavonine. Oh, you're strutting like a so pavonine in your strutting. If you do use these words, people are going to think you're some sort of dickhead. Piscine, woodpecker. Piscine, fish. Swimming pool in French. Porcine, pig. Terrapine, bat, but with a P. So maybe we can use that, because we're not going to get pangolin, are we? I'm just going to scroll down. There's no pangolin. I'll pick out the best ones. Wasp, vesperine, vespine, and viper, viperine. Okay, they're the best ones. We'll move on, because bull, taurine, interesting. But we'll use bat, taking us all the way back. Terrapine, right, terrapine. So, I might not have... This is how we bring it all back. Bear in mind, this is a Genshin Impact stream. I might not have feline herpes virus, but that's what they said to the fella who caught terrapine herpes virus in China. And now all the things go off. All the things go off. I've said the words. It's the winner. You could have that in the bank. Take it home. Gamble. You've won the star prize. And then the credits roll.
If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Looking for me? I'm a Genshin Impact streamer.
Oh, you're the traveller, you say?
They should bin him off completely and get me in. If you're going to have British voice actors, come on. I just did me Shakespeare. Come on. Come on now, Mihoyo. I know you're watching. I'll fucking tweet you enough. I know you're watching. Come on, Mihoyo. Oh, I forgot to tweet today that I'm on the internet, but all the people that care are here already, so it doesn't matter. You're the traveller, you say.
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
Don't believe me? I'll go.
No. Of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma.
No, I believe it. I still have a great exploit. I was still in Inazuma. I can't understand a word he says. Should have got me. If you're going to use a Brit, although I wouldn't want to be a grey-haired spectacled chuffer like this, I'd like to be a main one. So they're saving me, aren't they? I'm going to get the call, maybe, but they're saving me for when I can be a main one. Probably a little one. Maybe with my voice not appropriate, but, you know, get me in the game, probably, one day.
This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion.
I don't want to have to
couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started Examining the evidence. Sorry.
I don't know what that means. I don't want to have to wait till I'm dead to be celebrated with a great honour like being put in Genshin Impact. Mihoyo. Okay? Probably best to do it while I'm still alive and I can appreciate it. Just a little tip there. Unless I die in some... Oh, don't say this on the internet. Unless I die in some tragic, unexpected circumstance, in which case you'll have to do it posthumously. Posthumous. How do you say that? Posthumously. After the hummus. After you've finished eating the hummus, then it's time to do it when I'm dead. But if you could, maybe put me in Genshin Impact. I'm looking at you, MiHoYoverse. That's the people who make the game. It's the equivalent to playing Fallout 4 on the internet and saying, like, I'm looking at you, Todd Howard. But, you know, it's not like I put all those hours into that fucking game without being put in as an NPC, is it? I mean, some people maybe have played the game a little more than me, but I don't know. I felt after 11 days of playing Fallout 4, maybe I should have been awarded my position in there as an NPC. Rekful is in World of Warcraft as an NPC. All he had to do was, right, move on.
Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kind of lacking.
I was going to say all he had to do was be consistently the best PvP player over a series of years and then go to BlizzCon and sadly miss lethal. That's what I was going to say. He wouldn't like me saying that either. Bless him. R.I.P. Rekful.
Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Tatarasuna? Absolutely. I can't remember what the fuck it is.
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry I can't help this time. I've got a feeling it's an Inazuman island.
My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past.
That's it.
But who'd have thought that...
And to be fair, when you're in a situation like this, now I'm not telling people bad advice here, this is actually quite good advice, is don't say anything ridiculous that's not in the realm of possibility, but, you know, if you lean on something you think you might know, or you're pretty uncertain, you know, I think it's probably this, they don't know fuck all, so you could say it and they're going to take it on board and just be like, that's true. So you just say something with confidence here and you're away. Like, make it something normal that it probably could be and it will be, and then, you know, from your memory, I'm pretty sure they did this. Don't say, I'm pretty sure they did this. Say, they do this, and then you're away. They think, oh, you know all about it. So yes, but I'm not dealing with you chuffers anymore.
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Yes, I'd love to see your outline for your book you're writing about somewhere you've never been.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive or a first read?
No, he argues with him about everything, this Aquaba.
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Aquaba. You can't even say his mate's name right.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade.
What the fuck is going on? We're in bloody Sumeru. I thought this was Sumeru main Archon quest. I didn't know they were going to be sending me back to Tatarasuna, and I'm pretty sure that I haven't finished all the island quests in Inazuma.
But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it.
Well, that won't work.
And killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows.
Good essay. Why would you make a fire blade and then throw it in a fire to destroy it? That's not going to work, is it? It's like guaranteed not to work. Fire blade in fire.
Apart from the sword maker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono.
Kabuki mono?
This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger. Someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
It could be me.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
What the fuck is going on?
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens?
Thanks, Paimon.
Kind of fishy to Paimon.
If I didn't have Paimon here to reiterate, but in very simplistic terms, sometimes I don't think I'd know what was going on.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. so I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Wow, did you? I don't know. Not until you tell me. Although I will probably assume from the fact that you said that way that yes, you did. You did get lucky. I'm a poor nut to get lucky. I'm a poor nut to get some. I'm a poor nut to get chuffed. I'm a poor nut to get chuffed. I'm a poor nut to get chuffy. I've got Paimon clothes, look. They're not that distinctive though. If I'm sat here, you kind of just don't see that I'm dressed as Paimon. But honestly, I've got Paimon clothes now. I buy my clothes based on what I think would be ridiculous for stream. That's my cape on the back. It's not an actual cape, it's just printed on the back. So this is better than cosplay in a way because I just print it on a jumper and I can just wear the fucker. I can wear that at the shops and no one's going to know what I'm doing. I'm like covert Paimon. Obviously I'm not going to wear a nappy and bloody strange boots and stuff. I'm just going to wear this. But no one will know what's going on. So it's covert Paimon in a way. Although it's overt, it's out there, isn't it? Quite out there. You know, you can see what it is anyway. Wow, did you get lucky? That's the question. Did you get lucky? I'm a poor nut to get some. I'm a poor nut to get some. I'm a poor nut to get chuffed. I'm a poor nut to get chuffy. That happened so late. It was the other cut then. This isn't my... I don't have the sound effects. You do. Me. No, not me. You. Me. Trying to looking at my watch for effect. I'm not wearing a watch. There we go. That's better. Did you get lucky? I think you did.
Stop shouting!
Paimon. You've offended Paimon.
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out.
Who is this guy?
It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the Government Records Office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago.
Oh, it's not me then. I'm not the suddenly the story's got less interesting. It's not me. I wasn't there 400 years ago. I'll tell you who it was. It was my twin. That's the person we're looking for in the game. There's a big story in this game. You forget it sometimes. It's that me and my twin turned up in this world, and we're not from here. As far as I can ascertain, we're actually from normal land like us, the Earth. So they've gone from the Earth. Somehow they've arrived here. It's magic. We don't question that ever, which I think we should more. But we're here now, and I arrived, and I'm like, where's my twin? I don't know if that was my first question, actually. I think my first question was, what the fuck's going on? And then it turns out my twin's here, and I'm sniffing around. I don't know how I know that my twin's here, actually. I've forgotten that part. And then my twin arrived 400 years earlier than me, somehow. And they were part of a big... Like, the world was different then. You had gods and monsters, and the Archons were fighting. These great gods were fighting each other, and they sorted it all out in the end. There was about 50 of them. Some of them were really big, important chuffers, like the god of Rex Lapis is like the god of money and contracts. Money and contracts turned out to be very important, but the god of something, pathetic like dust. For example, the god of dust, they got wiped out. Dusted away, wiped out. Honestly though, there were gods of all sorts. There was like the god of apples and the god of pears and the god of oranges and the god of I don't know, you can go really abstract with this, grapes. So there were gods for everything, and the big ones, the main ones, the god of wind, that's Venti, the god of wind, he sorted his own place out. The god of contracts, the god of I don't know what it is in Inazuma, electricity maybe, the god of I think we've only met, I don't know if I've met many more than that. I'm assuming the other ones are fire, water and ice. So ice is water, just very cold water. I don't know how this is going to work, but there are gods. Okay, they exist. They sorted it out a long time ago. That long time ago, my cousin was there. My twin was there, sorting it out as well. Having problems, being a bad chuffer. I think being a bad chuffer, starting the Abyss Order, starting all the problems, and then years down the line now, we're here picking up pieces, picking up a trail, trying to find our way. I'm led to believe my twin is out there keeping an eye on me, and I think when we get, it's like Star Wars, when you get to the big showdown, it'd be, Luke, I am your father. Like, you know, when you get to the big showdown, it's me versus my twin. And I think that in some way, if we can come to some sort of agreement, maybe over drinks or maybe over swords, then we'll sort it all out. That'll be the end, I hope. I don't know when it'll ever happen.
Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
He went in the fire as well. The end. Good story, bro. Can we move on? I mean, it was 400 years ago. We don't have to keep a track on what happened to Niwa, do we? He's not still going to be around. Yeah, the other thing about what I was just describing then, actually, just for seriousness, I can now, after everything, I'm going to have a serious moment of gaming journalism happen, and I'm going to treat it as if it's appropriate now, and that normal people watching this would just sit through hours and hours of chuffing to get to these insights. That's what you have to do. That's part of my content. But the overarching story of this, we tend, as gamers that play Genshin Impact, to sort of forget it. It's sort of hanging up there, off and away somewhere. The day-to-day business of what's happening in Genshin Impact seems to be a bit more important than the main story to us. And me as a player, I like to have some sense. I mean, games are not real, and some of them are quite unrealistic. Sometimes you're in a fantasy world, that's fine. But I like to have some sense of logical order or, you know, building blocks. Star Wars, long time ago. Okay, it's a long time ago. Out there in space, fine. But, like, they've got political hierarchies and stuff going on and stuff. Here it's less, it's like you're here and this is happening and there's gods and there's magic and there's this and there's that. Oh, we kind of explain some of it and some of it we can't really explain and we don't bother and we don't need to and it doesn't matter. And I think it's a little bit, you know, on day-to-day business, my character is a little bit more involved in the workings of Teviat than they should be, and a little bit less involved in getting herself home than she should be. And even the concept that I am here seems a little ridiculous. But we let it go, don't we? We let it go. Could it be?
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
Forgot that, I forgot. I thought it was 1.
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Heard of them? I'm basically boss of them, mate. I don't know if you know me, I've heard of me. I'm not just a traveller, I don't just wander around from place to place. In Inazuma, what happened for me is I had to slay the puppet of the Shogun. The Shogun's a great, powerful chuffer, and they had, when you say puppet, it's not like a little, you know, mess about puppet. It was, they created an image of themselves, and it had power. Like, it was, why is my green screen chuffing behind me now? I can see it on the screen. It's annoying, it's not perfect. It's going to get better in the future. I'll just leave it at that for now. But where is it? It's over there. The green screen is visible for some reason. There's a shadow of something. It's this. That should fix it a bit. Yes, good. Anyway, the... don't know what I've forgotten. I've forgotten what I was even saying. Oh yeah, I'm a big chuffer. I've been down there in Azuma, and basically I sorted out the Vision Hunt decree. I mean, that's huge. I'm the chief of the swordfish paramilitary arm of a sort of underground guerrilla paramilitary arm of a political group that overthrew the government, essentially. But we allowed the government to stay in place as long as they decided to be nice. They don't have kings and queens in Inazuma, but if they did, I would be one.
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Yep, know all about that. Have you seen my collection of fine weaponry?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff.
Yes.
That makes things easier. So, basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art.
I'm gonna have to stop you there, mate. I do know my stuff. Don't have time for your bullshit. So, just gonna have to stop you there, mate. Not because of any particular reason, just because I'm gonna have to stop you. I'm just gonna leave. Like, I don't want to know what's Sawada. And how come he's called Sawada when he talks this way? Like, they've made him more of a Sumerian style character, but they've given him a British voice actor.
Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but
The details, taking light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaitahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, you fucking prick, Sahada.
Oh, yes!
Yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they're about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most... Like, why is he talking like that? He's getting like... It's like he's... I don't do that to you. I mean, I talk, and I... You know, talk, but I don't... Like, what?
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
Well, I'm glad I just explained the concept of puppetry to you now, because otherwise that could sound quite stupid.
A puppet?
Yes, but to everyone else, including the people around them, it would appear to be exactly like a human Paimon. Controlled by, get this, a human. So it's not really a puppet, it's just another person. Like, you wouldn't know if like your friend was a puppet, and unless they admitted to being even if they admitted to being a puppet, they'd still, by all intents and purposes, be human, wouldn't they? They would go around doing stuff with their own personality. They'd have a human body, and they're a human, but they're not. They're a puppet. Okay. The Shogun puppet that had the Electro Archon. That the Electro Archon made should be ruling Inazuma with her as we speak. It couldn't be her. We're talking about 400 years ago, Kipper. Don't be stupid. It doesn't matter what she's doing today. It's 400 years ago. The Kabuki Mono has to be the Balladeer. What was he doing 400 years ago in Tartazuna? I didn't know the Balladeer was a puppet.
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you
I think
do
he
know
was a
something
human.
after all.
I mean, I don't even know if these humans have got organs in the same places as humans on Earth, do I? I assume it, just because look at them, but they might not even have sexual organs. Maybe that's their problem. Glare at Paimon and hope she keeps her mouth shut is my choice here. I'm making my choices.
Paimon just meant...
I'm making my choices.
How creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But
considering the non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected, Harry. And that's what my book is about. Please take a look. Here's your book. Right, yeah, I'm absolutely going to read all of that. Oh, it looks very interesting. What a good book. I tell you what a good book. At the end it says, what was it you slew my people? As his senses returned to him, he realised he was but an inch away from falling into the furnace.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Oh, I will do. Oops, I've just dropped it off the edge there now. Oops, that's gone.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but
Shut up.
I think...
Shut up.
Oh,
Shut up.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up?
Yep, he's making stuff up. Shut up. Shut up.
Good point.
Leave it to it.
We have some other stuff to do.
No.
All right, thank you.
Yep, they even said, Paimon then just said, we have some other stuff to do, so we can't stay here talking to you twats any longer. And we left. We could have done that a long time ago. We absolutely did not need to be there.
That thing they were talking about, it has to do with the Balladeer, doesn't it?
Yes, Paimon, it does.
Okay, then, even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh?
No, Paimon, that's why we didn't.
After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it?
That's interesting. Now we're talking about confidential information, and at the start of today's stream, I made a little point about a piece of confidential information that was shared on a stream. So it's all coming together now.
If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Oh, that's Mona.
Ah!
What's
Hey,
wrong?
Did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
He? I thought he looked like Mona. Oh no, it's his, because the colours and the... It's him and his big hat.
Dear. No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
It does beg the question, if he's a puppet, isn't there an original of him? Are there two? Can you make a second puppet? The Doctor had many copies of himself. Those sort of things can fucking break stories, and you shouldn't put too much of them in. 41 metres up here. So we're chasing the puppet now, or the Balladeer. Let's chase him as Nahida, because she'll kick his fucking head in a second time if she has to. Frankly. Oh, we're going into Nahida's bedroom. Well, where she used to get her prison. We'll say bedroom. I mean prison. Her prison. So now that you don't have to be legally imprisoned there anymore, it's still, you know, it's not a very nice bedroom. Although this would make a really nice bedroom, wouldn't it? I'd feel a little bit like I'd rattle around in here like a bit of a pea in a plimsoll. Like, you know, feel a bit uncomfortable if this was my bed in the middle there, but still, it's quite a nice. But it's nicer than my bedroom. I'll say that. Like if you went to a hotel and you got the key for your room and you opened the door,
There you are.
you went in here, you'd be like, fucking hell. Wow. Oh, they haven't left us any hooks for the clothes. Where's the little kettle? It's nice though, but where's the little kettle? 3 stars.
Nahida, bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public.
Wait, I came in here and I was her. Now I'm here talking to her. This is confusing me.
Did he escape or... Ah, it's him!
What? He does look
Sure
like Mona.
enough.
He's got the same colours.
You're here.
He has got the same colours as Mona. I'm having that. I'm keeping that. That's mine. That's in the bank. That's safe. That's safe for later. He has got the same colours as the dark red, the blues, hints of purple. We've got the... What I'm going to start calling Genshin brass or Genshin gold. These fittings and fixtures on him that are metal. They're like a brassy gold. And they use it a lot. The Favonian swords have got it. The Favonian knights have got it. There's a lot of this coloured metal. I'm assuming it's metal, but it doesn't look shiny like gold. And it doesn't look too dull like brass. Or brass can be shiny as well, can't it? It's got maybe some copper in the alloy. I don't know. And maybe they don't have the same metal. They certainly don't have the same minerals and materials as we do on Earth, do they? It could be anything. But yeah. And I love the way the veil behind him is hanging. And I haven't done the fashion show for the Hat Boy yet. We're going to do that when we do the test run. But I love the way it's hanging behind him, and it's it changes the look of the you can see through the veil. So that's quite clever. It's not a veil. It's on his back. Is it still a veil if it's on your back? Maybe he could spin his hat round when he wants.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up?
Nahida let him out. I guess.
I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain.
That's right. I knew it would be. She can do what she wants. She's an Archon. She's a god. But, I mean, I shouldn't argue. But seems like a bit of a foolish move to me, Nahida. But go ahead. You're going to say something about how now that he's been taught a lesson, he wants to be a good boy. And you've decided to let him out to teach him how to be a good boy.
It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal.
Honestly,
he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
There you go. I knew. I'm not reading this on the internet beforehand. I am seeing this for the first time now. But some stories are just too obvious to not be written this way, aren't they?
A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about.
Well, he's a bit eggy still.
But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
We did once. We kicked your head right off, as far as I was concerned.
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
I'd better take off the Pie Man jacket if I'm going to drink my chocolate milk, because this is white and the chocolate milk is chocolate. And there, so should the two mix. Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish
the job.
Guess
I had you all wrong.
There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Oh, you're so smarmy and clever. Ooh. This when we finish the quest, I think he's brilliant. We could throw, say, 10 or 20 wishes at him and see if we get lucky. Maybe roll up some pity. You know, I don't mind doing that. But at the moment, no thanks. He's very, very powerful and he can fly. But why would I want this chuffer running around with me?
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
So by that, I'm to assume that he speaks nicely to Nahida, but not me.
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
And it does bug me when, like, someone knows you really well, like Nahida here knows Traveller, like they're friends. We rescued Nahida, yeah? And then she knows him fairly well, and she knows he's a chuffer. And then the two of us are having a problem, and she's like, well, could you just be nicer to him? Like, what? He's the chuffer. Nahida. I'm not really that... You're God, I have to put up with it. Like, I can't... know, I can't argue with you, but I'm yet to see the wisdom in this decision, Nahida.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Did you hear what I just said? I'm yet to see the wisdom in it because she's the God of wisdom. Like, maybe I'm not complaining. Maybe I'm a good writer. Maybe it's that. But I feel like I'm pre-guessing what's about to happen in some of these statements. And maybe that's because it's a bit more prescribed and a bit more like this is the only way to write your way out of this hole.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us!
And like we all make the same jokes because we're all humans, so maybe it's good that they made that joke, but...
As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the balladeer.
And Paimon did just say as well about driving a wedge between us. You know, that's what I was just saying about the relationship, wasn't it? Like, she already knows us, but she's going to take his side, and now I'm a bit like, what? As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal, even with the balladeer. Except you can't trust him because he's a baddie, so you could just, like, before, there was deal and terms, and like, they just take your gnosis. They just take your gnosis.
Well, I, for one, have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time.
I will simply trust the God of wisdom.
The balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position.
But isn't he strong enough to be a massively powerful character in our squad? So I'm yet to see how this is all going to play out.
Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
I get it, yeah, I see your point there. That's all good.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore?
No, Paimon, we kicked his fucking head off, didn't we?
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
So he tossed you out like trash. It's a bit weird. I think in Genshin now, what Genshin's suffering from here is that they bring in these incredible characters, and everyone was going mad for this Wanderer. They all wanted to be him, Hatboy. They love Hatboy. They all want to roll on him and get him. So they have to make him a playable character, and therefore he has to, in some way, be like... I'm pretty sure I don't control any of the baddies. So in some way he has to be like reasoned out to be a goodie. Now I think a better storyline would have been that after we kicked his head off, we didn't know what happened to him maybe. The doctor has no intention of welcoming back a loser. Fair enough, we assume he's out of the picture and he can go off and like fester and like, you know, like get angry and then come back and reap some sort of, or wreak some sort of revenge on both Doctor and Traveller. Like, you know, he can be a wild card out there at any time waiting to involve himself in the storyline in an interesting and abstract way, but instead now he's a goodie and he's on our team. So I don't know about that, but yeah.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you.
I suppose it keeps him up.
Most human relationships are this way.
All right, Scaramouche.
Certainly all the stable ones are.
Hatboy.
That's how it was between me and the Fatui. And also between each of the Harbingers.
Or maybe through this quest he's going to stop being Scaramouche and he's going to become Wanderer. And we're supposed to love him. So let's see what happens.
So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
That's not even a statement of fact. As long as you've got some value to offer, no one will abandon you. That's just completely not a statement of fact. Really, what a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are going to reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
Yeah, I get what she's saying, but also you're bringing into our inner circle somebody who we have just had to kick his head off because he basically tried to kill us. So
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends.
Yes.
So I guess you'll be siding with them.
Well, it's not about siding with us necessarily, Scaramouche. It's about doing what's responsible and correct. If she wants to involve him and give him a redemption opportunity, fine. But you don't give that person a redemption opportunity by sitting them in the driver's seat, do you? Like, oh, I see that you, I see that you've just used this car to mow down innocent people in an act of apparent terrorism. Well, you know, now that you've decided to be a good chuffer, can you drive me to the shops? Like, no, like maybe don't let them in the driver's seat for a good while. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just seems really silly that we'd be, okay, you know, I can give him a redemption curve, an arc, you know, I can give him a, I can be forgiving of him, but it doesn't mean that I want to elevate him to this position, but yeah.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him!
No, Paimon, we can't talk to the God of Wisdom like that. She's the God of Wisdom. I'm to assume she's 10 times wiser than I.
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
Ridiculous. Now you've just told him, behave today, you got the keys to the kingdom tomorrow. Well, he's not going to fuck up today then, is he? Even if he is evil.
All right. Then I'll do what we agreed.
So now he's doing it because he feels like he's doing it as a trade-off to do it. That's not what I want from him. I want him to behave good because he is good. Or I want him to behave what's in his heart and we can see it. That's what I want. And then we can decide for ourselves.
Good. Go now and keep in touch.
What?
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously. I don't really want to have a big conversation about it. I understand it.
I have my reasons for this decision, yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's possible that the Fatui have other information.
Yeah, I get it.
He was granted the
I get it.
So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if...
I understand. But how things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back.
Fine.
Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns.
That's a way of describing it, but I'm looking for my twin, is another way.
As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you.
Okay.
If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Oh, right. I didn't realise that. You're doing this whole thing for me. That makes me feel like a right dick now for going on about it. But also, I do want to say, you didn't have to do this for me. I'd be happy trying to find my answers without this jeopardising of the entire world. So, maybe that.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero.
I certainly am.
You've more than earned it.
Thanks for reminding me. That's on my CV. Sumeru's hero. I should have a badge.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf.
I knew it. Okay, yeah, I've got to follow him around. Make sure it all got it. Yeah, okay, get it, yeah. Pray. Come on, hurry up. I knew it.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time.
Yeah, because we fixed it, Paimon, didn't we?
The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company.
Nahidia sent me, you dickhead.
Jailbird.
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards.
Shut up.
But right now...
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. Unlike any... I know there are many grievances...
Understood.
Fine. Let's go.
Let's cut each per my agreement. If there are no
please, can we just please get on with it?
Prepare yourselves.
No, I don't want any time to mentally prepare nothing. I just want you to just hurry up.
Snark on this guy.
We can start.
Irminsul accent.
We can start. We can go in the dungeon now, can we?
This is small sap.
Shut up, Paimon.
Oh, darn it!
Come on.
Let's catch up with him.
It does. I know it's a story mode and all that, but like it feels like there's 3 times the amount of talking as that needs to be, and all of that is designed to set up this. So let's get into it.
So this is the inside of
Earth. They're talking now. More talking.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat.
I know.
Pick your jaws up off the floor.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Okay.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Right, there's two ways this could go. One is that he's got like there's information she already knows is there, and he comes out and says it, and she corroborates it, and therefore he's telling the truth. But actually, I think what's more likely is she's sort of leading him into not a trap, like the opposite of a trap, a nice surprise party where he's going to go on some sort of learning experience. Like he's going to be cleansed by the heart of the Irminsul himself. I'm probably going to get, I expect, and I fucking hope, I get to control him in some sort of dungeon against his inner fears and anguish. You know, the monsters are going to represent this struggle, and he's going to come out the inside having slain his demons, kind of literally, and is now a goodie. That's what I'm hoping for. Scaramouche, Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Thunderballs and lightning, very, very frightening me.
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so...
Please, can we go in?
running off in here. What would happen?
Oh, God. Please.
What are you smirking at?
Why are they talking?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost.
I mean, you watching this, yeah? This is part of the game. You might be like, oh, but you're skipping through the dialogue. I hate you. But you must feel the same, because it's my stream, you have to. But what I think is that sometimes the gameplay, this is going to sound weird, but as a streamer, I'm having more fun when I'm playing the actual game, when I'm actually involved in the action. For you watching, the actual fights might not be as fun as some of this story stuff, because for you watching, you're not playing the fights, are you? I'm like tapping all the buttons, so my brain is going. So I'm like used to Genshin Impact having this pace of, I do a bit of tappy buttons, I'm having some combat, but this talky stuff might be the bit that I should take more time to allow to breathe because of stream. But I think even for you at home, you must be seeing this and thinking, I wonder what's about to happen, like what's going to happen, why. And I do a lot of talking, remember, I do a lot of tangents, so I know that you don't come here to sort of keep up with the up to the minute Genshin Impact story quest, but like it has now got to the point where I don't know how long I've been streaming, for 2 hours, and this main story quest, I do a lot of tangents. I deliberately did. Probably an hour of that is me talking. The other hour is them talking, and between us, we haven't even got to the fucking part of the game that it's supposed to be what's going on.
Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out.
And this is how they pace the game.
If you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Like, he said that now twice. I've said it. He said it. I've said it. I understand, but we have to say it 5 times because that's a physical amount of time that the game will take. How long is this game? It's 40 hours of gameplay. Is it? No, it's like 39.9 hours of repeating the same thing over and over again and 0.1 hours of gameplay. It's the 40 hours of gameplay. So I think they should just be brutal. I really think they should. They should cut down a lot of this and say, if we're not writing meaningful content, oh God, if we're not writing, you know, and we're not allowed to repeat ourselves, say that as a rule in the writer's room and see how long the quests are. And if they're not long enough, put more game stuff in. Don't put more writing and story in, and don't repeat yourself in order to stretch it out. It feels like pack filler. You're naughty. Right, come on then. I've got to stay close to him, otherwise we're dead. Look. And I knew it! We're walking slowly now. No! Oh God, I hate walking slowly so much.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
I just did. And it put us back? Oh, we're on another path. Alright, I won't touch them then. Fine. That was the only thing I can do, and oh no, he's touching it now. You fucking dickhead, you just said not to.
It looks the same in every direction.
I'm gonna touch that one. Fuck you. The Balladeer knows where he's going, but I don't apparently. Fuck you, I know where I'm going. I'm touching that one. Get off, it's mine. I touched it, you didn't, I did.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth.
Fuck you, I'm going the other way. Oh, what?
Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
He's over there now, look. I can't get over there? Oh, I wish I hadn't done that. At least I can run. It's the same... You know, I'm going to where he is, but It probably took about the same amount of time. It feels like I made it take longer. That was the action part, anyway.
We're here.
We're here.
What a huge tree!
I don't think that needed to be scripted. This is the centre of the Irminsul, as we well know. All the information in the world is flowing through it, as we well know.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
It seems a little bit foolish to let this chuffer in here.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
I'm ready as we'll ever be. I'm going to push him in, look. Let's push him in. It seems like there's a natural stepping off point here. Whatever it is that we're pushing him into, let's just push him in.
Ready when you are.
Go on then, let's push him in. Push him in, push him in.
Begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
This is how you do it. I'm doing it.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
Or Nahida might have just said out loud just a minute ago that if he passes this test of the 24-hour test and is good, she'll just basically give him free reign. So he just doesn't do anything naughty today and he's alright. That's what she's told. Or maybe that's a sensible thing, because now he will stick to it. And like I said, if we push him in, he might have this life-changing moment through connecting with the Irminsul. He hasn't put up any resistance. This is all strange.
If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
She's going to pump his brain. I think that she's connected to it herself, isn't she? I think she's using this as a cheeky trap, like I said, like a good trap to cleanse him. We'll see.
Will do.
It's all action here.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
No. Nahida, is this a telepathic conversation? I'm going to say without moving my lips.
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
It's like a, what you call it? Group call? Paimon's on the line as well. In your brain. No, I've given Paimon access to your brain. I hope you don't mind.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
Don't. No, why do we let Paimon in on this? Like, at least we're able to not hear her talking inside our own heads. But now, there's no escape. I'm guessing you don't want us to disturb the Balladeer.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Fine, if you like.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great.
You see, I told you.
So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction?
Oh, God.
He's talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Nahida, can we cut Paimon off the line? Because I thought you had something important to say. Like, if it's just going to be this. Yes, he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
As I've told you before,
He's got little shorts on, look.
There's still some mysteries for him to
He hasn't even got a backside, he's got an inversion.
Clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand.
Oh, he's got an arse crack in an arse crack. He's got an inversion instead of... He hasn't got a curvy backside. His buttocks are dents that go in. Strange buttocks, I'll say that.
Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Divots instead of buttocks. I don't know what's been happening to his back end, but he's got divots instead of buttocks, I'll just say that. I saw him as they gave us a sort of profile of him there.
Well done. Smart and attentive.
We're talking, and I'm going to... okay. I'm going to relate what I saw in his mind in Paris.
So...
I'm going to skip, though, because this is boring the fuck out of me now. So, puppets and Irminsul and... it's like I'm watching the fucking My Little Ponies now. Like, what's going on?
Oh? How interesting.
So the Gesse got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatara Suna was sabotaged.
Right.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
Shut up, you dickhead.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
And why did you just give it away, Paimon?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
Well, yeah, and carry on getting on with the Irminsul. Are you not busy with the Irminsul?
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
Jesus, this is getting weird.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though.
How did he know
It's not
about my
like we've
twin?
never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not
world
interested in
famous.
creating more
I like that
huh?
bit. That bit was good. I'm world famous. Oh, there we go. Look, you've made yourself a stick.
It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
I think it's Ermansol sapling stick connection.
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Hopefully it's animated and we can just sit back and relax and watch
Mr.
it.
Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
So it is. It's the island on Inazuma that's got that big furnace. I did do the one quest involving it, but there is still more questing involved in that for me to keep up with. I haven't completely exhausted all the questing around there.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's you. You're Niwa. Niwa, the man in charge at Tartazuna, plus you belong to the lineage of Ishin art. Are we saying that this guy's got like a different... What? I don't know who it is. Right, here we go. Here we go. They should have done this from the start and just animated all that instead of having me clicking my way through it. Just animate this whole
I have
bit.
been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow.
But this isn't still as good as they can do. Sometimes they do a proper animation with all like, you know, not with words at the bottom and me clicking my way through it, but with a proper fucking, you know, like anime thing.
The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths.
Right, got it.
Some
yeah.
world-renowned, others unknown. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade.
So none of these people are the Balladeers
That is
still.
why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
It's nice that they're speaking in terms like they're basically speaking in exposition, which no real person would. So it's really weird dialogue.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own.
They're fucking this up again.
At least
This
not
is
on the same timescale.
this is like actually like a like, you know, me rating the game slightly here because it's an ongoing game. It's hard to rate it, isn't it? But this is a negative, like -1 here. Instead of seeing something actually happen, we're being told it happened in the past through a cutscene that we can't even interact with. Like, if you're going to do a cutscene that we can't even interact with, show us the fucking joining of the forces and the coming to Inazuma and making the acquaintance. You know, play a little, like, even if it's 3 minutes and I have to sit there for 3 full fucking minutes, play me a little anime. Do it. Don't just have these guys saying, this is what happened in the past, dry. We even had a picture of some swords a minute ago. Like, why are you not saying, like, showing me the action?
You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me. And now, every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique.
I suppose because it's a kind of weird, boring story that's kind of irrelevant, so we're having to just listen to it being told like this.
Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us.
Okay.
I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging
And this is
industry of Inazuma. And it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
And this is the sort of foreigner who's come in and changed things. But I thought it was my twin because, you know, I'm the traveller and they always refer to me as the, you know, the outsider in Inazuma, don't they? I thought it was but it's not. It's this guy called Escher. So now I've got a new character called Escher who is a stranger to Inazuma who came in 400 years ago, this is happening, and gave them some tips on how to make their swords. They used those tips in that forge to make some banging swords and also some bad swords, one of which was this fire sword. Now to bin it off in the fire again. And this is all relative and relevant to what's going on today because...
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
And I thought they might have worked it in where, you know, the balladeer himself, way back in history, was in this mix and had lost his mind and become a puppet, but instead...
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate.
You need a union.
And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace.
What?
We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do.
Oh, so it's some kind of pollutant now.
None of the people who went out to get help have come back.
Right.
Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope.
It seems fucking ridiculous that I'm listening to this weird conversation between these two people 400 years ago about their troubles involving the pollutants that have been
But that
spreading.
doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
Because it's all got very ridiculous now at this point, Niwa. It really has.
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Doesn't even have a line of dialogue
Mikoshi
there.
Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher.
Like, this could have been a whole story.
But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
Do you know what I mean? These characters could have been there in Inazuma and you could have like run back and forth between them and doing these little things, and you know the story beats could have developed over a period of time with the swords being made and the new person and the pollutants, and but instead it's just this back and forth between these two chuffers.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torachiyo, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
So now this character, not the one you're talking about, not the one that you're watching talk, but a person he's talking about has got a backstory. So we need to dump that as part of this lore dump conversation here. Again, I'd find this to be almost offensive storytelling as part of a quest here. Like, bear in mind, I said we'd do the Archon quest today. I did some tangents for an hour and we really got stuck in. And getting stuck in means listening to them talk about deep Genshin lore. Like lore on lore, tangent on tangent that I take, lore on lore they're doing. Nagasama's the adopted son of Mikoshi, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. So there's like 3 facts. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honour and abundance of control, like, okay.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine.
Oh, Fontaine.
Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
And they like to do that to us at the moment because Fontaine's the next place. So they've written, instead of just enjoying Sumeru, they've written in this teaser all the time. Fontaine's getting mentioned a lot. They used to mention Chesnaya a lot, but they'd reasoned out that we're not going to be getting to Chesnaya very quick, so we don't talk about it as much anymore. Now we talk about Fontaine a lot.
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat?
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace.
Right.
And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem.
Well, I wish you just fucking said that at the start instead of all this bollocks, which you would never have said. No one in a million years would turn up at the office, been bang, 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 with this device in hand, ready to absorb the disgusting pollution that's causing a problem. Bang, 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 come in, right, into the office. Right. 10 years ago when you first came here, listen, hear me out. I'd just like to talk through every interaction we've had over the last 10 years and really lay the story out For anyone who might be listening, there's no one listening, it's just you and me. Yeah, but for anyone who might be listening, I think I'd like to really, can we expositionally get every fact of our relationship out and in the open here? You just bang, 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 bang. You just bang, 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 bang. Let it come in, bang, 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 bang. Hi, I'm here with my absorption device. We need to get that in the furnace. Not even, we need to put it in the furnace, which is a high risk zone, to absorb this thing and put an end to the problem. You wouldn't even say those things. He knows it's a high risk zone. We're all well acquainted with the fucking furnace. Bang, 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 bang. I want to get this thing in the furnace. Get it in the furnace. The end. It's 2 lines of dialogue, that is.
I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here? And
they're trying to do this art direction like the Kung Fu movie. You see, it zoomed in at his eyes, and probably to my death. It's almost like Chernobyl meets Kung Fu. It's they're going this Kung Fu route. You know, it's a standoff between these two chuffers, but they haven't really. It's not been written out like these are irrelevant characters that we have no connection to in the game. We've just met them. They're having a standoff and explaining every aspect to try and build up some emotive quality and, you know, drama, but. You can't just introduce a character in the middle of a conversation and say, oh, by the way, you should care about this, and you should have him as a goodie and them as a baddie, and you should, when it comes to the big crunch and he's got to walk to his death, you should give a shit. I don't. I've just met the chuffer. Like, story arcs and writing, this is bad.
Judging from the look in your eyes...
It's not a bad story.
You don't seem to trust me.
It's not a bad story, it's just that I'm being force-fed it as part of this quest all at once, like this. It's not a bad story, like in the same ways that might not be a bad vegan cheese wheel, but I don't want to have to eat it all at once like this.
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked.
And ironically, it might actually be, if I shut up about all this, it might actually be a better stream thing. As a streamer, I should think, oh, this is quite good. They're doing the work for me. They're doing a story on the screen, so my audience will enjoy that, and I can take a backseat and not talk so much. But actually... for me watching it, I found it boring, so I'm assuming if I just let that play, it's like not the best anime in the world. It's a little bit like, even if you were to do it as a film, you would have shown all this other stuff. You know, it would have made quite a good film. This guy turns up, they're all working at the furnace, and he's got new technology, and things seem good, but then the pollution starts happening, and people fall ill, and there's problems at the, trouble at mill. There's problems, and they have to eventually have this big showdown where he wants to put this thing in the furnace. He's going to have to risk his life, or maybe even die, in order to clean this pollution out of the furnace, and it's your fault. When he can say to him, yeah, but you wanted me here. You know, I fucking changed your lives. I made these wonderful swords. Without me, it was just average before. Now you're world beating. Everyone knows your name, you know? You could have had an actual... it's a really good piece of writing. It's a good story. And then you've got the final resolution and showdown between, you know, what's right and what's profitable. You know, you're actually making some sort of subtext comment about people's lives and the way they strive for things. Instead, we've just got 2 chuffers I've never met, and one of them's going to go in the furnace.
I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
It would have made a good piece of something else instead of this. This is a quest in a game.
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment.
He stabbed him because he ain't gonna let him.
A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You didn't have to explicitly state it, did you? I understand that you want to stop him from entering the furnace. You just fucking stabbed him in the back, literally. And his eyes went all funny like they did when he mentioned death earlier, so I'm to understand. I understand. You bad chuffer. Ooh, you're dead. Now he can go in the furnace.
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well. At least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start.
So he's a bad chuffer in disguise, and he's using their furnace to create something they don't want him to create.
It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all.
So why go on about him actually being from Fontaine to establish this plot twist? In like, it only happened 5 minutes ago. It's not a plot twist if you just told me it and then you're saying, no, actually it's bollocks. I know that fact that you want to hold on to in this plot that might come back to become a twist later. No, it's coming back as a twist right now and it turns out to be bollocks.
And yet, despite all of that,
it's the balladeer.
You still fail to realize my true identity.
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person.
Or is he the doctor?
Some may not see him as a person.
Okay, so he's the doctor.
You told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
No, it's Pinocchio, for Christ's sake.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this.
It's no trouble at all. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity.
The doctor, yes.
I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
Okay, so we found out the Doctor's backstory a bit, but not really, because here we just see him that he pretended to be someone else. So we didn't see any of his actual backstory. All the things we just learned about him, they go in the bin.
What do you want?
What does he want? He wants to create this puppet monster or some shit, or bad swords. I don't care anymore.
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
It feels like I should have found this out on Inazuma. I fed a little of that crystal marrow to Sayu.
Soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise.
I've got a bag full of crystal marrow. I fed it to Sayu. I feel like well wrong for doing that now.
My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind.
This is making me not want to do another one of their main quests again, because I haven't been able to do anything in the game for ages yet. I like running around and hitting people with my sword. Here's a bad chuffer right in front of me. I can't even storm through the door and smack him up.
It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury.
Fury!
I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet.
Oh my god, what are you going to do? You just stabbed him, now you're going to pull out his heart and put it into the puppet. The puppet's going to be the, isn't it?
Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would
Stop going on about puppets. He's dead, look. He's not quite dead.
He has nothing.
What
anyway,
a beautiful way to see the
I've had enough.
Think of me as I say, Mr. Niwa. Let's see what happens.
Okay, let's see then.
Mr. Niwa.
He's dead. You've wasted your heart there, talking.
Jester, I have completed the task you gave me.
You got changed quick.
Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings.
And how come you can live for 400 years?
What fun it was.
How come you can live for 400 years?
I'd like to introduce a puppet to you.
This doesn't make sense.
If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Like, this is the Balladeer creation story, I'm guessing then, yeah? But, like, the Doctor, this is supposed to happen 400 years ago, and the Fatui are, like, active, like, fully themselves 400 years ago, and all the Abyss Order and the Hilly Churls became Hilly Churls, and you had the Archon fights and all that. Like, but for them, they're unchanged throughout the whole thing. 400 years till now, he has been unchanged. I've turned up, tipped the balance all of a sudden. Now Gnosis are up in the air and people are out again giving people shit. Before I turned up, why haven't they gone and beaten up Venti and took his Gnosis? Why is it taking 400 years for them to get around to doing that? That doesn't seem to make sense. Or was Venti a lot stronger back then, maybe? I feel like I might be missing an integral part of the lore here that's not being explained to me, but for some reason, the Doctor, I thought it was like his backstory, you know, and he grew into being the Fatui Harbinger he is today. But no, 400 years ago, he was that there. And for 400 years, instead of reigning over the whole of Teviat as these all-powerful bad chuffers, they've just sort of been doing stuff. Like, there's 400 years of bad stuff to catch up on, isn't there? Why am I worried about what happened 400 years ago? He's having a bad time.
Hey, are you alright?
No, I'm upset because I'm learning the truth about my existence.
Dottore. Dottore.
Ooh.
Good. Good.
He's getting angry.
The doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
Paimon, apparently he turned into a mechanic from Fontaine.
But why did we see things from his perspective?
Well, we saw things from a third-person perspective as well, Paimon.
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Okay, now he is now telling us she's pulled that picture from the doctor's mind.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace.
Okay, so this is the story arc that I said would happen. Is he's going on a story arc, he's, you know, being cleansed of his badness, and it turns out this story arc is that way back in the past, 400 years ago, they betrayed him, but they didn't. Like, I didn't know. This is the problem with this story. I'm being a bit negative maybe, but the problem with this story is that everything that is being... I didn't know what happened 400 years ago at the furnace. Just now they've reminded me about it, or told me for the first time, and then it turns out, no, that's bollocks. That's not what happened. He never meant to betray you. So... okay. Like, you could have took half the story off. Just binned it off. The bit that you set up, the setup where you were telling me bollocks, don't tell me bollocks in the first place. Say, listen, I'm going to tell you a story about betrayal. They betrayed this guy. Oh, did they? Why did they betray him? Well, they said that he was going to do this stuff in the furnace, but it's a betrayal. Okay, well, let's move on. Like, it could have been easier to get that story across. They led me down the... I'm going to tell you a story. Don't say anything about betrayal at the start. I'm going to say this. I'm just going to tell you a story. And then down the twist comes when they betrayed him. Why didn't you tell me they were going to betray him? Well, it makes the twist in the story. Okay, but I don't know, like in a sort of 10-minute story, it doesn't need that twist. You could have just been more beginning, middle, end. I'm not looking for a twist.
You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
This betrayal was a lie. He believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of the doctor's experiment? I don't know. I also feel a bit like maybe if it kicks off down here and he loses his marbles, maybe we're down here to kick his head in a second time. I hope that's what happens. If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him? Slightly bereft, cleansed, ready to move on, but it's a bit like Lesser Lord Kusanali would say, doing a duke. We have to mash it all up into a big pile of shit first and then excrete it. We're going to have to go through a bit more of this process with him, I think.
Let's give him some space.
Oh no, we're going to give him some space.
He looks really mad.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Process his emotions. See? Yeah, told you.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but... why has that gotten him so worked up?
It's weird. It's like I can feel the writing in this one. Like, we need to go from A to B, which is the chuffing big hat chuffer. We just kicked his head off. He's a baddie. And at the end of it, he's my favourite. I love him. I want to roll for him and put him on my squad. So, it's not his fault. He's been betrayed. You know, we're just trying to... It's like they're doing heel to babyface. Like in wrestling, it's a terminology, heel to babyface. It was brought up the other day in That Being Said's podcast when an actual streamer who used the thing as a name, heel to babyface. If you're a baddie, you're a heel. And if you're a goodie, you're a babyface. In wrestling, sometimes baddies become goodies and goodies become baddies. But usually it takes a few weeks with a few incidents along the way. This has taken weeks with incidents along the way. The story has, but we're being shown it all in 10 minutes. Hopefully longer than 10 minutes.
But Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand.
I don't find it difficult.
Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, The doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine.
I know.
And that's when the trouble began.
Fucking hell. You repeated it, Nahida, and you're the goddess of wisdom. You could have just told me that. We didn't have to come down here. Like, she could have just told me that from day one. As soon as she read it in the doctor's mind. Like, you know, this feels like a side quest, if anything, not a main quest. Like, when am I going to fight something or do something? Or, like, do something. When am I going to do something?
Planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future.
Brilliant. And we've been through that already. We've completed Inazuma, so it's nice to learn this extra bit of information. But, like, all the action's already happened.
Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject.
I know.
After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process.
I know. We've just been talking about it.
The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived.
Did he?
He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?"
Well, all the... What's in it is all the fucking badness, isn't it? That we've just collected up. And what? Now, I know this is going to seem like a reach, right? It's going to seem like a reach. But could it be connected in some way to the Ermin soul, which was polluted by all this badness? Is that possible?
The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for. He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants."
Weird.
The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device.
Oh, it's his heart. And now he's going to put it in, and he's got a bad heart. I thought he'd put the heart in his chest in order for him to, you know, live in the future. I thought he wouldn't want it to be all fucked and ruined, but they deliberately fucked and ruined it. It's his heart. My thing of, like, connecting all that badness to the Ermin soul would have still worked. Yeah, they fucked his... Yeah, okay.
The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life.
But we did know that, because they did tell us directly that the heart...
acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing.
Right.
But it has protected him from the filth.
They did tell us that was what was in the box. He said, there's the box, and they sent him in the furnace with the box with the heart in, so we did know that. I'm surprised he didn't look in the box himself, and now he knows it, he's going to pop it in his own. So now we've got a bad heart, and it got ripped from someone. Like, this is all really dark, and the resolution to this is that we're going to literally cleanse his heart. Like, I told you we're going through a cleansing process, but I didn't know his heart was actually a heart that had been filthed up and then plunged into his chest. Jesus. Get it out.
Niwa had completely betrayed him.
Let's brush it off.
And yet, this very betrayal had ensured his survival.
Good one.
Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Oh, what? He hasn't actually got that heart in him. What?
Holy moly.
How does he go on then?
So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
And they say the balladeer killed him because he threw the heart to the ground. I don't know, fucking... Betrayed and abandoned, yes. Well, he didn't get abandoned, he abandoned... Well, he wasn't abandoned, was he? Because the guy that abandoned him was dead, so... He didn't abandon him. Vengeance was the right decision. Now he can choose a new path forward. He's been cleansed. That was the quest.
Corey, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
He says wait for a while. I'm going to wait then. What? That's probably...
Shall we see how he's doing?
That's probably one of the worst things I've ever seen. I know I love Genshin Impact, but that's probably one of the worst things I've ever seen in a video game. Like, what am I to do now? It's my turn to do something. It suddenly gave me agency again. I was allowed back on the controls. And what was the thing? You know, press press F to pay respects. Yeah. What was I supposed to do? Press nothing. I just wait. Right. And then it did a flashcard. I blacked it out, essentially, because there's no animation for this. Just the words, you wait. While I wait. I could do that without the game. I can go at the bus stop and do that. You wait for a while. I certainly did.
Hey, you alright?
He's better now, he's good.
That's a scary expression.
Don't worry, Paimon, he's going to come around to our way of thinking. He'll probably want to change the colours on his hat as well.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Oh, not more. Not more.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
Paimon, don't even ask him any questions anymore. You've not got any... Paimon, your yellow card. This is a yellow card situation, Paimon. You're no longer to engage in the conversation.
That's why we're here.
Please,
but
just show...
unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Oh, so we don't get anything about us? I thought the whole point of this was that we were learning about our... We went down here to find out information about my twin. My twin was not involved in any of that, and it turns out that it's a waste of our time. Like, I don't know why the Traveller doesn't get more cross with these people.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
And she knew it to start with, so she just got us down here on false pretense. That's wise.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Daddy's going to just turn the radiator up a little bit now. To hell with poverty. Throw another pea in the soup. Not expected, but still thank you.
Don't thank me just yet.
I won't, and I just did. It's too late.
You look really upset.
Only because I've had to sit through all this,
well,
Scaramouche.
Since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
I've got a better idea. Can you summon like 4 or 5 Fatui? I can smash their heads off with my swords, and then we can carry on. Just maybe summon 4 or 5, or like one big chuffer. Let's have a bit of a Barney. Something.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world.
Do you know what, Scaramouche? I already know that.
Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
That's information on me. That might be how I got here.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria.
Ooh.
And lived with your brother for a time.
So why don't we just get straight into this? What should have happened here for this whole thing, yeah? That other whole... Everything we've done up to this point, that could have been some side quest, lore quest, side backstory thing. Story quest, yeah? Put that on aside, and you can do that if you want. We should have turned up with Nahidia. Oh, I've got him down the Irminsul, busy doing this. Like, explain it really quickly. I've got him down the Irminsul. Not like, oh, where is he and what's it? I've got him down the Irminsul on a mission, see what information he can bring back. He's just about to come back now and tell us the information. Why don't you get down there and see what he's got to say for himself? You jump down there and he goes, your twin, seen in Conria, was brought here by the summons. I'm in. Like, I didn't need all that backstory about this chuffer that took forever. That could have come some other, like, it's not main story, main Archon quest business, that. It is in a way, but it just... You know, I've already complained all the way through this stream about that, so I'm not going to complain any more about it, but I'm surprised that now they've given me the... It's like you've gone for a meal. It's like you've gone for your dinner, and you've had starter, little in-between course to cleanse your palate, a bit of starter, some more starters. Oh, would you like another starter? No, could you please bring me my dinner? And then at the end of it, eventually they brought you your dinner. And like, here it is.
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this.
Okay.
Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
That's the main bit, that.
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
He's looking pretty naughty behind that, hiding his naughty face. Hopefully he's created a bubble so that we can have a big fight, and then we can kick the naughty out of him.
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long.
But you want to have a private conversation just with me?
I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What?
Give me your hand.
That's not a question. Do it. Get on with it. Sharing a mind bubble now, are we?
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Yes.
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you.
Oh, why are you wasting them by telling me that this is what you can, like...
So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
No. Oh, I don't know, actually. Why am I the person that you're going to ask? Ask Kusanali. Wait, why would you ask that? And in a way, it might be because we've seen that the past in this world, like this world is sort of circular. We've planted the Ermin Soul, like we witnessed the planting of the Ermin Soul in some way. Through its cleansing in Azuma. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Wait, why would you ask that?
Done.
Done.
Huh?
You have been.
What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
You should have made the Paimon outside the... Can you put Paimon outside the bubble? Get her outside the bubble.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
It's grown-up business. Did he see me hesitate? Was that because I know about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? Like, he could have dug around in my mind and pulled out some information, couldn't he? I shouldn't have touched his hand. I'm sorry I told you to do that. That was my mistake. Oh, I think by not denying it immediately... Oh, that one went by without me reading it.
I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
That one, I didn't press it then. That one, I was reading that one.
Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Oh, Paimon, we have to stop him.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again.
What? He's gone into the Ermin Soul.
From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabuki Mono will cease to exist.
All right, okay, and it's going to spit him out now. As he's been cleansed, he's going to go through the full rebirthing.
Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
I just want to quickly show you this. It's like a trope. There's this website that I really like about TV tropes. Here, this is the website, tvtropes.org, yeah? So if I search this for rebirth, then this is like examples of it. Some people like comic books. It includes them, look. Green Lantern, Final Fantasy 5, 6, 7 there. DC Rebirth, Superman Rebirth. Like, there's a lot of rebirth story in Isle of Rebirth, Zelda Classic Quest. Like, there's a lot of stories of rebirth. Like, this is quite a good resource, this TV Tropes website, Media Tropes. When something's used over and over and over and over and over and over again, like, this is a way of... It's a bit like Pig Pig Go for ideas. Like, here's a lot of ideas of things, rebirths. But also, one famous that I was thinking of off the top of my head was in... The Shawshank Redemption. Shawshank Redemption. The pipe. Just put pipe. And the escapes. Yeah, go on then. This will cream my copyright. Like, forget getting copyright strikes. This will cream the ass of my copyright into, like, it's going to destroy my copyright. I won't even be able to spell copyright after this. So I'm going to skip on a few moments. We don't need to see the whole thing. He's escaping from prison. It's the Shawshank Redemption. If you don't know what this is, then you haven't lived in the last 20 years, have you? Like, you've been living under a rock. So I don't have to explain the Shawshank Redemption to anyone. He's in prison. He's going to escape. You know what's going down. So he's through the tunnel that he's made for himself. He's out this. He's into this gap in the wall. This is allegorical for the fact that he went in the Shawshank Redemption. He goes in an innocent man. I mean, everyone's an innocent man, we're told by Red in the Shawshank Redemption. Everyone here is an innocent man, which means nobody will confess to their crime, but they are criminals. Some of them are guilty, but they say they're innocent. So it's left for you, the viewer, to decide who is innocent, because they're all claiming to be innocent, even to this day. Andy claims... Andy's the only one who doesn't claim to be innocent. He really did kill his wife and his lover, didn't he? Or just her love. I can't remember exactly. It was a crime of passion. Andy doesn't claim to be innocent, I don't think. Through being with the innocent men in prison, Andy goes through a semi-Christian form of redemption. It's called the Shawshank Redemption. At the end of the film, of the book, you don't know if he's redeemed. At the end of the book, you know that you don't know if Red is redeemed. You know that Andy escapes, but in the end of the film, there's this scene where they're both on the sea and Andy's got a boat and Red finds him and they live for happily ever after. That doesn't happen in the book. Andy goes through the process. Red, we don't know. We know that the Red was here. We know that, but we don't know what really happens to him. So this is a process of redemption for Andy Dufresne, and this is the part of a pivotal sequence, falling through the cracks of society, falling through these. He's going through this space between the walls to access this pipe, and this pipe is a sewer pipe, and so he breaks the sewer pipe and he crawls through it. So at this point,
Andy crawled to freedom through 500 yards of shit-smelling foulness I can't even imagine.
Andy crawled to freedom through shit-smelling foulness, and Red just couldn't do it. In some way, crawling through, the foulness, going through the prison system. Andy did something quite foul to get himself there. This is human. I'm just talking about the allegorical aspect of this pipe in this piece. This is human waste, and it's actually some of his own if he's been in that prison. Maybe Andy's prepared to face the worst aspects of his personality and in some way escape them.
5 football fields, just shy of half a mile.
Half a mile. It's not easy. Sploosh. And this is a rebirthing moment. And so in the film, they literally, when you're born, you come out with all shit, or not shit, right? You don't get born out of the poo hole. But when you're born, you come out and you've got all stuff all over you, and then they wash you off, don't they? And here, Andy is reborn from this process. So that's a rebirthing moment. And I imagine the reason I wanted to bring that up is because I think that's what's about to happen here, isn't it? That's what obviously is about to happen here. And I don't think they're going to poop him out of the shithole, but maybe he'll come out the tree.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are.
And he's going to start being mean, but he's going to end up being nice.
But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
I haven't got my hopes up that I'm going to get to do anything.
Oh no, he's really gone.
Well, that was a waste of time, Paimon.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
I tell Nahida everything that happened, conveniently blacking out while I do.
I think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left.
So you underestimated him and let him down here at the tree. Bloody hell, Nahida.
Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Yes, it's that, Nahida. He's given up everything of himself to be reborn. You're to be worried at this point that in some way he's tried to corrupt the Irminsul, but that's not what's happening.
Where the heck did he go? Sorry, Nahida.
And I'm going to critique Genshin Impact a little here as well, bearing in mind that I'm in love with it, so, you know, it's okay for me to say these things. I'm not going to be subject to toxicity for, you know, critiquing it in some way, but this, since I know what, like, this device of storytelling to waste my time, it annoys me. Since I'm already now in grasp of all the facts and pretty much prepared for what's about to happen, hearing Paimon go over it and stuff, it just, like, I find it tiresome.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here.
Will do.
Even we're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Okay. Is this going to be just, like, run along? Is that what you're going to ask me to do? Or are we going to get to fight baddies and stuff? Because here's an opportunity to throw some baddies at me, isn't it? You know, it's gone wrong. Oh, no, I'm out. Okay.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
No, there could have been some, like, oh, no, look, you know, the tension has pulled corruption to the Irminsul. Can you defeat this strange thing or something? No, none of that. Just fucking we're out.
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now.
Brilliant.
Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster.
Her voice has gone.
I want to play the game.
Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Please, Paimon, I don't want to go over it again. Paimon doesn't remember Great Lord Rukkhadevata, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full, and the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Great Lord Rukkhadevata for now, and focus on the Balladeer. And then I'll tell Paimon what the Balladeer asked me.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible!
Okay, so I related the changing the past to the process of planting the Irminsul in the first place that we did in Inazuma, but this is relating it to the Great Lord Rukkhadevata situation, in which we've recently saved Sumeru because Great Lord Rukkhadevata sacrificed herself, well, not really herself, her memory of herself as well, and entirely was removed from existence. But the Irminsul's alright now, so you can change the past in a way, insofar as we didn't really change the past, but we erased it from existence. Like,
right! You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
yeah, great example, but we wiped your mind so you didn't remember, so that was it.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Ooh, Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history.
Huh?
Paimon, are you okay? Well, now you can't drink any of the water.
Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress.
Now we're discussing this.
Erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Do you know what I might have to do? I might have to, like, open Tetris in another window and just play a different game so that I'm doing something. Because if you want to watch films, like, we can watch films and I'll shut up. But I thought I was going to be playing games today. Not necessarily, but maybe. I'm just guessing here. I have to stop going on about it because I imagine it'll annoy you.
That little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him.
Because I've been talking about it now for hours, but it's sort of like, while I play, I rate the games and explain how I feel about them, I suppose.
There's no way he'll actually succeed, right?
Skip.
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next?
Oh, Paimon, can we have a fight?
Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep.
Go to sleep.
But Paimon's still so worried.
Click F to go to sleep.
Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me neither. Let's sit up and play noughts and crosses.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things?
Right, that's got to be a new low.
That doesn't work. Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here.
This has got to be a new low, hasn't it? We're being asked to stall for time in the game. So Paimon's asked, like, if we... I know we're not going to list our favourite foods, but even the idea that the writers put it in... what we'll do to the character is we'll put them in a room where they can't leave. Yeah? For the main quest, this is. We'll put them in a room where they can't leave, and they can just sort of chat about nonsense. Like, we need an extra 3 minutes. Like, we promised there's going to be a certain number of hours of content in this mission. And we're quite short on the actual content. So what we're going to do is we're going to put you in a room and you have to talk to Paimon for, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes. Then when we let you out...
Alright, Paimon will start.
No.
First dish.
No.
Andrean chili chicken, almond tofu, satisfying salad?
Like, that's... Bear in mind, this is like... I love Genshin Impact. It's a brilliant game. But this has to be one of the worst sequences any game. They've made a joke out of it because Paimon likes food, so she's listing her favourite food. But it's got to be one of the worst sequences of any game I've ever played, because instead of me doing anything or even driving the story along at this point, we're not even engaging in exposition at this point. It's not characterization. We're in a fantasy world room made by Lesser Lord Kusanali to keep us safe from the story. We're not engaged. Like, the story's going on without us. Kusanali's getting on with it while we can't. Really, though. I mean, I get eggy when I have to drop in on Fortnite and I don't get to do anything for about 20 minutes till I find a gun. You know, I'm waiting to... Like, why do I have to fly through the air? Can't I just spawn on the ground? No, I'll fly through the air. That takes me some time. Here, Paimon's listing food.
Also, Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed and bird egg soup, and...
Paimon, what's wrong?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now?
Don't worry, Paimon. You've just had a deeply psychological... a deeply disturbing psychological moment, and you've repressed it. So, I'm not going to tell you. And you don't want to know.
Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again?
You were getting so worried about the situation that you started listing foods.
The Balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though.
She's forgotten about the Balladeer. So this implies that what's happened is that the Balladeer has done the same thing as Lesser Lord Kusanali... Sorry, as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata did with Lesser Lord Kusanali, which is he raised himself not just from... You know, he's not just changed himself, he's erased himself from all time. And... I mean, as ridiculous as this sounds, Paimon has now completely forgotten all about him, but I haven't. Because I can't, because I'm the person that plays the game. So my character can't forget about him. Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer. That must mean he actually pulled it off. It would have been nice to see him pulling it off, but instead I've just heard that he has and found the dirty tissues. How did he have that ability? This doesn't make sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
Do you know what, Paimon? Since you don't know anything about this, I suggest you sit out.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? Could...
Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay?
Let's go. It's me now. It's my turn. Quest completed. Quest completed. There was 0 things to do. It was all talking. At one point I had to walk behind the Balladeer feel a bit like I bought a chocolate bar and I opened it and unwrapped it and it was all wafer. They didn't dip it in the chocolate. Where's the caramel bit? It's all wafer, that. Go over there, 700,000 miles away. You know, if it wasn't for me complaining all the time, that would have dragged...
Body and mind.
What? Not even a fight? Not even a... No chest? It's fucking... That happened. Go over there. Oh, do you know, I've booked this time in to do this main quest this weekend. So, I was looking for it, like... I am baffled by that. But I will go over here. If we do the whole stream tonight and I don't get to do anything, like fun, combative... You know, if I don't... I might even be tempted to just play a different game tomorrow that has action from the start, that you don't have to do any... Maybe just do a few rounds of Fortnite just to, like, you know... make me feel like I'm involved. I've got to go over here.
We've made it! To Amenoma Smithy!
Thanks.
Ah, it's been a while.
Well, not really. I did come down here the other day, but, you know, it was off camera. Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
About the Raiden Gokuden, can you tell me that story one more time?
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju.
Continue, but speed up.
The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old
He's still hammering.
have since fallen into decline. And for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma
That's our friend.
and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5.
Cool story, bro.
If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Yes, I was.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now.
That's perked me up a little bit, because it's a banging sword, that is. It looks cool, doesn't it? All the swords. Thinking of swords are cool.
We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
Might be nice to swing a few from time to time. What was the reason behind their decline, if you don't mind me asking?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed.
Ooh, hopefully it's animated.
In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this.
Do you know what, right? You know, in the game, they make these really fucking cool animated sequences. Yeah, we'll have a little momentary... We'll watch them. We'll have a look at one of them. Genshin... we'll take one of the best. Shogun animation. If I just do that, will it show me what I'm talking about? Cutscenes. Here's some cutscenes. They call them cutscenes, don't they? Like, this is what I'm talking about. These cutscenes are really fucking cool. Like, when I say really cool, like, they're fucking banging. I don't know how long it takes to put one together to animate it, but they're using assets from the game. But they're not, it's a proper animation, this is, isn't it? They're not, like, assets from the game. Not the way we're doing at the moment with words at the bottom of the screen. This is actually animations. And they're fucking cool. I don't know how long it takes to make them. I don't know what the team numbers are required. I don't know how much planning goes in. But everything that I've been doing today, would have been better like this. I know what they should do, in my opinion, this is just an opinion, an idea, is if it's going to be fucking loads of talking, tell me it's going to be an animation. Like, some of them you don't want to know it's about to be an animation, you want it to just happen. Fine, like this had to just happen. But if it's going to be a big animation quest, I'd rather press a button on big animation quest. And Slippy's earlier, I put popcorn thing in the chat. I would sit here on a big comfy cushion and watch the animation for a 30-minute, an hour, a 2-hour if it had to be, story quest, move on. You know, you can't move on until you watch this animation. Okay, I'll watch the anime. Like, they're fucking brilliant. Look at this. And that's me, the character, but I don't have to do anything. Like, I'm happy just to watch it. Okay, this led to a big fight, and I did have to do some stuff, but I am happy just to watch it. Like, if it's really cool, like it is, then I will watch it, and it can happen. Yeah? Like, do that with it. Don't have the old man telling me about it. Like, this is an old man now, he's just telling me about it, isn't he? Like, spend some of the money, get this animated.
He told me that.
Even if for
as we
future
are both
generations.
heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokunin, it was right that I should know the truth.
Don't let any further players after me go through this again. Animate that. And I'll tell you what, I would love it if it would say, this quest involves a half-hour animation, so get a drink and a snack and enjoy the fucker. And I would be like, yes, I'll get a drink and a snack, and I'll sit back and I'll press go. I shouldn't have to keep... It's like you're watching, like, you're part of a film, you're part of the anime, and like you keep having to get up and press unpause. Because at my end, I have to press... It stops it again, look. I could press auto and just watch
no harm in telling you,
but sometimes I like to stop it and talk.
It is a dark and sorrowful tale.
So maybe I should just leave it on auto.
Raiden Gokunin were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
But there's a pause there, look.
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatara Suna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatara Suna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there.
Oh, if only it would.
But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it.
So history has been changed.
Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokunin. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokunin. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedahara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
The legend changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. Looks like the balladeer did something in Irminsul, but it seems Niwa still died.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
No, but apparently I've got to ask, have you seen Kazuha recently?
Kazuha?
Kazuha.
Ah, yes. Just yesterday, in fact.
Kazuha? Kazuha.
We spoke for a while over some tea.
Kazuha?
He seemed well.
He seemed well. So that story all came to us through the talking of the old man. And you know they can animate. Like that's the big thing in this. That would have been so fucking cool. Like the big fight that they had and him turning against the Shogun and like why didn't they animate that? What are you doing? I mean I don't pay any money so I don't deserve anything, but this is what I get for being free to play, isn't it? Because I don't pay any money I don't deserve anything and this is what I get. In fact I've just noticed that there's a black bar at the top as well of my thing is there. Oh no, hang on, come on. Do what I want you to here, computer. There you go. Genshin Impact doesn't perfectly fit the screen. Anyway. That's all, thanks.
My pleasure.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right?
Yeah.
On to the next stop.
We're gonna go and see Kazuha. Kazuha. Go to the Yashiro Commission. Press V to navigate. It's 500 meters over there, and usually I would teleport, but because I've been doing fucking nothing for hours, I'm gonna run it.
Body and mind.
It's over the fucking water. I can't run it. It's over there. I'll run from here. The cat's moved now. Have you moved now, cat? We're in the media setup. The image of the cat has to go. This fucking camera 2. Where's it gone? Gone. That's gone now. Hey Bob, will I ever change Twitch name to Gravekipper? I can't ask for my money back if I spent none. No, exactly. And nor would I. Genshin Impact is wonderful. It's just this particular story quest, this particular main quest has been like
if
this.
my calculations are correct,
But,
Wanwan Bookhouse is due to receive a batch of new releases today. Might we add a small detour to our adventure?
Shut up about your books. Will I change the name to Gravekipper on Twitch? I'll tell you what, I was going to. I thought Mr. Beast gave me advice through the portal of YouTube. I watched him talking and he said, the thing about your name is you can change it as much as you want, so don't be afraid to. Even if you go through 5 different iterations, you might eventually settle on the right name. And so don't be afraid to change your name. On YouTube it costs you nothing, it's easy to do, you just change it. And so on YouTube that's easy, Mr. Beast is right. You know, Mr. Beast used to be called Beast and Beast Express and like Beast Chops and all sorts, but he eventually settled on Mr. Beast. Anyway, or he was like Mr. A Beast or The Beast or other stuff, honestly. But that... But, I'm not actually following this, it's just he happens to be going the same way as me. But yeah, on Twitch it's not that easy. Look, he just happens to be going the same way as me. He's up here now, hiding as something, and I can activate this, this isn't really what it seems. Oh! I get a free Lucky Dog Silver Circlet. That was... I'll arrive the berries. But, yeah, so on YouTube it's easy to do. And I might change my name a few more times, you never know. But on Twitch, I'm now Ganji Kid forever. And I always have been.
This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
to me, Twitch is like of all the streaming that we do, Twitch is the least... I know it sounds ridiculous, but Twitch is the least important. Like, it's the place I come to play video games to have fun, and whatever happens, happens. So Ganji Kid is like an old gamer tag that when I first started, I think my Skyrim character was called Geiji, Son of the Red Eye. So that was like... What I did was... Like, my first character that I got to create on a computer game was called Ganji Kid, I think. And then every character after was like a version of the lineage Do you know what I mean? So by the time we got to where I started Twitch, I just called it Ganji Kid. But I think my first, like, was it Ganji or was it Ganj or just, like, you know, you weren't even allowed that many letters in some of the games, were you? So like it was because of Zelda, it was because of the Kokiri, it was because of Ocarina of Time. I felt like that little chuffer was a Ganji Kid. Those little woodland chuffers with their little green hats.
Traveler, it's been a while.
Has it? Because I've been here week in, week out, you fucking dickhead, running past you. Now you talk to me.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
But you have a really interesting accent.
Are they out on business?
Paimon's rude, isn't she? They're not here right now. So tell me where they are and tell me what they're doing, says Paimon.
The Commissioner is out on business. And Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place.
Which is like business.
If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
All right then, cowboy.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Yes. This was a conversation we didn't have to have.
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks.
Like, we always go in here. We've never had to conversate. Oh no, wait, look.
Hello, dears.
I'm not doing this.
Is there something you want to say?
Can I ask you some questions?
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you.
And also we've met.
What would you like to know?
Silly old bitch. No, we've met. We've done talking to her and everything. Like we now are established as the most famous person in the whole world of this place. We're not. I mean, it just got said by one of the near gods in. We were just in Irminsul. Like, let's not fuck about. We are the most famous. I mean, there are people that in this world that are quite famous, but at the moment, in terms of current trends, we are the most famous person in the world. And this old lady has met us. We come down here regularly. I've talked to her by accident 3 or 4 times. I've talked to her twice when I was looking for something, I couldn't find the thing. And we've had a conversation when I first met her. I come in this place like every week to do my reputation quests. I've only just left it alone, gone to Sumeru. And she's like, who the fuck are you? Do we know each other? Like, Jesus.
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf.
I knew I'd spill the
As for
fucking
the
chocolate milk.
Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as
You won't tell
ever.
on this, though. You
That
won't tell.
much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
I don't know why more clothes aren't multi-pattern mess like the ones I'm wearing. Because if you spill your dinner on this, you're not likely to spot it. So you're okay. But if you spill your dinner, like you've got a nice white clothes like the Traveller, you're going to go around with all kebab down your front.
So pretty much business as usual on the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
No changes here. Are we going around, honestly, are we now going around the entire world to see what's changed? That seems like a ridiculous fool's errand, doesn't it? Nothing's changed. It's a relief to know that everyone's safe and well.
Well, got any more questions?
That's all for now. Many thanks.
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often.
You are
But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that.
She's forgotten me.
Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time, I must say.
I'm flattered.
Alright, goodbye for now. We're great. Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry.
Goodbye.
Right.
Goodbye. I mean, I'll tell you why this... No.
Are you two leaving already?
No, for once I didn't want you to just fucking walk me out there without my own choosing, and we're having to, because there's something I want to show you in there.
Yep.
Very well.
Goodbye, you dickhead. Right, okay. this here, look. See this guy with this above his head? The commission representative? It's been a while, he says. How's my reputation? My reputation is a level 10. How's my reputation a level 10? That's quite high up, isn't it? 10 net reputation. It doesn't happen by accident. You come here and you do your weekly bounties. Yeah. Okay. You come here and you do your weekly requests. 3. So, 3 bounties here. That requires me to come and go 3 times a week. I go and do the bounty, I return for my reward. I go and do the bounty, I return for my reward. That's 3 times a week. The requests, maybe usually I do it all in one. You know, I go out and do a bounty and all my requests and then come back. But sometimes one of them could be on the list, like collect 5 meat or something. I didn't have 5 meat. Oh, well, I'll just do that as it comes up. Sometimes I can be here 4 times a week doing that. Sometimes I'll do a quest in Inazuma and it will say, oh, you've got a reward. Come down here and do your reputation. I come down here. World exploration, they're all claimed. That was 3 more times I've been here. So don't you fucking tell me, right, after having been here 3 times, 4 times a week maybe some weeks, yeah? Don't you, I'm treading on the fucking Zen garden now. Look, I'm in the Zen garden having a temper tantrum. Having a rant in the Zen garden. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? There's something wrong with me. Having a rant in the Zen garden. Just chill out. You're in the Zen garden. Yeah, but I come here like 4 times a week, you silly old bitch. Sorry, I've called her an old bitch twice now, but it seems like the rudest thing I could say, but, you know, really, she's got right on my wick there, because I literally have been here in 4 times a week. I don't talk to her every time I come here, but I have talked to her a lot. We have. Faruta, we have talked a lot. Don't you start coming this bullshit with me. Oh, it's nice to see you here. Oh, you don't come down so often. And every time I come in, this guy doesn't do fuck all. I just walk past. Today he's had a chat with me. Do you want to speak to me now? No. Fed up of talking to me now, are you?
I'm sure
Fucking once he's talked to me. Once. In all the time. I'm in and out here more often than the fucking milkman. Fucking stroll on. No wonder you're not the leaders of the Inazuma. No wonder you're not the head of the Swordfish Regiment. No wonder you're not the hero of Sumeru. No wonder you're not the defeater of... Oh, I won't go through it. I won't go through it. Honorary Leeway Jade Cheesing member. No wonder you're... Can't even remember that I come and go. Can't even remember me coming and going. Over and over again. Made me feel totally undervalued, that has. Maybe I shouldn't do any more reputation quests for... Well, I don't have to do any more reputation quests for there, frankly, because all my reputation quests now take place over here in Sumeru, where everybody knows your name. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody at least remembers that you came here 4 times a week. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Go to Tartazuna and look for clues. Oh my goodness. Fucking. Go on then. This is weird. My main quest, my main Sumeru Archon quest, they want me to go to Tartazuna. What? That's over here. That's Inazuma now. Again. Look for clues. Right, Javier's busy, so we ain't looking for any clues. I can't do this. Finally, we get to the bit where I get to do something, and it's fucking bugged. Javier's busy. It's not bugged, they're clever about it. Javier's busy. What's he busy doing? Wherefore did the Spirit Stone descend? But you look for it, and it's not called that. They've all got other names. Xavier. It's got to be this. Data collection, hasn't it? I think it's that one. Wherefore did the Spirit Stone... Look. Complete Wherefore did the Spirit Stone descend. But it's also called Taurus Icarundus Chapter Act 1. Taurus Icarundus Chapter Act 1. Taurus Icarundus. Like, where does it say if it's Taurus Icarundus? That one's about Xavier, who we're basically looking for. It can't be that. It's got to be that, hasn't it? But where's Taurus Icarundus? Why didn't it say that? Fucking... I'll go and have a look at this and see if this helps, but I don't know if this is it. Let's just go and talk to the fucker, because this is him. This is who we're supposed to be looking for.
Time to act.
You alright, mate? How's it going?
Time to act.
Rude, if anything. I mean, stopping by there and not saying hello would have been rude, so... Rude of him not to talk to me. He probably doesn't remember me like anything, like that old woman. He probably doesn't remember me. Rude, if anything. These people in Inazuma, they're just rude. You know, you rescue them from the Vision Hunt Decree and basically fix all their socio-economic problems for them. Don't even remember you. Well, some of them remember you, but... Alright, here's Javier anyway. What do you want, Javier? You dickhead. Such perfect timing, Traveller. The data has almost all been gathered, and it's now time to retrieve our beacons. Leave it to me, then I shall. Best be quick and sneaky too. Don't let those Fatui see you. Fine. I'll do exactly what you tell me. It's not like I've got business to attend to, is it? It's not like I could say to him, look, mate, about these beacons. And he's like, oh, quickly collect the beacons. And I can say, mate, listen, just been talking to some chuffers up at the Shogunate. And he's like, oh, really? Oh, the beacons can wait. No, it's collect the beacons. Alright. Oh, fuck about with your beacons. They're up. Beacons equal up, so get me up, please. Up me. Is that how up I can go? Up me more. Not up me, but, you know, forget it. Well, there's a challenge here. I don't want to do that now. That would be a mistake. Definitely that would be a mistake. I feel under pressure the whole time I'm here because of this electricity problem.
Body and mind.
Will this take me up? Go on, go up. Yes! Have that, you chuffer. Alright, now I'm getting killed by electricity. So that's a... I need to find some more of those protective shields.
Time
There's
to
one.
act.
There's one. That's good game design. Okay. Now where's this fucking beacon? Tracy Beacon. Where is it? Tracy Beacon. I've just invented. That's quite a good one. So, again, don't think you can write that in your joke book. That's it. Copyright me. Oh look, I'm going for this. It's a Sealy. I feel comfortable with Sealies. I like Sealies. So I feel comfortable with them. It's gone up and in that door. I'm following the Sealy. I don't care about the rest of the game. I like the Sealies. Oh, wait, it's gone. I didn't spot where it's gone. It's over there. It's over there. Don't worry. It's over there. Don't go anywhere now, Sealy. Oh, no, it's gone. Where's it gone? It's gone over here. They go fast, these ones. Okay. My headset just told me it had a low battery and it wants me to recharge it. I'm going to ignore it because I don't do what my headset tells me, do I? For fuck's sake. I'm a free thinker. I don't do what my headset tells me.
I hope we find long-lost ancient
Artificial
literature.
intelligence telling me what to do. All these hilly churls. What are they all doing?
Outlines your life.
I feel like happy to see them.
Yeah, let me weave you a verse.
Let me weave you a verse as a reward for giving me something to do. Oh, it feels so much better to be pressing that key. That's so much better. That's so much better. Sorry that you have to die so quickly in a way. I'm gonna just kill you a little slower, look. Sharing my knowledge of your impending death.
Speed of light.
Speed of light. And that's them. But that was nice. That was good. Something to do. I'm supposed to be collecting a beacon. Tracy beacon. So, I don't know where it is. Hasn't really... there it is. Look, that's it. Got it. There's one. Congratulations and salutations. Tracy beacon, you have collected it. Is there a... there's a homunculus around here somewhere as well. I should definitely come here and scrape up every last thing. I haven't even finished this quest, you see. You're supposed to have finished this quest before you even think about doing the Sumeru. Well, this is side quest, so you can go to Sumeru when you want, frankly. I can see 2 of those bugs there, and they're quite valuable. Well, I say valuable. I have no concept of their value. Here's a test challenge. Get those particles. Go, go, gadget, particles! There's the homunculus there. How am I going to get to that? It's up there! No one said anything about getting it from up there. Go, go, gadget, particles! Why am I just flying around with no particles? I collected 1 particle out of 13. That was a total bust. Super Particle Ranger! You haven't collected any. So, fail on the old particles. There's another one there. I see it there. I saw one on the way. So, we'll just... there's the card game. We'll, where's my next... 10 seconds on the particles. I think we can call the particles a bust. But we'll kill this woman. She didn't have a chance to even do anything offensive, but I'm straight in there. Don't be a killjoy, only just begun.
Grow. Speed of light.
I see through you. Hurt. Didn't like that, did he? Talk to me about who can run. I'll break both your legs, you won't be able to run then.
We've only just begun. Orders given.
Orders received. Neither can I, he says, because I broke both his legs and now he's dead.
Looks like I
went too far.
Don't cut to the chase.
Hit. Smacked her about there, look. Smacking her about. Hit. That's the best one when she goes, hit.
I'll be fine.
I'll be fine.
Speed of light. Committed to memory. You can't. No, my sword.
No, my sword. Rain cutters. Don't blink.
Nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to hide.
Change of plan.
A change of plan.
Wheel of life.
Your power flows through me. Wheel of life. They're doing all their things now. See, this is what I've been missing for the last hour and a half, 2 hours. For you, it might not be as fun as the story, maybe, you know, because as an outside viewer, you're not pressing the buttons like I am. But for me, this is the good bit. Probably the best bit of it all. Pressing the old buttons, seeing the return, and health deplete from my enemy. And eventually, after a bit of a head kicking, with a nice full squad full of health, we eventually kick her head off. And then we collect whatever she left on the floor for us. That's good. That's where I'm happy with that. The other one I knocked off the edge, so she's there underneath this for some reason. Down there, like thinking she's clever. Right, she's gonna find out now.
Speed of light. Rise.
Look, who's frozen now? Who's frozen now, you big dickhead? Now who's frozen? Hiding under the bridge. Missed grass, that's mine, thanks. I'll take that. What is that? I thought they died when you killed the Sin Sin mages. That's dead as well now, anyway. So we've done a good job there. And we collected a beacon while we were at it. So only one beacon left to find. I'm guessing it's off up, high up. Because it wouldn't be easy to find if it wasn't high up, was it? So it's over there, higher up. Probably. I need to get higher up. And over here. Might get to pick some naku weed while I'm low down though. That's alright. And there's another chuffer.
I see everything.
I see everything. Not I see everything, like cold everything, but I see everything. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant it was like all cold, like froze. I see everything. Snowy everything. No, I perceive everything. Oh, I see what you mean now. Do you mean...
One step back, two
Hang
forward.
on. Do you mean... I see what you mean now as in I see what you mean now, or cold what you mean now? Or do you mean I perceive what you mean now? Oh, right. Clever.
Outlines your
Yeah, I'm having trouble here because I'm the wrong elements, but
time to
Incoming.
I need healing before I can get ka-ching in the game. I'm getting frozen up by this chuffer. And that chuffer. I'm not going to die, and I'm not going to switch out and eat food. I'm just going to keep at it, and I'm going to win. Through endeavour. This is getting close. There we go.
Okay, fast.
Healing now. As long as I don't keep getting frozen.
Orders given.
Orders received, and as soon as I've done that, now I'm going to get back in with ka-ching, please.
Don't blink. Hey.
Man, the frozen's doing me head in.
Nowhere to hide.
But that's doing their head in, look. Now he's dead. Now you're dead. That's you. You hold my handbag. I'm about to kick your head clean off your shoulders. Cha 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 cha. Ha cha cha cha. Wa cha cha. Ba ba cha ba ba. Where have you gone?
Cut to the chase. Don't blink.
Do your kung fu move. There you go.
Rise.
Rain outlines your
I think we're getting killed because I'm getting killed by electricity as well because of the environment that we're in.
shall eventually come.
So I need to sort that out. Forgot about that. That didn't help. There's the electrogramminum. That helps. There's the naku weed. We need to pick the naku weed. It's growing wild here and it's free. So you might as well pick it. But if it's not ready to be picked, leave it. Otherwise, you know, you'll ruin it for future naku weed pickers. But if it's there and it's ready, naku weed in your bag. Don't say fairer than that. Got 4 naku weeds, then I can even sell one. Don't sell naku weed. Just smoke it. Couldn't climb up that. Ran out of puff. It's all the smoke in the naku weed. There she goes. She's got her energy back now. After just standing there for a moment. Oh, the piggy went at me then. Did you see that? Piggy thought he'd come and have a go. Brave piggy. Has no idea. Got no idea. I've got awesome elemental power. It's just a piggy. Having a oosh. Got no idea, has it? Silly piggy. Right, now it's telling me that this thing is down. But that's okay. If I'm higher up than it, then I can't lose, can I? Because I can go down quite easily. I can just fall off the edge. But getting up is difficult. So it's down. Oh, it's in the forge. Okay. This is the main bit where we had the big fight. In the forge. There it is. Retrieved. Retrieval. Retrieval. Eliminate. Oh, you're back.
Let me try my blade.
No, thanks. Not after last time. It's quite a good fight, but you're in that electric room and like you're getting killed by electricity. It's the it's tippies. It's Nigel with the tippies. I got my arms in the air. I put my arms in the air like I'm being assaulted, like, you know, like I'm being robbed. Because I programmed it into myself that I wave my arms and cheer when we get tippies, but the noise changed, but I still put my arms in the air. So that's... I noticed now that I've ingrained in myself a terrible habit which is that when I receive gratuity, my arms go up. That's just that. That's how it happens now. I can't change it. We go to coffee.com. This is the system. I've got a page. You see, and it means I get more of the money than if you tip me on any other platform. And also, because I'm on multiple platforms, it's good to have a one overarching one. Christmas gift to say thanks for all you've done this year. I may not be in the chat much these days, but I still watch and listen to your streams most nights. So I should consider you here and talk to you directly, even if you're not in the chat. That's something that I should keep in my brain there. Thank you very much, Nigel. Thank you. I'll view the details of that. That's really great. That's really generous of you, Nigel. Thank you. I absolutely, I absolutely appreciate it. And I'm not just like, oh, thanks for a tip, so let's move on. But I really do. And I hope that we together have worked hard this year. Your input is as important as everyone else's. And as you know, I do take your input seriously and respect your opinion. So, yeah, hopefully we've got somewhere this year. And hopefully next year we're going to do exactly the same and push on equally hard. So thanks very much, Nigel. I really do appreciate it. I didn't show it on the screen there. Look, Nigel bought me a coffee on coffee.com. We've got our own page there. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. It absolutely is like more and more now. I talk about like a fighting fund. I'm not going to go on about it too much, but I talk about a fighting fund. More and more now, this is what's driving us forward in what we're doing. So and more, I was going to say, I suppose, is more and more I'm relying on it. I'm putting more of my endeavour into this. Like, I don't do anyone else's. Like, I'm not trying to get out and do haircuts. Like, let's just say that. But yeah, it's absolutely massive. So, thank you. Let's go back to the world of Genshin Impact, where I was struggling to not be electrocuted and have my head cut off by two samurai at the same time. Well, we report back to Javier, who now. I don't know why we can't talk about what we need to talk about with him. I'm like, Javier, I've got this really important stuff going on in Sumeru. Do you think we can put this side quest aside for a moment? Rope you in on the dealings of... Because there's an Archon involved. It's like God's business. And Javier's like, no, we'll do my business before God's business. Thank you very much. How did it go? Do you have all of our beacons? I've got them all right here. Bravo. Now just give me a moment while I modify this device. I must say, the Fatui have been acting more and more strange recently. They seem to be gathering around the core of the furnace. Hopefully they aren't hatching some other dastardly plot, or should I say, trying to do something that we won't be able to mitigate. Well, since it kills me with electricity in there, Xavier, I think if we just leave them to it for 20 minutes, they'll be alright, won't they? They'll be dead. He's gone. That's success. You have to consider it a success. Is he in his little house? He's not even in his little... He's took his bed, his roll up, and he's gone. He's fucked off. All he wanted was the beacons. I think those beacons were probably valuable. I don't know why I just handed them over to him. He's stuffed us. He's done us. Hasn't he? He's chiefed us. He had us running around in there for the beacons. Oh, once I've got the beacons, then I'll do the other thing, and then we'll do this and that. It was the beacons he wanted. I feel like I've been taken for a ride. Oh, I got a story, a funny story. This is actually a good story, a funny story. I wanted to tell it the other day, but I forgot to, but now's a good opportunity about getting taken for a ride. The reason I wanted to tell it was something to do with equality and gender and debate. I can't remember what it might have even been a Twitter thing, but this doesn't fit in a tweet. Once upon a time, I was out with my friend Chris. We're in Coventry. We'd gone to a pub in Coventry, and it's hard to explain. No, I'm not. It sounds like that's a normal just thing that people do, but I was quite young. I was probably about like 16 or younger, maybe 16, and like I didn't have loads of like worldly experience. And going to the pub in Coventry was quite cool for me. It's like quite a thing, and like Chris was quite cool, but also like did some quite wild, I would suppose, type things. Anyway, it wasn't that wild, this story. All it is that we went to this pub, he got talking to some girls, and he was like, come on, we're going, we've pooled. And I was like, I don't think I've pooled. And he's like, oh, I'm talking to this girl, and she's got a friend for you, and all this business. And like, it was the end of the night, and we walked...
procrastinating. Let's go.
She wants no more procrastinating. We walked from the pub to... I'll just... Genshin Impact, you can go on pause. We walked from the pub to these girls' houses, essentially. Like the idea was we're going to go back with these girls, and like I don't know about this. I was a bit unsure about this whole concept, but we walked across Coventry, like a long way across Coventry, and when we arrived at where the destination was, they said, "All right, lads, thanks for the walk home, ha ha ha," and they just went in, and that was it. We were just like left outside this block of flats in Coventry. And they just used, well, not me necessarily, because I didn't think I'd pulled. I was a bit, I don't know what's going on here. They used Chris to, and he will accept this. I think he will remember this. If he remembers this, he will accept that they used him for a free walk home, essentially. Maybe they thought he might even buy a taxi, but we didn't have the money for that. But we walked there. We helped them, by walking with them in the mean streets of Coventry, so to speak. Escorted them home. And I didn't think that was, I thought that was a bit weird. And I was like, why on earth would they do that? And Chris explained to me that the area we were now in was Hillfields, which was like quite a bad area of Coventry. Like, when I say a bad area, it's like bad, like honestly, serious badness. Like the rough end of the woods, the, prostitutes, drug dealing, gang violence, that sort of thing. And like when he was explaining it to me, I thought, oh, I'm stood here now at like fucking 2 a.m. on this corner out in the common. Can we leave? He was like, I think we should. So like we did leave, and at that point, him telling me the story made my guts churn a little. And I was like, I need the toilet. And he explained to me, you're not going to get to go to the toilet for a good hour and a half now, because we're going to walk all the way across Coventry again. And instead of walking through this dodgy area, which would have been the shortest route, he got us on the fucking ring road. And like, I will not forget this as long as I live, because it's not like the ring road's like a motorway around Coventry. I'm gonna have to Firefox this one. I think it's worth, this story is worth it. We're on the ring road of Coventry, so let me show you Coventry. It got bombed in the war, Coventry. It got desolated in the war. So this is the cathedral. It's a good example. Look, that's the cathedral. You notice there's no roof. I'm laughing. It got blown up in the war. It got bombs dropped on it. Come friendly bombs and fall on Coventry. It isn't fit for humans now. Well, it is fit for humans. It's quite a nice place. They've rebuilt the cathedral, but not there. They built it next door because this one was fucked. So Coventry itself is known as a bit of a concrete city. What happened after the war was they rebuilt places, and when they rebuilt them, I kind of want Google Maps, but this is an image. When they rebuilt them after the war, there was a lot of concrete used, a lot of brutalism, architecture. Maybe they didn't decide to be brutalist, but it became brutalism. Manchester's another example of a place where this happened. The rebuilding process was quite an interesting modern process, but what was left behind in its wake after the world moved on from that modernisation, the concrete age, the car park generation, these concrete buildings, these big square monolithic, like when we moved on from that, we sort of said, like the idea, the term brutalism, like we decided that was a bit, like we don't still do that these days, but Coventry was built up post-war in a sort of, that's just one view of it there. I want Google Maps really. And I suppose you wouldn't still see it today because it's been renovated since. But this is what happened with Coventry, is it got built up in that way, following the war bombings. So Coventry maps, let's have Google Maps, and let's drop us into Coventry. So no, it's just up the road from me. It's like my next, my family considered, like my dad's from Coventry and Birmingham. He would say, like Birmingham, like we're more Birmingham people than Coventry people these days, I guess. But if you get in the car at my house and just drive in one direction, you'll either hit Coventry or Birmingham if you drive in a different direction. About the same amount of time. It's not that far. But let's just drop into like the city centre, I suppose, like this. Like it's changed now, I suppose. But like, there's a great big concrete building, isn't there? Like, this brutalist architecture of the post-war era, and you'll see there's a lot of this. This is the university campus, I think we're on here, but that was just an example of it, I suppose. So I wanted to take us. Can I go back to being in Coventry? I wanted to take us to. So what you see in Coventry is there's the city centre here. and there's a ring road. You see this, like, I want to sort of see the ring road. We'd gone from here in the middle, and we'd walked out, or maybe it was this ring road that we went on. We'd walked out this end of town, was it? I see, I wasn't looking at a map. I wasn't looking at a map, but we'd walked out. Where's Hillfields then? Let me find that. This end. So we ended up on the ring road. So I think we needed to get up to this end. I think Chris lived at this end of town somewhere. See, I can't remember exactly, but we were up. We'd walked out of town that way, and we were in Hillfields, and we were in this dodgy area. Let's see what it looks like. I mean, I'm not wrong in saying this. I'm sure people in Hillfields would accept what I'm saying. Like, you know, it's known as dangerous, maybe. But it's just a normal place in England. You know, it's just little shopping streets and houses and flats, isn't it? But there's the brutalism. It's not all of this still stands, this brutalism. You know, things have been changed since, but Hillfields is like, I suppose if you're in America, you would probably say, like, you know, the projects maybe, like, it's got the tower blocks and the drug crime. So we'd walked out, and we were, like, literally, we'd gone from where we were in the pub in the city centre. We'd walked these girls home, essentially, and we'd walked into a situation like this. We were in a place exactly like this, and they were just like, okay, see you lads then, bye. And I was like, I don't know where the fuck I am. And he was like, I don't know if we should be here. Like 2 a.m. on the dodgy place. And so we walked back, and he walked. So how do we get from here to... His decision was to not walk us through anywhere dodgy. It was to, like, go straight onto the motorway. Would I be able to do that now? Like, this actually reminds me of exactly like the sort of walk we did. And you see the architecture in the distance, you know, the tower blocks just around, don't you? And I'm not, like, you know, I'm not joking actually about this sort of aspect of it. Certain areas of Great Britain can be equally, if not more dangerous than some of the places that some of our American viewers would recognise as dangerous and what have you. You know, and equally, if you live in those areas, you know, they're urban areas where people live. They're just places where people live. So I'm not, like, being mean about them, but also, like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, cheek by jowl, you have people living normal lives and being good, honest people with criminal aspects and organised crime and stuff. And it happens in the UK just like it happens in America. So this seems quite reminiscent of what I'm looking at here. Like, there's the ring road going up on the like above us there. See that on, like, it's like a motorway flyover, yeah? So my mate got us up, like, to this. This is like pretty much, it's probably the same route we took, look. And he got us up on this. And then I'm like, are we going to walk on the fucking ring road? And he was like, yeah. No, we went, the quickest route to his house was to be up on the motorway. So we got up on the motor. You wouldn't do it. It's really fucking dangerous. But it was like 2 a.m. It was very quiet roads. So we got up, like, basically walking. I don't know if we can get. We were able to just climb up on it, I think. You know, just. But I've got to get us there now as if I was a car going around Coventry. Look, that's a famous building that we just went past a few times there, which is a leisure centre, and it's shaped like an elephant. Elephantine. We learned that today, didn't we? Elephantine. But my mate didn't want us to walk around all the dodgy bits where we could get stabbed, so we got up on the motorway, on the ring road, at a junction like this, and we walked the motorway. Bear in mind, we'd been out all night, and, you know, it's like 2 or 3 in the morning at this point, and I just wanted to use the toilet, if anything. When we got back to his house, I didn't half use the toilet, I'll tell you that. When we got back to his house, I didn't half use the toilet. Can you show us the ring road, please, Google Maps? Can I maybe... how on earth would I get us on the actual... I want to give Americans some concept. I think they would understand, but we're in the bus park here instead of up on the... Like, you wouldn't want to be down here at 2 in the morning, I'll tell you that. I was going to use my keyboard then. I was going to press M for map, because that's what happens in Genshin Impact, but that's not what's going to happen here. You wouldn't be allowed to walk it, so I don't know if it's going to Google Maps is allowed to put you on it, but can I put me on it? Kind of, yeah, it will look. So we got up onto a motorway like this. Like, you've got the GIF now, haven't you? So let me just think. We're going to be going south, and we're going to go around, instead of through the city, which would probably have been easier. Do you know what I mean? It would be easier. I think he was trying to protect me. I think because I was quite young compared to like being street smart and wise. I was barely 16 if I was 16. So Chris wanted me to not be, in any danger necessarily. So danger by getting hit by a car is one thing, but danger being like, attacked by thugs on the streets, the mean streets, is different. So we walked on the... took me off it then. Took me off it. Come on, Google car. And again, it's forcing me off it. That's weird. Anyway, we walked on that motorway, and we just we're on the motorway until we had to get off it round near his house, and then we were near his house. So that's the story. But I got taken for a right ride on that one, because I didn't even get taken for the ride. Like, I didn't think we had pulled any girls. I just was surprised that he was making me walk with these girls to wherever they lived. I thought, what the fuck's going on now? But it turned out, no, he hadn't pulled any girls. And we were off in the worst part of Coventry, and we had an awful long trek to get back. Awful long trek. Good old story days. Like a shrew. Sorry sign. So. Or like a centipede. Scolopendrine. Oh, I don't even want to know what. Like scolopendrine. Like a centipede. I don't think I'm going to have much cause to use that. Oh, it's just like a centipede. And people are going to know what I said. But I could say, oh, it's scolopendrine. And they go, what? And I say, it's like a centipede. Well, why don't you just say that then, you fucking knob? Ovine, to mean sheep. Clever. They'll be like, oh, is it? A bit like bovine. Yeah. Scolopendrine, whatever it was. They ain't going to like that. They're going to think you're being too big for your boots. What am I doing here?
As in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
I have to seize the opportunity now. I fucking don't know what I'm doing. Archon quest. Now I can do it. Now I'm allowed to do it. Go to Tartazuma and look for clues. So that's fine. How long have I been streaming? Nearly 4 hours. I'm good at this. I'll tell you what I'm good at. It's 3 hours, 56 minutes and 51 seconds. So I'm only sort of 3 minutes off an hourly integer. Like, I know that, well, if you look at the time regularly, you're regularly going to be quite close to an hour integer, aren't you? Like, there's 12 of them a day. 24? You're not going to look at the clock 24 hours a day. Some of them are asleep. But there's 12, on a regular clock face, there's 12. And they repeat. So anytime you look at the clock, it's going to be quite close to an hour. You've only got 1 hour to do that in every hour to be close. A half hour away, you're too far away to consider it close. But quarter past, it's quite close. It's closer to the top than the bottom. So half of the time, you're going to look at it and say, I'm quite close to an hour, aren't you? So half of the time, that's all the time. 50% of the time, all the time. You're going to be like, oh, I'm quite good at this. But for me, it's closer than that. I'm not allowing myself, it's 1:45, I'm nearly the hour. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I look at the time when it's 5 minutes to. And it's not just past, it's 2 minutes, only 1 minute past. Whenever I check that clock and think, how long have I been streaming? It's like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours, but not 3 hours and 27 minutes. Not even 3 hours and 14 minutes. It's usually quite close to an hourly integer. So I could take that skill, take that to the bank. That's yours. That's yours. You keep that. You take that home. That's safe. Take that skill to the bank, and I could use that if I was to maybe be employed. I suppose I could work for a train, something to do with trains. Timetables and shit. I mean, you just get given a clock, don't you? They'd give you a clock. They wouldn't... It's not part of the job. We're looking for someone who has an internal clock, really. You're not going to be able to use the normal timepieces available to you. We're going to want you to sort of know when the trains are turning up. They're not going to go for that. If I told them that, if I said, look, the reason I think I'd be good for this job is because I'm not going to use the normal time schedule. The timetable will go out the window. I'll just know when the trains are coming. They say, will you? Okay, thanks. Next. Like, they're not going to want me to do that. I've just got an internal clock. I feel it. When the train comes, I'm out there with my flag. Just know I'm just ready. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Most of the time. I mean, every time I check anyway. What about the times you don't check and the train comes? Well, didn't realise you were going to ask me tough questions like that in this interview. Didn't realise. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a train flag bearer. They don't call it a train flag bearer. Well, I don't know, do I? I haven't even got the job yet. Is this going badly? Don't you want to know how my strengths and my weaknesses? Don't you want to know how my weaknesses and my strengths? No. Vituline means like a calf. Does it? Different from bovine. Yeah, vituline. So, good job I'm a streamer, because I'm not getting the train job. What we're doing now then is I've got the decision, do I want to push on for another fucking 4 hours with this quest? Because when it gives you a natural break in play like that, like the quest broke in half, and what it means is the next bit of it is going to take fucking ages. Yes and no. I want to stay streaming for a bit longer. I'm not finished yet tonight, but also no, I don't want to be forced to carry on for another 4 hours. So we've got all weekend to finish these Archon quests, but check this out, what they've done to us. They don't let up. This is happening. I don't know what it is. 16 days on that. It wants me to do the main story quest. No, it doesn't. It wants me to do this. Ito's story quest. So that's behind quests, or I can do the quick start, but there's more content. So that's a reason that I actually want to finish the Archon quest, if I can. But this one is a whole new chunklet, so I feel like we do that tomorrow. And it would naturally now, I'll tell you what, it would naturally now be like, let's play the card game.
Balance, but
I've still got some resin that I need to spend, maybe. But it would naturally, this is going to blow your mind, this is. This actually, you'd be surprised that something annoyed me. This actually annoyed me. I mean, I might find the world more annoying over the next few months while I reduce the dose of the antidepressant that makes everything less annoying, but this actually did. Check this out. And you'll see why it annoyed me. You will see. See my player level? No, because I'm on the wrong side of the screen. Ah, you're a bad chuffer on the wrong side of the screen, you. What are you doing on the wrong side of the screen there, you? You're right in the way, you bad chuffer. Why did you do that? Who said you should do that? Can't you transform horizontally? There, just like that, you mean? Prefer it now. Okay, I'm over here now. My player level is 6. That's fine, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with that. Well, some things are locked behind an increase in player level. Like, there's some things I can't do unless I'm the next player level up. Like hard mode, for example. For example, the cat's now talking to me. The tavern challenges are all complete. Look, these are locked until I reach player level 7. That one's behind player level 8. I'd like to reach player level 7 then, if I can, to do the next one. That would be nice. Alright, meowing at me. What about on this board? For example, Razor. What about a serious showdown with Razor? That's behind player level 7. Okay, don't worry. I'll get there. I'll get there, won't I? What about in my cat book? In my book for the Cat's Tail Tavern with these things that are in progress. Obtain some lucky coins. Defeat 5 tavern challenges on Sirius. Oh, I need to be level 7 for that. Achieve a victory in 15 serious showdowns. I need to be level 70. Sorry, 7 for that. Reach 10 proficiency with 10 character cards. I could do that not being level 7. Complete 100 open world player challenge objectives in total. Well, there would be a few more, but at the moment, my last challenge in the area, which I could take you to Inazuma and show you, but trust me, I need to be level 7. Can obtain more character cards and cards. That will happen if I can get to level 7 and fight all those things. So Prince, tell me again about player level. I'm level 6 and I'm 1530 of 1600. 1530 is 70 away. Yeah? There's no more XP out there for me. That on Monday, we hope, I think, on Monday, they're going to update the XP. New challenge. You can do this thing. You can get the XP. You can go next level. Why am I stalled at 1530 on the card game? I can't do anything else in it. I could play a co-op or my options here now in the card game are that I could play a co-op, like a, you know, co-op match as in... Stop swinging your sword, you chuffer. Invite a player to my world and play cards with them. Yeah? Not a co-op as in like there's a ladder and you just get automatically matched with someone. You know, not like a... I have to invite someone to my world, play a game of cards and say, thank you, good game of cards. Alright, then bye. Do you want to play another game of cards? Or bye. You know, do that. There's no random card game matcher. Or I could invite one of these characters and simply do it again. I've already done it. I've already beat him. I've got his cards. Done that. I could do it again.
Okay, let's go.
You're gonna go. I'm not doing it. It's nice that I can drag these people into this room in some sort of... I'm sure there are some people that might enjoy being able to drag their favourite character into this room at any given juncture, but... yeah, there's no more collectible card game content for me. I did it too much, and now I've done it all. And instead of getting to level 7, instead of putting the amount of content in the game that would take you over level 7, and then open up the next level of content, which is just there... Are you meowing? Omar, you're meowing. The cat on here's meowing, I didn't realise. Are you alright, Holmes? I'll get off in a minute and I'll deal with you. What do you want? Do you want to go out? I've got headphones on that I can just walk and talk if you want. Do you want to go out? No, you want tooties? Oh, I'll give you tooties. Oosh! Yeah, just fed the cat. There's no, like... The Tavern Card Challenge is locked at level 7. The other jewels and the other areas of the card game are locked at level 7. And they've just not given me enough XP to get to level 7. So everything's locked until on Monday there's new Tavern like, hang on, I've got other things to do right now, thank you. On Monday... There will be 4 new people here to play cards with, and then I'll get that XP and everything will unlock. So the card game just... What? I... Just gated now, and I'm waiting to play the next bit. So it would be really nice to finish our Genshin Impact streams with a bit of the card game. Instead of... Oosh! I suppose what I've done before... And up to this point is I've sort of played the shit out of the card game, done 3 streams of it, and now that's all of it. It's done. There were some things I did off stream, but I didn't realise I should save them for content. Oosh, I still like jumping off that, but I'm really surprised that the card game doesn't have just an online co-op, like not not I have to have friends and they have to be not busy and be online and all that. Just random people like Hearthstone. Doesn't even have to be a ladder. Doesn't have to have a ranking system. Like, even if it's so that it doesn't have to have XP or anything. Just who's online right now? Do you want to play cards? And you can just find a card match. Like, what? Oh, it does have it. It has it. Hang on, wait. Now I'm scared. Alright. I shouldn't complain. I didn't realise until now it didn't have it. I'm happy that it has it. I'm happy it has it. So at least we can play cards. Random for no reason, but at least we can play cards. I feel a little bit worried now because I didn't prepare for this. Look like an idiot. Happy to be wrong. Happy to be wrong. You know, that's fine. Because this is better. The thing I wanted was what I was complaining about, so I'm happy to be wrong on that. I get the thing I want. Good. Now we're playing a game of cards against someone in the real world, and if they watch my stream, they know what cards I've got, so... oh, look at their characters.
Let's go.
Are we playing
Time
someone
is
real,
against
or is
us.
this the computer that we don't know it's the computer? I don't know. I'm happy that I'm just playing cards. You see, that was all I asked for. I'm going for Electro. But really in the first round I'm probably just spending a lot of die. Electro. If I beat them, it's definitely a human player. If they beat me, it's definitely a bot. I wonder if someone, like, they have problems with botting in games. I wonder if there are people botting in this game. And I wonder if there's like a meta that I'm not aware of that I'm about to get myself spanked by. But I will... Is it my turn? They didn't spend any cards. You know, I'm going to spend a card there. I like that card. Get that on the board.
Incoming.
They've declared end of round. So, like, I'm doing quite well now. I'm actually going to sell a card and make an attack. I'm thinking about that sacrificial fragments would look very good on my character at this juncture. It's 3 the same, so I could sell a different card, or I could pop him down and get it for free next turn. I might do that. I like the idea of attacking and being like well up on the attack. This card's good for that. So I could sell a card and attack. These are quite powerful mana cards. I'm going to probably mana cheat, but then I'm floating a mana and they attack first next turn. I could switch. I'm not ready for my swirl yet. I haven't electrocuted everyone yet, but for the mana cost, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch that out and I'm going to spend the card for the attack.
Incoming.
And then I'm done. Next turn, I can spend the weapon card and put the weapon on the turn after. Got a nice attack card there. Show me the fucking purples. We're all good. Do your worst. My opponent seems to be playing a very basic strategy of just attacking me. They've kept all their cards. They haven't used them yet. I wonder if they're building up to some kind of... you know, like... They could be waiting to get the cards in hand to do a combo or some shit. But for me, the most important thing here is to maintain attack. I want to spend this for 2. Weapons are coming next turn. Really tempted to get Paimon out. You know, next turn go big. But I do have an issue that if I want to play this as well... I kind of want to play it because it's a like, cool looking card and everything, but I don't know if I need to play it at this juncture. I even out now here. Kaching's going to get killed if I allow her to maintain this attacking posture. It's actually more tough thinking I'm playing against a real person, even though it's fairly even at the moment. Play Paimon, switch, waste 2 elemental die. Attack, can't play Paimon, have to switch and waste 2 elemental die. So play Paimon, switch,
Let the wind lead.
waste 2 elemental die. My opponent, Ma, is now acting. Assuming it's an opponent, not a bot. Interesting draw. The wrong draw, but that's fine. The wrong dice as well. Forced to re-roll everything except the Omni die. That's bad. But we've got Paimon dice. So, because of this, my switch character is a fast action, and I'm going to switch. That's going to happen. Well, I don't have to, actually. I could attack with Jean, couldn't I? Could attack with Jean. She's a sword, you see. And I've got a free weapon now because of that card I played last turn that built up now. And I'm going to take it. I'm going to put this on Jean. I could put that on Kaching as well, you see, and beef up Kaching. She could actually heal with this, which is something I want to do. And I can switch for free. I'm going to put it on Kaching. This is dangerous. But the way the dice have rolled, I've got more of her dice anyway. Going to switch for free. Well, without it being an action.
Quickly.
It's a fast action, so that's pretty good for me. And then I'm going to use this plus sword. Kill this card.
Don't blink.
And heal.
Where did I go wrong?
But I'm not healing yet. They're going to hit me first, and then I'll heal. They're playing a card now. Here we go. This is what I thought. They might have saved up the good cards, and they might have...
Dodge this!
See, I can't heal that. I'm dead.
I will not go quietly.
So this is a bit of an issue to me now.
Ready for anything.
Jean's special can heal the whole squad. It's a shame I got her killed. You know, I shouldn't have got her killed. That was a mistake. Against a computer opponent, they're a bit weaker. They don't do strategies like that, holding back the good cards. So I walked her into that, and I could see it happening. But Jean's special can heal the whole squad. I've got a bit of an issue now in that I've got a card that's useless because it's Kaching. Unless I get Kaching back alive, which isn't happening. If I tune it, I can do something. If I tune 2 more cards, I can do a full elemental. But I'm throwing away a good weapon, which is useful, and a good artifact, which is useful. The weapon I can get for free in 3 rounds, which is quite a long way away. But I usually hope to bring Sucrose in a bit later. Got Paimon dice next turn as well, so that's a freebie thing. Might just do a standard attack. And then my opponent will probably do nothing. Ending their round, yeah. Makes me feel like that's the computer I'm playing, because my opponent does nothing when it's the computer, but they did end their round. I assume they wouldn't have the elemental dice to really exploit. It's unlikely they're going to have a full deck of the same dice, isn't it? So, and now I'm looking for essentially that, a full deck of the same dice. Now we've only got halfway there. Plus Paimon dice. The last time we're going to get to use Paimon dice. They attack first. Switching's going to switch it back to my attack, so I would count that as a mistake. We're going to use the artifact. We're going to spend this Paimon. I don't mean to do that yet. I kind of want to spend this because it means our switching is both free for action and cost, but we've already spent one thing this turn, so really I want to start bashing in the attacks and building up the special. My opponent can attack. They're switching again, so that's a waste. They're just trying to soak up the damage. They switched back, it's a bit weird. my big special here can heal, but there's no point in using it because I'm not needing to heal, is there? So I'm fully charged, ready to do something. I can actually switch for free. If I spend 2 dice, I can... This is correct. I'm going to do this, play the card, and then I'm going to switch. Cost me nothing, switch.
I want to help.
And then I'm going to trade off nothing. I'm just going to attack, standard attack. Feels wrong to do that. Feels like I should trade off and get a good attack in, because it can make a big difference. I suppose trade off the... I'm going to get the book free in 2 turns. The Paimon, I can just play. It's the same thing as trading it, so I might as well play it, trade it. It doesn't matter. Feels bad, man. Whatever.
Absorption test.
This is a straight rundown now. Unless my opponent's got some other strategy that they're building up toward. You know, unless they've got a load of cards in hand that they're trying to... I don't know why they switched then. That was a bit weird. You know, unless they're holding on to a load of cards and they're going to annihilate me with some clever combo.
Freeze!
It's a straight race, and I've got my attacks already built up, and I've got heals when I attack, and I'm ahead on the race anyway, so I don't think they can win. Plus I get the freedom of switching for free, both attack and cost. Both attack, turn, and cost. So when I switch characters, it doesn't cost me any mana, and it doesn't switch to being their turn. Plus a good dice roll. The only thing that can beat me is they've got a clever strategy. Let's see it then.
Doesn't look good. One with my blade.
I mean, this makes me feel like I'm playing a bot, because they're not playing... Like, it doesn't seem like they're playing considering... like, maybe it's because I took out Diluc early or something. It feels like their strategy's like ineffective now and doesn't do anything.
Animal hypostasis emulation. Let the wind lead.
Maybe they didn't draw the cards. They haven't spent any of their cards, which is why I think there must be, in this game in some way, you would hope, or you would think, there must be some clever combinations of both card and attack, and, you know, if you can survive a certain number of turns and you've got the right cards in your hand. But now they're burning cards as they draw them, so why aren't they spending their cards? They appear to only have 5 dice as well. Like, is this right? Why have they got 5 and I've got 8? Don't know what's going on. Hello? No valid targets. Oh, it's Sucrose, sorry. Yeah. It's this one.
Wind, hear me.
What all I have to do is attack now and you're dead, yeah?
Go as one.
So that's it. Well done. How did they only have 5 dice? Are they a bot? I don't know what's going on.
After all that training.
But we win. So there is a mode where you can play, apparently, a random co-op. I was wrong to say that it wasn't. I thought you invite teammate and then you set up match, but when you press match, it just takes you to a match. And you have to accept it or not. Gravekeeper versus peer opponent. So I'm to believe that really is a peer of mine. Like another player. I'll bite once more. But I got a feeling this might not... Depending on how this person plays. If they don't play, you know, in complete contrast to that last player, if they don't actually do anything, I might be worried that this is a bot. And then maybe there are people that are just setting up bots in anticipation there might be something to earn in this game through botting. I don't know. Suppose we go with the strategy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Let's get them electrocuted and then get them swirled up. Not a good roll. Use it to spend dice in the first round anyway. And so I will spend the most powerful... Actually, first of all, I'll do this. Reroll. And then we do Paimon dice if we get a really bad roll. Not too bad. Tempted to use Parametric Transform instead of Paimon. That'll leave me with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's an incomplete turn. So I might as well use the Paimon. Leaving me with 3 and 1 left over. 3 will be an attack. I can't not attack.
Don't blink.
I have to hand over my turn. Hopefully my opponent is a bit spooked by being attacked. They're putting on a weapon. And they're playing another card. So this is different from my last opponent who didn't play cards.
Incoming.
You know, they're giving me a bit of a kicking there, scaring me into worrying about changing. I've only got 1 crystal, and my strategy is to change.
Ready for anything.
And then it's not my turn, they get to end first, but see what they do. They might change. They have changed the Oceanid somehow. It's not my turn anyway. So they're going to summon something with the Oceanid, that's fine. I'm going to attack and build up my special. Still haven't drawn the card that cheats out the weapons, but I've got the weapons. Got the wrong roll, but we can punish my opponent with the rerolls here, look. Which is a huge advantage. I mean, basically that's all of them Animo. You're right there, Omar, meowing. So let's see if my opponent rolled a lot of blue dice. Playing a card, that's if you don't roll the dice at the end, you get them put on him, and when he gets 3 of them, you get some back. They rolled some blues. They rolled 5 blues. 5. I mean, that does seem a little ridiculous, but, you know, they got absolute jackpot for them. The dice I've got are because I cheated, played the cards, you know, to essentially, not cheated, but I played the cards to get what I wanted. But for them, they just got absolute jackpot. So, lucky them, I suppose, is the lesson to be learned from that. And for me, what do? I can attack, I can play a weapon for a cost, but, you know, it's good to play it because I get some stuff out of it, like a good weapon on board. I'd quite like to get my attacks in. If I go 3, there's 1. Sorry, 3 is 1. 1, 2, 3 is 2. I can do all 3 attacks and charge her fully up. But she might get a bit of a kicking. The sword helps me to heal. So I do 2 attacks and a sword. Which helps to heal. So I think I'm going to get the sword out. If she gets kicked, it heals up. And here we are doing damage and forcing a switch, I think, or they did. My opponent's turn now. They're playing a card, which means that they heal. That heals whoever's at the top. On top there, they're getting to reroll. They're playing it so they can reroll next turn. So we're both on the same number of rerolls, so that's even now. They've got better summons out than me. I've got 1 more turn of Paimon dice, which is handy. I can do 1 more big strong attack here. I could choose to try and play something, or it seems more sensible to do the big attack, basically. It's infinitely more sensible to do this. And I am going to end round. So I get to attack first next turn, which again charges up Jean. You saw before that she heals the team when she attacks. So I didn't manage to heal with the sword this time because no one attacked me. But hopefully she stays alive and we can do a nice big burst next turn. I should basically assume my opponent will have all the dice they want, because they did last time, and this time they get to re-roll them. This is me on the re-roll. I've still got half the dice I want, so you can get fucked by the dice really easily in this game. I don't think I have been yet, but you could be, you know. We've got stuff we can do this turn. They switched. I'm going to stay on and attack. This is a Sucrose card, so we've got that in the bank. She's not charged up yet. I could put on the parametric transformer at this juncture, and Paimon's gone, you see, so it might be sensible to be building up some mana in lieu, so to speak. Let's see what happens when I do this. Big attack. They're going to switch. Let's see what they do. Have they got... See, they might have thought... Okay, they're playing food, they're trying to heal. They might have thought about rolling... I'm pretty sure I'm switching them, aren't I? Forcibly switched. Yeah, so they might not have rolled the right dice for this situation to be forcibly switched, but... See, they're switching back. That's cost them now. Because it's now my turn. And I've got a fully charged special. You see that? That was like smart play. In theory, by me. I have to now... I'd like to be able to eat this Adeptus food, which increases the elemental burst of this burst that I'm ready to do. But can't do that and do the thing. And if I want to do... I can play something for 2. But if I do... Oh no, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that actually. Yeah, let's do it. No, wait. Let me just check. This burst does... Does it do damage? It does. It summons. It heals and summons. So it doesn't actually directly do damage. So maybe I shouldn't eat the food. It won't do double healing, I don't think. In Hearthstone it would do double healing. But in this I don't think it will. So with the spare 2 dice, I'm better off getting the parametric transformer out. So now I've got 2 of them out. And now I'm going to do this final move. Insufficient elementals. Oh, it needs 4 and 3. Okay, I'm an idiot because I counted wrong. That's all there is to say about that, is that I'm an idiot because I counted wrong. 4 and 3, not 3 and 3. But there we go. Didn't get the heals that time then. Let's see what happens. At least it forces them to change again. They're playing Paimon for Paimon dice next turn, so they're going to go big next turn. Hopefully we'll be in a position where it won't matter, because they don't want to switch back. Exactly, they don't want to switch back because she'll get her head kicked in. And it's my turn and I can declare end round. But I got things in the bag like that I've lined up a bit here that I can use that can help to tilt this R direction. I've got to think carefully about this roll. I sort of want to see some Electros in there, but not a full deck of them. I do want... I'm being forced now to just go for Electros. Hope to see the Electros at least. I'm not even seeing the Animos, you see. This is going to be tough. We might get the parametric transformer kickoff, but I might be left with a very strange combo of... They're drawing more cards. I might have a strange combo of dice. I've got 1 Paimon switch.
Don't blink!
There's the parametric transformer 1. See, I'd like to do this, but I don't have the right elemental dice. If I switch, I'm going to get hit with another attack. But I think the correct answer here is to switch to Sucrose and be able to deal AoE damage, to be able to take out this character at the same time as hitting the main character. Saving Jean's heals. Jean's battered now, she needs to be changed. Or I do the heals and hope that she survives. But I don't think that's the correct answer. I think the correct answer is I switch for... I haven't got a cost reduction on that, have I? No. Okay, I switch.
I can do it.
And I still don't have the elemental dice, so I'm going to play Paimon. That's Jean's action card. I've got that in the bank as well. The problem is my next switch is actually going to cost tempo.
Absorption test.
But this kills one of their cards, so now we're ahead.
Remains unfinished.
And we got given more mana, and it's all electro, look. I've got to switch, but it's going to cost tempo. So my let's see how many... Okay, we're fine, we're fine. They went for the big summons, which is a mistake because that doesn't directly do anything right now. And if I switch, it's giving up
Time is
tempo.
against us.
But they've only got one crystal. They can't do anything. So it's my turn again, yeah? Just thank you very much. You're going to switch back. You're going to say end turn and switch back. You can't do anything with one crystal. So if you'd like to switch back, Susuga. That makes me think they're real because there's and actually maybe I'm playing a real person here because there was a delay there and they've decided what to do and decided, okay, no, it's my turn and I've got I'm like a battering ram essentially here. I've got loads of crystals and a decent card. If I don't think I get to elemental burst, do I? 3, 6 and 1 left over. So it's 2 attacks and a switch. So let's play the card first.
Don't blink.
It automatically switches to. I didn't realise that. Maybe I should play that at other times. I should have saved that. We attack a second time. We've built up the burst now. We've got another card. So we've got the card in hand. So next turn we can burst with Kaching. And I think this switches to it, doesn't it? Switch to be Kaching. That's quite clever. So I can do the burst. But they don't know I'm about to switch to her. If I play the card. Interesting, I've got 2 switch options anyway, and this is my second switch. This is purely to survive because that's my highest level health character, and both my other characters are ready to burst. So I'm in a position where I can switch for free to Jean. It's a fast action. I can get there without any worry, it's going to cost me 1 mana, but I can move to Jean. It's a fast action. I play my big burst with Jean, that heals everyone, and then I can fast action as well with the card. Lightning Stiletto, and fast action out some damage. So I'm in quite a powerful position there, as long as I roll the right dice next turn. Do I want to play any more stuff? No, I'm ending my round. What I need 4 Animo dice to start that chain of events, and then I need 3 Electro dice. That's all. Let's see how it goes. It's another good card. As long as we get the dice. And that would be 4 and... Okay, we're halfway there. But not all the way there. It's close. It's 4 and 3. Actually, that's alright, isn't it? Oh, I shouldn't have pressed confirm. I had one more roll. I could have tried the roll in the red one. That was a mistake. But I have to spend it anyway to change characters at some point, I think. So... Let's see what happens. Now it's my opponent's turn. They've got extra Paimon dice, so there's no way they can't attack. But they're deciding, do I summon loads of stuff, or do I attack with Kaching? That's their decision here. They're drawing cards, which is the correct thing to do before you spend the mana. If I were them, I would be putting up my big summons. But if you want to do that, you're going to then be attacked. But you have to accept that the Ocean just is there as a bit of a soaking up. It's like a taunt buffer card. But what you don't want to do is allow me to heal.
The rising blood.
You killed something. You see, that was a choice. And that was the correct choice. Killing something rather than putting up all those... you actually actively affected the game board. Otherwise, you'd have been dead. But now it's up to me to change over to this character.
Ready for anything.
And it's my turn, yeah? So I'm going to have to attack with this thing and heal up to survive, I think. But I could have changed over here and been dealing out the attacks, but I can do that automatically next, as long as this goes well.
Barbados, guide us.
Assuming I now do not get killed, and that they go for the summons or the switch. Both dangerous plays on their turn. I'm kind of not worried I can be insta-killed, because I did the heal, so I'm kind of thinking I'm ahead. What they don't want to do is... They don't want to hand over tempo to me, but they kind of have to. You know, whatever their choice is, it ends up handing over tempo. Like that. So now it's my turn. And... do I hand over tempo and then play this? Or do I simply play this and switch?
Incoming.
They can't do anything to really switch things here now, can they? Like, they can't... Their problem is they don't want to stay on Kaching, but if they attack, they stay on Kaching. And they definitely want to attack. Like, you're caught between a rock and a hard place there, aren't you? Right, I'm just trying to go out.
Incoming.
I can't believe I didn't know there was a player versus player mode that was easy to play like this. It doesn't mean anything. You're not going to get any ranking points, but at least it's here. Okay, they attacked. Quite an interesting choice for me here. They've still got 3 crystals, you see. I do
Ready
this.
for anything.
I survive. They don't attack. I win. They still got 3 electro crystals. I'm in real trouble. But, you know, we'll see what happens based on the crystals. The laws of probability are they can't now do a proper big attack on me. No, there's no way they've got 3 more electro crystals, surely. They did get rerolls. You know, they did get the rerolls. But I perceive that what they're going to do is they're going to spend money on cards. You know, they're going to paste and set up some cards for their perceived next turn and that they're not going to have. It's an interesting position, but I think the Oceanid's lack of offensive capabilities other than summons, they tilted it in their favour very heavily by knocking out Sucrose when they got the opportunity. But, oh, is it my turn? Shit, sorry, that's really rude of me. End round. I could have played a card there, actually. I could have been deciding whether I played this or not, but I've chosen to end round. They can't just do this big attack on me, can they? Like I said, if they could, they would. Oh. They can. That's lucky, I suppose, isn't it? Fucking hell. But that's it now. Jeez. Is Stella Restaurant... I'm assuming that was the big one they did to me. It's taken out Jean. It has. Fuck. Fuck. And that kind of fucks me.
Let's finish this quickly.
Nothing I can draw. I've got food, but maybe I should have spent that last turn. It doesn't increase your amount of healing, unfortunately, though, so... I've been beaten. Maybe I should be doing this more, you know, more practice, more practice, more practice. I definitely got beaten now. Look at that fucking roll. I just don't have the healing, do I? I simply just don't have the healing. And also, I don't have the AoE that these other 2 characters had.
Right idea. Wrong time.
So now my opponent just has to have, you know, the right number of dice to do an attack. And then they win. There you go.
Right idea. From
They won by 1 hit point. It's quite good. That means it's quite balanced. I'm quite pleased with that. That was good. Don't mind losing. But I didn't get sounding whooped anyway. That was quite good. So we can play cards whenever we want, thank God for that. Obviously I haven't been up against it. I've been like, oh, I didn't realise I'd run out of content with the cards, and when I did, I was like, that's a bit annoying, but it only happened yesterday, and I didn't want to sit on and play randoms. So had I known we could, I still wouldn't have done. But I did look at the co-op match and assumed it was just a local co-op, sort of, so to speak, but it's not, it's random selector. We're close to having a ladder then, aren't we? Interesting stuff. You can learn a lot by playing real human people. You can certainly learn a lot. Other people's strategies, ideas, deck building, you know, there's so much you can learn just simply by playing people. And that's where the... like, if something's going to be good and it's going to get around on the internet, that's where it's going to kick off, and if there's going to be something you need to learn, that's where you're going to find it, not in the game's ascribed content. That's where the originality is. It's quarter to... wasn't checking the time then for an official time check, but it's quarter to the 5-hour mark. I feel like I've done my stream, but I also feel like I'm quite happy in the flow sitting here, like, you know, doing the streams. I don't feel like I need to switch it off just yet, but it's a weird one. It's a weird one. I can see now, like the way I feel right now, I can see how streamers, like I could literally go and say, instead of getting my dinner and doing other things, I could just bring it here onto stream. I can see how streamers live online, so to speak, when they, like you see people like, I don't know, XQC or someone, or what have I clicked now? I don't know, is he a good example of that? I see some streamers who, they seem to be on for like 9 or 10 hours a day. It's like they get up, they turn on the computer, then they eat their breakfast and brush their teeth, and, like, you know, instead of going for lunch, they're eating it in front of the camera and carrying on. Instead of, okay, we've played Genshin Impact now, let's switch to another thing. Like, I do a complete episode of one thing, in a way, but yeah, I can see how they kind of do that now, because I feel like it's like a natural lull in the game for me, but not a natural lull in sitting here and talking and being on stream, which is kind of weird. So I'll just chill out for a little bit before I switch off. I suppose this is good React time, isn't it? Could get a React video up.
Come on, enough procrastinating.
Shut
Let's
up, you. I need my arm over here. Ugh. We've been theoretically, this has been React content. Serpentine means serpent. We reacted to this chuffer. Haven't I got a watch later? Isn't there a watch later on YouTube? A watch later. I think I've been putting some things in my watch later. Certainly have been. I don't want to dig a rabbit hole out now. Not a full rabbit hole. So I'm actually going to go with this at the start. The top one. So, you know, I should be watching more videos on the internet, shouldn't I, with you as a react, like that's content. And here is one that I've been interested to watch, and I've saved it for this exact reason.
There are libraries all over the world filled with the greatest works of literature, but for everything those stories have taught us about ourselves and each other, they all share a common fatal flaw, that is choice, or rather a lack thereof, forcing the reader down an inescapable predetermined path. But there is one series of books that solve this problem so effectively that the entire genre of books now bears its name. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Choose Your Own Adventure.
Quite funky music, I'll tell you that. It's quite fun. I didn't expect that funky music from Galaxy Media here. That's my initial reaction. Let me please... Where's Firefox for me? On my system. Thank you. I'm in the way of what it says, so I want to be moving me. It's quite a long intro. I'm just going to pause that there. I'll mute it while they talk about their sponsor. Making funny noises while I try and find my camera here. So under this huge list of things I've got on the screen, right, there we go, and Edit, transform. So, interestingly, I mean, who am I to say this after 5 hours of content? But when you, like, why do we need this long intro music and sequence? Like, people think they're making their own TV show on YouTube. So, like, he's done his speaking, and then we've got this. But a YouTube video. So, do you know what I would do is I'd just skip this.
First month of KiwiCo subscription.
Do you know what I mean? I'm skipping that. I don't mind having to skip the advert, but...
that were designed with the potential for multiple story paths. They elevated the reader from witness to accomplice, from passive to aggressive.
Actually, I just realised Asmongold doesn't skip those sort of things. He lets everything play, like, respectfully, so maybe I should do that. Anyhow, we're talking about Choose Your Own Adventure books.
Your Own Adventure is the brand name of a series of 184 books originally published by Bantam Books between 1979 and 1998 that were designed with the potential for multiple story paths. They elevated the...
Is it just me, or is he talking quickly? I haven't got him on fast speed. For me, he's talking quickly.
From witness to accomplice, from passive...
I'm not trying to react to him. I want to react to the content about the books, but I'm just finding this, like, quite difficult. And I've just noticed the amount of pumpkins in the background. What's going on with that? Why are there so many pumpkins in the background? Maybe they made this at Halloween? It's not a Halloween-themed video, though, is it? Choose Your Own Adventure book. So it seems strange that in the annals of posterity that... this was released a year ago, so I don't know if it was released in October, but they've gone for pumpkins as the theme here, as the background for a video that I'm watching some years later, not at Halloween. That's how, on YouTube, honestly, as well, that on YouTube you can date your content so accidentally by doing simple things like that. They've got the gold play button, I don't. So I'm wrong. They've done a good thing. But for me, that's a mistake, because if you're just going to be leaving the video up on YouTube, if you're doing a live stream and it's about Halloween and it's a Halloween live stream, that makes sense. But if it's just if it's about Choose Your Own Adventure books, the background should be pertaining to the video.
To aggressive.
Or not, or just be a background. But pumpkins has really thrown me there. Why so many pumpkins? Even if it is Halloween, why so many?
They elevated the reader from...
This guy, more... No, they've got the play button, I don't, so I'll shut up.
Witness to accomplice, from passive to aggressive. Choose Your Own Adventure books were designed for younger readers ages 7 to 14. They covered genres from science fiction to fantasy to mystery and plenty of young adult horror. Adventures with time travel, space aliens, dragons, mystical knights, detectives, and regular suburban kids.
So when I was a kid, this image here that you're looking at here, that exact typeface, was a little bit... before my time. That was a 70s, you know, books. We're talking the books. That was more of a 70s vibe, I'm pretty sure. Was it 70s or late 80s? Maybe they'll tell us. But I went to a jumble sale or two. In the UK, we call it a jumble sale, which for the Americans is where, like a yard sale, but you don't do it from your yard. You all turn up in the same place. And like you hand over your rubbish to somebody else maybe, and they sell it, and maybe it's for charity, or I don't know. We used to have them called jumble sales. There would be like a series of tables, and you'd sort of tip out your wares. It's a jumble, it's a mess, and people go around and just have a look and a pick. I found loads of books from second-hand jumble sales, yard sales, so to speak, and it's not a yard sale where the person that's selling them is stood in front of the books and saying, oh, would you like to buy my books? It was like a pile of other people's shit all jumbled together, and I found these books and I picked them all out, and, oh, Mum, can I have the books? My mum would always, very great, I tell you what, my mum was always good for this. Generally, you know, oh, can I have another ice cream? Can I have, like, the Ninja Turtles, whatever? Probably not, no, just shut up, like, you know. But if it's no, she wouldn't tell me just shut up, but like, if it was books, she'd actually find the, you know, extra pocket money there for me to buy books. I always had a regular supply of books whenever I requested them. And same with this, the jumble sale. I remember it was like a bundle of them for 50p. So I got the 50p I was given it, and I had a bundle. I've probably still got them in the other room. I tried to read one for an ASMR experience. Back when we had annotations on YouTube, I was going to read the whole book and then edit it with the annotations. But two problems. One, reading the whole book was I didn't realise it was going to take so long. And it was not like reading a story. It was like random scenes all out of order because of the way the book works. But I had these books with that exact typeface, Choose Your Own Adventure. I had those books. I didn't have all of them. I had a whole bundle of them. As they say, there's like 40 different themes. I think a couple of mine were about sci-fi. But yeah, I had books like this and I loved them. Absolutely thought they were brilliant.
searching for escape from the humdrum daily existence of life in the 1980s. The dark times
The 80s.
before the internet, before Minecraft, before TikTok. Sometimes called interactive fiction, Choose Your Own Adventure set themselves apart from regular books by giving you an active role in determining the outcome of the narrative. After a bit of exposition, you're presented with multiple story branches, challenging you to either focus on the details as they develop to make an informed choice, or, more often than not, just pick one or the other and hope for the best.
So what would happen actually is that the real introduction to this is you've got a normal book, and the first like page or two is a story, an outline of set you up, and then you're given each individual page has the details of the story scene that you're in, and usually they try and fit it on one page. It's got a number at the top, obviously page numbers, but like a big bold number, and at the bottom your choices. Do you want to go into this place? Like at the very start you've given a scene setter, and then do you want to go into this place or into this other place? You're on rails, but two separate rails. You've got a choice, where are you going? And then it becomes choices like do you do X, Y, Z or not. There's maybe sometimes three choices. When you make that choice, as you see here, turn to page 6, turn to page 5. So you're holding this book, right? And they're asking you, are you going to explore the ledge or cut loose from the moray and dive with the seeker? As we see here. I don't know. Which one's going to kill me? Like sometimes the choice will kill you. You'll turn to page 5 and it will say, sorry, as you move off the ledge, as you cut loose from the moray and dive with the seeker, you lose your footing and instead of diving, fall quite badly and bang your head. You are dead. Like, honestly, there'd be pages like that in the book. So once you discovered that, you'd start thinking to yourself, a bit like quick save. You've got your finger in the page that you were on, because halfway through the book now, once you've done a few of these choices, you're not on page 5 or 6, you're on page 388, or sometimes it will send, and so the book wasn't sequential, it sent you all over the book. And like you'd be on page 408 or something, and it'd be like, go back to page 506, or sorry, go forward to page 506 or back to page 302. And so what you do is you'd hold and you'd look at 302 and you'd see if you were dead and see what the choices were there, and then you'd look at the other one, see if you were dead and see what the choices were there. Honestly, we didn't have quick saves. We had hold your finger in the book and check you're not going to die if you take the wrong choice. Some of them would be fairly obvious and some of them would be more cryptic, and it wasn't that straightforward as this guy's making out in a lot of them. A lot of them had other systems. They had, I mean, it's a 20-minute video, so we're going to let it play a bit, and I'm going to do some talking intermittently, but I think some of them had like die roll options, attack options, like more systems involved, a little bit more Dungeons and Dragons-y, a little few systems that you had to, again, you're self-monitoring. So it was like roll a dice. If you score a 6, a 5, you go through the door. If you score a 4 or below, you die. You'd be like, oh, yeah, I just scored a 6. Yeah, honestly, I rolled that dice. I rolled that dice so hard, mate. Yeah, honestly, I scored a 6. Come on. Like, I don't know many people I don't discuss this with many people, so maybe everyone else played this differently to me, but I don't know many people who rolled a 4 and said, all right, that's it then, I'll put the book down. I'm dead. Have to start from page 1 again. Like, you just say, like, fuck that. No dice for me, thanks. I'll just pretend I've got a dice and I win every roll. Like, why would I not? I want to enjoy it. I don't want to be beat down by the book repeatedly.
Every book features the reader as a central character in the story, each story written from the second-person perspective, which means you are spoken to directly by the narrator as opposed to doing the speaking yourself about yourself. There is no I in Choose Your Own Adventure.
Although what used to happen sometimes is it would, like, set out a story, you're on a fictional waste, like you've arrived at your destination in your spaceship and your mind is blank because you did talk to you like that.
You sure about that? Stories were
this one says, one day a group of other people visit. You have never seen them before, but your friends welcome them warmly, holding a great feast in their honour. After everyone is through eating, the conversation intensifies. You can tell the cave people are talking about a serious problem. Then one by one they drift off to sleep. You walk outside to see if you can learn anything. The ground is covered with deep snow. A bitter cold wind blows in whirling clouds. Next morning they pack up their belongings and urge you to also do so. So, there's a bit of stuff goes on. It's not just like immediate step-by-step every decision. One decision can lead you down a path, and then they can talk it all through with you, Yeah.
Generally gender and race neutral. However, the illustrations frequently depicted a young boy, which was the assumed target demographic.
I never had books where I was a young boy. Most of mine, I was either some space commander or some barbarian time-traveling warlord or some shit. Like something impossibly fantastic rather than a young boy being abducted by strange characters.
As many as 44 different possible story endings, some good, some bad, others only had a handful. There was no...
Right, you can say that they had 44 endings, but if 43 of them are you fall down the mine shaft and bang your head and are dead, then some of them are a bit of a cop-out, let's be fair.
Formula beyond what the writer decided to do with a particular story and their desire to write different endings for that.
Like, it was less about... like, there were a few different... Like, you know, it says here, choose from 32 possible endings. There were a few... Like, maybe you make the galaxy happy or sad. Or, you know, there was a bit of morality or, you know, like in games where you have that different endings based on how you've gone through the game. There was a bit of that. But really, I feel that less of that and more... 30 of those endings are you dead. And 2 endings are the good ending and the bad ending. Like, it was more like that. Let's be real.
You are prompted to turn the pages forward or backward. The one constant was that each book would provide new choices and new adventures. In 1969, Edward Packard was a lawyer in New York City. Each night as he tucked his daughters into bed, he would tell them a story. Packard's stories were special because he had a recurring character named Pete. Pete lived on an island where he experienced all kinds of adventures, wherever Packard's imagination could take him. One particular night, Packard was at a loss for a new Pete story. In a moment of either desperation or inspiration, he solicited ideas from the audience, namely his 2 daughters. They independently...
In a way, that's quite cute and nice, isn't it? But in another way, right, so when I was a kid, my granddad used to read me bedtime stories before I learned to read fully extensively on my own. And I remember him sitting by my bed reading. We had Enid Blyton books that we would read, The Folk of the Faraway Tree and such. And he read me some Secret 7 and Famous 5, but The Folk of the Faraway Tree became my favourite. So I'd get my granddad to read to me at night sometimes. And then I remember being a kid and like literally learning to read when I must have been learning to read when I was saying to myself, look, like, because granddad wasn't always round, like, so sometimes I wouldn't get granddad to read me a bedtime story. So I was like looking at the books and like reading them myself. And I remember what used to happen was sometimes I would read to granddad. He'd pretend to fall asleep in the chair. I learned to read with my granddad. It was a wonderful thing, and I'm really grateful and lucky to have had that experience. What I was saying was, learning to read for me was about being able to pick up the book, and I was so interested to find out what the next thing was going to happen. I like these stories that when the book was put down and I was put to sleep, I was then picking it up and like trying to read it. And like maybe I wasn't capable of a complete cognition of all the, but you know, I taught myself to read, or I was being taught to read, and you know, it became me reading the book eventually, didn't it? It eventually became me reading the book. So that was what was supposed to happen. And I worry a little where this guy's telling his stories, and then he's like, "Look, Granddad's going to read you to put you to bed tonight, but I haven't bothered to get a book. And can you tell me what I'm going to say?" I don't fucking know. What is Pete doing tonight? I don't fucking know. What do you want him to do? Can Pete be on the moon? Yeah, Pete's on the moon. So, and what next? Can Pete be like? Feels like a little bit. There's a little bit. The thing I think is a little bit sad in that is that there's a bit of a cuteness to it. There's some lovely aspect to it. You know, you create the story and we'll do it together. But in another way, it just sounds like he can't be fucked to even get a book and read it. Like he didn't get all that wonderful narrative. Like the books that my granddad were reading me weren't that sophisticated, but Enid Blyton did have a narrative structure, characterization, themes. You know, like not just what's Pete doing tonight then? You tell me. I can't be fucked to even open a book, you brats. Get to bed. Yeah, Pete's on the fucking moon. Pete's in prison now, so shut up and eat your gruel. Like, I don't know. It just seems a little bit sad that they didn't have their own, like, not even books to be read. No bedtime stories for you. You tell me the stories, you fuckers. It was nice when I read to my granddad because it was like me showing this development and involvement in the process. But if my granddad had said, "I'm not reading you Enid Blyton tonight, why don't you tell me a story?" I'd have been like, "Oh, what?" The whole premise has been flipped. I don't want to be telling the stories. I'm supposed to be going to nunites.
Came up with different directions for the story to go. After coming up with endings for each of their ideas, it occurred to him that there was something else happening here. After listening to him tell the stories for so long, his daughters having a chance to play a role in their creation brought an excitement and passion that Packard had not seen before. Perhaps they could be writers someday, but perhaps he could be a writer Right now, lawyering was fine, but admittedly, he was just going through the motions.
That's a long way around telling us that he started writing the books, isn't it?
He decided to write
it was a joke, going through the motions, like a motion. Yeah.
Story inspired by the experience with his
It was supposed to be a joke.
kids. The result was The Adventures of You on Sugarcane Island. In 1970, he attempted to sell the book to publishers, but after 9 rejections, he went back to being a big city lawyer.
This is really weird as well, because I thought that the whole concept of these choose your own adventure books for me was an automatic lead into Dungeons and Dragons. These ideas had now been formed when I got into it. When did Dungeons and Dragons was before these books, surely then. If we're saying the 80s, I need to know now. Like, this video is not giving me the information I want. I want to know, choose your own adventure, and it will come up with the wiki, and it will have the publication of the first book, history. This guy's just got, oh my god, I hate it when they do this. According to Packard, the core idea for the series emerged from bedtime stories he told to his daughters, revolving around a character named Pete and his adventures. I had a character named Pete, and I usually had him encountering all these different adventurers on an isolated island, but that night I was running out of things for Pete to do, so I just asked what they would do. His daughters came up with different plans for the story, and Packard thought up an ending to each of the paths. What really struck me was the natural enthusiasm they had for the idea, and I thought, could I write this down? So this video that I'm watching is a regurgitation of the Wikipedia. Well done. It's kind of lazy in a way, isn't it? I'm being negative about their video now, but it is lazy what this Secret Galaxy, because people like me are lazy. I'd rather hear them talking than the Wikipedia, I guess. But now I'm looking for answers they haven't given me, so I would write the video differently. Maybe I'd have said, the specific dates. Look, they said the 80s. It was 70s. They got it wrong. 79 was the first publication. So yes, it was throughout the 80s and the 90s, all the way up to 1998, but I was right, it was the 70s. You can't say it wasn't. It was in 1979 that they published the first one. That's why it existed when I was born in the 80s. It didn't come to fruition in the 80s, and then I discovered it. It was already out there in the jumble sale when I discovered it. The Adventures of Sugarcane Island was 1976, his first novel. The one that we're talking about, Sugarcane Island, was 76. So it was firmly in the 70s. 1976, and it makes a difference because the technology and the kinds of games that were being played and all that sort of stuff, video games did exist in the 80s. They didn't exist well, maybe they even did, the arcades. Anyway, the next question I have is Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons. Officially, I've got a wiki for this. Tabletop role-playing game designed by Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson, published in 1974. So let's not pretend then that this guy, this clever lawyer, I just want to smash these people's heads against the wall sometimes. So he did his in 1976. Dungeons and Dragons comes out in 1974, published in 1974, and is a huge impact on this genre that we're talking about. Choose your own adventure game. It is choose your own adventure game. And it's a variation of a 1971 game. There was a previous game, wasn't there? Yeah. Miniature War Games. 1971 game, Chainmail was the initial rule system. And then this, when we're talking about computer games that we play now, you don't play Skyrim without this. Everything is predicated on this. And it seems weird that in the story about the Choose Your Own Adventure books, they don't say, oh, well, I was aware of Dungeons and Dragons becoming a huge phenomenon, and I thought we could do that as a book. No, in order to obviate that, I was reading bedtime stories to my children, but I don't read them. I make them up and we choose them ourselves. In fact, a lot like Dungeons and Dragons, but before Dungeons and Dragons, and completely innocently and separately and legally can't be connected, and I can't have to spend any money suing Dungeons and Dragons and they can't sue me. So, got that legally. It was my daughter come up with it even, so you can't sue her, you fuckers. Jesus, it just seems like a shameless rip-off of Dungeons and Dragons, and he came up with some bullshit origin story, so he got away with it. He's a lawyer. Choose Your Own Adventure books. Dungeons and Dragons. I was going to say, well, if this came out after it, maybe, They got ideas. Even like I was saying, the dice, and I felt like, because for me, playing the books led into Dungeons and Dragons. I played the books and I was like, oh right, there's a wider scene where people actually interact. You don't have to do it on your own with the book. Dungeons and Dragons, that's what these books are. Right, forget the books. Dungeons and Dragons is interesting. So it's weird to me that we should be telling this story without mentioning Dungeons and Dragons, but I've just told it, so thank God for me.
Like he was stuck in a loop. He had no choice but to start over at the beginning.
And what annoys me again as well is the way they glamorize all the language. You know, they don't just read the fucking Wikipedia and say, look, it says on Wikipedia, da 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 da. They say, instead of saying what it said on Wikipedia, we're going to have to change the words somewhat and dress it up with language so it sounds like we're writing. But we're not really writing, we're just regurgitating Wikipedia with different words. It's like being a dictionary.
To lawyering. 6 years later, Packard heard about a small publisher called Vermont Crossroads Press, who had a robust selection of children's books. When Packard brought the manuscript...
Robust. A year ago, Boris Johnson popularised that word after Brexit. He said he had a robust plan for Brexit. The word means bollocks, I think, or...
Co-owner Ray Montgomery, he immediately recognized it as essentially a role-playing game in book form. So
there you go, role-playing game in book form. So you're sort of alluding to Dungeons and Dragons.
1976, Sugarcane Island became the first book in the Adventures of You series. Montgomery had been working in interactive and role-playing game design since the early 70s for both the government and private enterprise. He was willing to take a chance...
What? These went by quick. You were doing what? Working in interactive and role-playing game design, right? Yeah, that makes sense. You can do that. You can work in interactive and role-playing game design, I guess.
Early 70s.
Since the early 70s, yeah.
The government...
For the government. Now that needs some explaining, doesn't it? Why are the government employing interactive game development people? What the fuck are you on about? The government. In America as well, that's like the federal, like the main government, I'm assuming, not like your local... Like what?
Private enterprise. He was willing to take a chance on Packard and his book.
We're not getting told.
Island sold 8,000 copies, an incredible...
No, that's not many, is it? 8,000. America's a bit bigger than that.
Number for Vermont Crossroads, but still less than what both Packard and Montgomery believed it could be. In 1977, Montgomery wrote the second...
Not as many as Dungeons and Dragons.
...book in the Adventures of You series titled Journey Under the Sea, using the pen name...
That's an interesting idea. I wonder where they got that from. Journey Under the Sea. 70s undersea film. Wasn't there some... Is it the 80s now? But is it 2,000 Leagues Under the Sea? That's what I'm thinking of, isn't it? 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Look at the fucking... What they've done, right, is they've said, what's the most popular, like, IP around at the moment? Like, and then they've said, no, you're going to... Like, I'm a lawyer, mate. You can't just take the most popular IP and rip it off, can you? You can't just take 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. 20,000 Leagues... You can't just take that and make a book, animated book about it. You know, do you choose your... I think a really good idea would be to do the Choose Your Own Adventure book. Disney, Jules Verne. I think they say, no, you can't do that. I'm a lawyer. How close can we make it? How far does it need to be? Where's my... I'm getting my pictures in the right order. Journey Under the Sea. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Journey Under the Sea. Like... So these people that are making these books, it's tragic in a way, because I used to really like these books and I thought they were brilliant, but I did hand them off as soon as I could play Dungeons and Dragons. But Journey Under the Sea is probably basically a rip-off of 20,000. It annoys me that they're just taking other people's ideas. We've got Dungeons and Dragons and we're putting it in book form. Are you in? Yes, I'm in. And then it didn't sell very well. Right, well, yeah. This film sold particularly well. Like these days, there'd be the people outside... I mean, they've got an almost original idea in a way to put it in book form, but there'd be the people outside the gigs selling the knockoff t-shirts in a way, aren't they? Like, this is... I'll tell you what it is in a way, isn't it? It's like you go on Steam and you've got these weird games that are the games you think they are, but they're not the games you think they are. Like, it's a bit weird knockoff of an idea. Like Dungeons and Dragons, you're playing it with friends and you're all having a good time and everyone's having... And these people are like, yeah, but you could have it in books. Books are going to be the new big thing. They've been the big thing for a while. In fact, I bet they printed the books quite cheap. I'm imagining now, I'm thinking, that in some way, printing is probably cheaper than other options. Like putting a Dungeons and Dragons kit together, you know, you've got to have your own dice and you've got to have miniature tabletop things. We'll do it in a book. Like, it feels like a cheaper version in a way. And for me, it was a great joy to sit and read books and to interact with and play with the book. Like a really great joy. So I'm worried now. I don't know about these authors and all the books in the series. Maybe there's some very good ones, but I'm worried that it seems like, as an adult, when I look back on it, the people that designed it and put it together didn't have that love and care. It feels a little bit like maybe they did, but it feels a little bit like they just tried to piggyback off the most popular IP of the day with some kind of, like, now I'm remembering why some of these books were bad, and they were some of them bad. You'd be like, turn to page 42 and it'd be like, oh, you fell down the mountain and banged your head, you're dead. I'd be like, did I? Did I though? You know, sometimes there were a bit, you know, 32 endings and 30 endings. I fell down the mountain and banged my head and I was dead. And like 2 of them, anyway.
Named Robert Mountain. Publishers Weekly gave the series the thumbs up, saying it was an original idea, well carried
You can't call it an original idea. I just proved it.
out. That said, game books, another term used to describe the genre, have been around in some form or another since books have been boring.
So
Probably since the day after the first book was assigned as a lesson in a school somewhere. Printed materials featuring branching narratives can be found in works at least as early as the 1930s. But
Doesn't say that on Wikipedia. This is their own research now, but it's nice that they said it, that it existed and it's been going on, but I'd like them to actually, you know, tell me and show me, but
none of the previous attempts managed to refine the concept into the proper reading format, packaging, and marketing for widespread appeal.
Okay.
In search of better distribution, Packard left for J.B. Lippincott, a publisher with a larger network. In 1978 and 1979, Packard wrote 2 more books, Deadwood City and Third Planet from Altair. Dinah Stevenson, a junior editor at Lippincott at the time, was tasked with distilling the unique storytelling structure of the books into a simple, concise, easy-to-understand call-out for the jacket. The cover of Deadwood City invited readers to choose
So now they're telling us the story of the art on the front.
Choose your own adventure in the Wild West.
All right, I see. This is the origin of the phrase, choose your own adventure. Someone else came up with the phrase, the artist for the book.
Third Planet from Altair tempted readers to choose your own adventure in outer space. Sometimes history happens when you're not expecting it and you don't even recognize it. Lippincott made no effort to trademark the phrase, choose your own adventure, because why would they? It was a 1-sentence description on the cover of a few of their books. How could they have known at the time they were sitting on the next Xerox or Kleenex or Band-Aid or Rollerblade?
Well, I don't think... You know, the application of these books wasn't as universal as a Band-Aid or a photocopy, was it? Or a taser in this example. I don't know if they're sitting on...
or Velcro, a term so associated with a product that it becomes the name for the entire field of products.
No, that... I see what you're saying there. That might be the case, actually. I don't know about Velcro. I think Velcro is a specific pattern. I don't think you can just make your own Velcro type thing and call it Velcro. I think that's the whole point of Velcro, isn't it? That's why we associate it so strongly with it, because it is it. But I see you're saying, like Alan Partridge would say, it's not a tannoy, it's a PA system. Yes, brand name. But then again, a taser is a taser. I think if you make a taser and you're not the taser company and it's like Black & Decker taser, they'd still call it a taser, wouldn't they? Or would they be forced to call it an electrocution device and taser is the company? Maybe I'm making a mistake there. Now I need to find out. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bad reactor. Xerox, yes, that's a specific company. It doesn't mean photocopy. And I said photocopy because I think of photocopy, not Xerox, because I'm not American. Kleenex definitely is not the only people that make tissues.
Kleenex or Band-Aid or...
Band-Aid is a plaster, is a Band-Aid.
Rollerblade.
Rollerblade. No, that's not a brand name. Is it? I might need Google for this, not Ecosia. Like, I know they're going to show me rollerblades, yeah? But is Rollerblade a company? Look, rollerblade.com. I mean, there's going to be a rollerblade.com, isn't there? Because, you know, there's going to be a rollerblade.com. But are these rollerblade inline skates. You know, the official rollerblade inline skate. The first person to develop them called them rollerblades, and they're their design, and everyone else is forced to call them inline skates. Is that what I'm thinking? Is that what you're telling me? Rollerblade is a brand of inline skates. Okay, in 1964, Christopher Midway, no, I don't care about the people. They sold the company, it became Rollerblade Inc. Inline skates have been used for many years by high-speed skaters before they became mainstream. For the first few years after Rollerblade was developed, Rollerblade Inc. was the only manufacturer of inline skates that had worldwide distribution. This allowed the company to capitalise and grab a huge percentage of the worldwide market share and almost total dominance of the North American market with aggressive advertising campaigns. So inline skates existed. One company was able to pump out rollerblades before anyone else, and they put and now we all call them rollerblades. But really, that's a brand name, and they are inline skates. And before Rollerblade called them rollerblades, everyone called them inline skates, and no one really called them rollerblades. Okay, I would stand educated on that.
Or Taser, or...
Taser, I need to know. I need to know. Is Taser a brand? I'm assuming now that they're telling me the truth, but I still want to know it for myself. Taser, like, this is the problem with me reacting, because this is the sort of shit I do when I'm actually just watching YouTube. Maybe I'm a different kind of reactor to other people. Taser is an electroshock weapon used to incapacitate people, sold by Archon, formerly Taser International. Tasers are marketed as less lethal. Police issue Taser device. Is that made by the Taser company? Or is it a Taser device? Because they're no longer the Taser company. They're now called Archon. So what happens when you abandon... You know, it's named after a company. It's a brand name. But what happens when you abandon the brand? So it's no longer a brand name. A Taser device... Archon currently has 3 models of Taser available, but I guess there aren't that many other Taser companies, are there? Or maybe there are loads, I don't know. Taser, what is it? How do we use it? The police. A Taser. Taser, also called Taser in full. Handheld device. Like... Feels weird, doesn't it, to say Taser is a brand name? Like, here's loads of different ones. This is Taser itself. This is Taser's real company. I didn't know that. Taser from Archon. It's a brand name. It is, isn't it? I suppose before this existed, they didn't really have things... Like, they had cattle prods and shit. But this company developed it as an item and said, right, we're calling it the Taser. And everyone else was like, oh, wow, like, there isn't anything else like this on the market. So we'll all call ours Tasers from now on. But you're not... Your electroshock self-defense devices. We are Taser. I wonder if in the future everyone will call cars Teslas. You know, something like that. It's a bit weird, isn't it? But I'll go with that then. I'll accept that there was a Taser company and that I should be more educated in future about the use of it as a generic term. Velcro, though. I thought Velcro. Please don't... Please let me have Velcro, though. Which one's my button for this? This one. Let me have Velcro, though. I mean, I know it's a brand name, but I just assume that that's because every piece of Velcro I've ever seen is from Velcro. I know it's a brand name. I knew it was developed by somebody specific and not, you know, a generic thing that everyone got their hands on. But I thought, okay, Swiss electrical engineer, Georges de Mestral invented his first touch fastener when in 1941 he went for a walk in the Alps and wondered why burdock seeds clung to his woolen socks. They cling to my dog. Anyway, he made this Velcro. It's got, on one side it's got the hoops and on the other side it's got the hooks. We all know what Velcro is. The company continues to manufacture and market the fastening system. Velcro is used across a wide array of industries, yes. But can you buy non-brand Velcro? You know, does it have to be Velcro, or can you buy like like Velcro style fastening. I'll just put tape. Velcro style, Velcro adhesive tape. I mean, I want to know, is it Velcro or is it, like, there's Velcro official. Yeah? This is called Cheppy tape. What's this? I mean, if it's just from cheap Chinese manufacturer, I'm not counting it because there obviously is, on Amazon, there's a cheap Chinese version of everything, yeah? Cheppy tape. Cheppy. It's Velcro, isn't it? You know it, I know it, we all know it. And if Velcro find out, they're going to come after you. Well, they're probably not, because you're probably like in China and uncome afterable. That's how that works, isn't it? There's a lot of rip-off stuff. But when I say rip-off, I mean copies where you're not supposed to copy it. But I'm assuming otherwise, other than that, is there any actual... Does 3M do a brand of, you know, their own version? Or are they not allowed to because Velcro own the patent? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm only seeing Velcro in cheap Chinese stuff. Velcro brand. Hook and loop strip tape, 8 meters. Hook and loop strip tape. Maybe it's non-patentable now these days. Brand Sunriz. Looks a bit sus. They make all this stuff, look. They don't make that. Hook and loop strip tape. Maybe it is Velcro. Maybe they're just not putting the brand name on because maybe they're selling it on. You know, maybe they're actually getting it from Velcro. You don't know these days. Hook and loop strip tape. So I think Velcro is a brand name. So I don't know why I said let me have Velcro. That is definitely a brand name. I didn't know rollerblades. That was interesting. I've learned some stuff.
Velcro, a term so associated with a few of their books. How could they have known at the time they were sitting on the next Xerox or Kleenex or Band-Aid or rollerblade or taser or Velcro?
Yeah, but again, choose your own adventure. If they had copyrighted it, I think by now we would just be using the phrase in common parlance, and I don't think you would be sitting on a gold mine. In fact, Dungeons and Dragons would have like found a different term. Probably, I don't know, like self-determinism adventure or something, and that would become the most popular thing because everyone would use that because of your stupid decide to copyright the phrase choose your own adventure.
Term so associated with a product that it becomes the name for the entire field of products, from synonymous to eponymous.
Yeah, okay, that was the point they were making. It becomes the name of the entire field of products, but I don't think that's the case with Kleenex. Like, I think I would ask for a tissue, not a Kleenex. Maybe in America it's different. I would ask for a tissue, not a Kleenex. I would ask for a photocopy, not a Xerox. And the others were rollerblade. I would say rollerblades, not inline skates, because inline skates sounds clumsy and rollerblade is nice and clean. Xerox, rollerblade, taser. I would just say taser for all electrocution, home, personal defense device items. I would call them all tasers. So that's true of that. And Velcro I'd call all of that kind of fastening. I call it Cheppy tape, but lots of people call it Velcro. But for me, it's Cheppy tape for that. So I think that was all of them, wasn't it? I've pressed a button. Where was the list of these items? I mean, I've really taken us down a diversion here. The wrong diversion. We're talking about Velcro too much. I'm a streamer.
They have known at the time they were sitting on the next Xerox or Kleenex or Band-Aid or roll.
Band-Aid. Definitely don't say that. That's why I couldn't remember it. I've never said that in my life. In England, that's a plaster. If you ask for a Band-Aid, people will think you're talking about that song. Feed the world, let them know it's Christmas time. And if you ask for a Band-Aid, people will think you're talking about Freddie Mercury, mate. You've gone out, defines a field. It's plasters. That's why I'm getting confused, because I think some of these things definitely define the field, and some of them don't. And I think you're giving me a weird collection of things, but you're American, I'll let you off.
Rollerblade or taser or Velcro, a term so associated with a product that it becomes the name for the entire field of products.
Tasers.
Synonymous to eponymous. Meanwhile, in 1978...
Big word there's, synonymous to eponymous. So synonymous means it's words that mean the same thing. You could learn that if you're writing scripts and use the simpler words for people. Eponymous is this definition that it's the giving their name to something named after a particular person. So it's a little bit of clever wordplay there. I suppose this is a video about books, so people that read might think that's fun. For me, it just causes me to have to go and look something up, and I find it a little bit of a highbrow joke. And I'm not being too malicious here, but when I'm making YouTube content, I do like to try and filter myself to try and sound like you can understand me. So maybe I'm wrong again. They've got all the views, not me. Maybe I should be reading Wikipedia and dressing it up with creative and complex language.
Montgomery sold his share of Vermont Crossroads, but retained the rights to the Adventures of You series name. He then negotiated a deal for 6 books with Bantam Books, who were starting a new...
And again, right, I've been finding this along this video. I might be wrong. I do like facts, but they're giving me like some kind of dry facts that I don't give a fuck about. Steve, whatever his name was, doing 6 books with Bantam Books division, and in a way, they're giving me sort of like, they could have just said, look, then they did the next few books with this, and they don't have to give... It's like strange... hammering of, like, he's speaking fast and he's giving me a lot of details.
Targeting younger readers. Bantam loved the idea.
I'm not remembering all of that.
Of these books, Montgomery invited Packard and
I don't know
other
who Bantam
writers,
is in
Doug
Montgomery.
Turman, to sign on.
Doug Turman now.
The series was officially renamed
Doug Turman.
Choose Your Own Adventure, and Bantam took the appropriate legal action to make sure that it was now trademarked.
Well, why did you make that point before? They immediately trademarked it.
3 books were released in 1979. Book number 1, The Cave of Time, was written by Edward Packard.
He did trademark it. He did exactly that. I thought you just said he never did and it just got out of his hands and it became a thing. No, he absolutely trademarked the bitch.
Book number 2, Journey Under the Sea, written by Ray Montgomery.
Journey Under the Sea. The Cave of Time.
And book number 3, By Balloon to the Sahara, written by...
Or Around the World in 80 Days.
...by Doug Turman. As more books were released, the writers pushed the limits of how they could construct more interesting and unexpected stories.
By reading magazines and tearing out pages from other concepts and collaging them together, I would guess. While smoking cigarettes. I can imagine them in the writer's room now, just smoking cigarettes. Back then they would have smoked a load of cigarettes as well, wouldn't they? Smoking around all the flammable paper as well. Smoking cigarettes. One of them's on the typewriter. One of them's on the cigarettes, the other one's at the bar. And they got, like, you know, making cocktails and shit. Like, do you want tahini in this? What's tahini? I don't know. I was going to say martini, but I thought I'd switch the words around because I'm a clever wordplay fucker. Like, look, anyway, do you want a margarita? No, that's a pizza. Just give me a cocktail. Like, anyway, they pour me the cocktail. I drink my cocktail. I'm like in the writer's room here, and I've got like a magazine. I'm like, oh, Velcro. Choose your own Velcro adventure. No, next page, and it's like, you know, an advert for Star Wars or some shit, and I'm like, oh, we probably could do it in space, and it, what about a big Death Star? And they turn the next page is like Disney's Jungle Book, and they're like, oh, the Jungle Book would put a snake in it, snakes in space, and then like they're smoking and drinking, and that's basically how it's going. They're just like flicking through literature.
Challenges for the reader. Some books...
No wonder, now thinking about it, no wonder the books themselves sometimes felt like an incohesive jumble of ideas. Now I can totally picture it. I feel like I should go in the other... It's called Falcon, the books I had. I should go in the other room and get them. They're like... It's like somebody's flicking channels between a sci-fi movie and something else. The other channels, I assume. And occasionally going back to the sci-fi movie. Maybe that's just because of the choices I made. You know, maybe that's my own choice.
It included endless page loops, which, while frustrating, gave the reader no option but to start over. Others had endings that could not possibly be achieved even after exhausting all potential paths within the book.
That seems weird. Endings that you can't get. That seems weird. And then what he also said was endless loops that had the player going around until they made the right choice. That seems fucking weird to put that in as well. It's like they didn't play test them. Maybe they didn't care.
Book number 12, Inside UFO 5440, written by Packard, has perfectly adequate good endings that deliver degrees of narrative closure. But the only way to get to the Miracle World Ultima is to either accidentally turn to a specific page or be rewarded with it by scanning every page in the book to see if you missed something. Sales of...
It did what? And why did they do that then? To me, look, I have to now... Remember, kids, cheaters always win. Right, that's what they put there. That seems like a really bad idea. We'll put a secret page in that you you don't know it's in there. You did not make a choice or follow any direction, but now, somehow, you're descending from space, approaching a great glistening sphere. It's Ultima, the planet of paradise. As your ship slowly descends, you look down on a meadow filled with flowers, and then white-capped, they put all this stuff in the way, golden green and smoky blue. I can't get quite to Ultima, it's obscured by these words. Wait, Ultima. White-capped mountains tower above hills of golden green and smoky blue. Before you lies a crystal city adorned by sparkling lakes and flowering trees. Your ship glides to a landing in a portal. Yeah, like, you did not make a choice or follow any direction, but now, somehow, you are descending from space. Is probably the first sentence in many, the finest fictional narratives, and they probably have to cross it out, most of them, and say, oh wait, hang on, we can't use that. That's a famous sentence from one of the great works. Choose your own fucking, didn't choose this. You can't choose this adventure book.
Sales of Choose Your Own Adventure books were just okay until Bantam attempted an unconventional marketing approach by seeding 100,000 copies in libraries across the country. Suddenly, almost literally overnight, the books became a national phenomenon. Librarians praised...
It's not unconventional. I mean, putting in the books in libraries means people get them for free and they don't have to pay for them. But it's not unconventional to let people sample your product so that they can find out what it's like. It is kind of strange, though, to put them in libraries. But then again, like, I suppose the negative on that is anyone can get the book out, so everyone can read it. Everyone can read it, but there's only one copy. So someone reads it, they tell their friend it's good, their friend gets it, they tell their friend. Eventually, people are going to the library. Sorry, we only have one copy, and they sell more copies to libraries. But the concept is good, and obviously back then, books, libraries, that's your target audience. People that go in libraries and read books. So placing your book within easy reach of your target audience does seem like a good idea, yes.
The enthusiasm with which kids read them, even though they were not exactly quality literature.
And the thing that, as kids as well, I remember this, is that most books had a simple, straightforward premise. You go, A to B, don't you? So it didn't matter necessarily for me. Like, I think they had the concept wrong in their mind. They thought that me as a kid, I wanted to go up in astral space and down to 1,000 leagues under the sea and fight all the zombies and, give me all this fantasy adventure. I would have taken a Choose Your Own Dickens or a Choose... Like, this sounds ridiculous. I used to read slightly more... I didn't read Dickens, so that's a bad example. But 1984, for example, as a Choose Your Own... I mean, I read that when I was a later reader, actually. I'm trying to think of something that I read when I was a bit younger. Clockwork Orange? No, I read that when I was a bit later. Something a bit serious that I read when I was a bit younger. I did go through a lot of fantasy fiction. I did go through a lot of... I suppose mainly that was probably aimed more at children in a way, wasn't it? But any book that I was reading, a Choose Your Own version would have been good. It didn't have to be sci-fi children's... Do you know what I mean? What they didn't realise here at this juncture was that you could open that out. It didn't have to be, like, just for kids. You could have made a Choose Your Own... You could have... But they weren't necessarily quality writers, I think, so they didn't think in this way. Like, a Choose Your Own romance probably works, doesn't it? Imagine the volume of romance novels that are sold. Do they do that now? I bet they do that now. I need to find out. Choose Your Own romance novel. So they exist, yep, they definitely exist. Choose Your Own series for adults. Didn't have to be for adults. But any novel now, any concept can be choose your own horror, choose your own, they'll be doing that, won't they? That counts as, I suppose horror counts as, like, it doesn't count as childish, it's a bit different from that. But I think, yeah, if this company that made these Choose Your Own Adventure books that we're talking about specifically here didn't at this point realise that they could totally branch out into other aspects of the world, they didn't have to keep it in this, not narrow, but quite expansive realm of absolute random childish. Like, I remember some of the sci-fi ones, like the concept is you're like Glurbian from Glabs. Do you know what I mean? It's like, geez, like good old writing of sci-fi. Just some weird words then, and we're in space again, are we? You've got a tryptagon again. Brilliant. Whatever.
Even read Proust.
This guy's referencing Proust.
Lets you become part of the action and excitement of the best-selling book.
All right, we're up to DVDs now. So again, it's banged out for kids, isn't it? This idea of choose your own, giving kids agency. But like I said, I think the real gold would have been to find a wider audience than. I mean, children are a big audience. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's a big audience selling to kids. But my guess is the choose your own romance, or maybe choose your own. I don't know. I'm thinking now. Fantasy fiction. Quite popular. I don't know the answer. I don't have the numbers, and I can't be asked to look that up. But maybe they should have done that for me.
Lets you control the action. Only you can help discover the secrets of the abominable snowman.
Talking of the abominable snowman, that looks like an abomination. This Choose Your Own Adventure DVD. I'm glad I never had one or was given one to play with. We didn't have a DVD player when I was a kid, so.
Voices of William H. Macy, Frankie Muniz, and Felicity Huffman bring me.
This looks horrific, doesn't it? It looks like the sort of thing that adults have made for children, and they say, look, enjoy that, you little fucker, and you think, oh, this doesn't really hit the note for me, but it's on the DVD, I suppose, so it counts. Like, you know, you look at it and you think, as a child, like, I know why it's supposed to be aimed at me, but I don't really think this does it for me.
Action to life. Use your remote to create over 10 different story paths. Don't just pick a movie, choose your own.
And on this, you can't rewind, can you, and go back when you've, like, you know, if you click the thing and you're dead, you're dead. So actually it's interesting. There was a game like this, the fella looked a bit like Zelda. It was on big discs, it was in arcades as well. I can't remember the name of it now off the top of my head, but it was like an arcade machine, but it was a choose your own adventure book into an arcade machine sort of thing, which was different because you're not doing a lot with the buttons, so a bit like what we've been doing today on Genshin Impact.
Own adventure. $19.98 plus $3.50 shipping and handling. Must be 18 or older to order. Available at a store near you.
Sit the kids in front of that. Here's our advert. We just graciously watched an advert quite happily, didn't we? Without complaining. Now I'm going to watch some more, and I'm going to complain all the way through, which is weird because there was one in the advert. Then there was an advert. I just watched it, and it was in the video. Sorry.
Success Choose Your Own Adventure had, you will inspire imitators. Heck, Bantam themselves saw the potential for more choosy titles, as the appetite for game books could not be sated. Dozens of copycats, wannabes, clones, and variations popped up in the market over the years.
But you could sue the arse off them, couldn't you? Because you'd copyrighted the whole thing. Or can you not? I mean, I'm glad that you don't. I think you shouldn't be able to copyright the whole concept of Choose Your Own Adventure book. But Endless Quest book, these are called Endless Quests. But I didn't know Dungeons & Dragons did these. You see, by this point, I'd moved on. Again, I think for me as a kid, it was a phase rather than a devotion. And maybe if it had all been kicking off at the time, but they said it took from 70s to the 80s and now mid 80s. Maybe these Dungeons & Dragons books came out in the 70s as well then, because Dungeons & Dragons Endless Quest, I need to know this now. When did that come out? Dungeons & Dragons Endless Quest. Dungeons and Dragons Endless Quest. That's what my life is like, an endless fucking quest. Dungeons and Dragons Endless Quest. Give me the Wikipedia. First was books 82, so just throughout the 80s, and then again a rerun in the 90s to 96. They had another bash at it with the second series. So early mid 80s and then early mid 90s. So fair enough. Their direct competition that came out a little bit later, but I suppose I was growing up around that same sort of time. I didn't see this as an explosion of maybe I was in the wrong place, you know, maybe being in the Midlands in England, you don't see this exploding onto the scene. But I guess at a certain age, if I'd have been a little bit older than I was, you know, if you'd have been born in the mid-70s, maybe a little bit before, you'd have seen these books appear on the shelves, and then you would have seen their competitors, and it would have been quite a big thing, the Dungeons & Dragons aspect of it. I think they would have been more appealing to me than the original concept, Choose Your Own Adventure, because they look more thought out, more... Dungeons & Dragons have better stories. They're all stories. They've gone, like... It's like the people who came up with the concept weren't really good creators, not storytellers, but creators. Like, these look to me like better stories. I might be wrong, I'm not reading them, but it's a bit of a shame for the people that came up with this concept, isn't it? But what you should probably do is just draft in really good story creators and writers. Like, share that burden amongst really good ones. They probably might have tried to. I just maybe in the reflection on today, you look back and just see a difference there. And I've not got 2 copies of each You know, I'm not doing a fair assumption. I haven't read all these books, I don't know, but I get a feeling like these look a little bit better. I suppose they had the time to learn whatever lessons they needed before they went into production of these, whereas the others were treading new ground.
List quest books based on their popular role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons that challenge the reader to pick a path to adventure. They also released Heart Quest, a series they intended for girls to pick a path to romance.
Why does it have to be for girls? Why can't it just be that people also, like the romance novels are aimed at, like they had these things called potboilers. Oh, it's sexism in novel form. But the idea was that women, you know, men are at work, so they're busy, they don't need to read these shit books. And women, they're stood there in front of the cooking, like literally pot boilers, and, you know, they want to pass some time. These days, you'd watch the soaps, wouldn't you, or something. Back then, they had, like, women's books, and they're more about romance and stuff. Pot boilers, easy, churned out. You know, once you've read that one this week, you get another one. Nothing special. You're probably not going to remember them in the great expanse. They're not going to be winning Booker prizes or anything like, you know, they're just, is the Booker prize for literature? I don't know. Anyway, look, they're not going to be winning all these prizes. They're not special. They're just books for people to read and pass some time. Pot boilers, they sort of still have them these days, I suppose, don't they? They sort of still have them. Am I going to get a visit from a cat now? Yay. Cat's back. Yes. There he is. The cat's back. And then he might lick his bum on camera for you there. There you go. It's like, it's kind of bad. He doesn't know he's on the internet, so it's kind of bad in a way, isn't it? Voyeur, cat voyeur, feline voyeur. A series they intended for girls to pick a path to romance. I'm surprised that it, I mean, maybe it was, I don't know, but it seems to me like if you just expand that out to the wider market for books and you look at where the huge market is, I assume young girls wasn't the biggest slice of the market, but maybe older and, you know, grown-ups like,
and adventure.
And they knew, they had the idea, they like right on the idea there.
Other comparable series included Time Machine, Interplanetary Spy.
No, I had these. That's ringing a bell. Because I was well into Transformers. Again, I don't think I had them all. I think it was a thing I had to find at a, you know, book sale or cheap on a jumble sale or something. But I definitely, Transformers Choose Your Own Adventure sounds right to me.
Wizards, Warriors, and You.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they didn't release those in England, but, you know.
With licensed characters from G.I. Joe, Transformers, Thunder.
Doctor Who would have been in the UK. Indiana Jones, I don't know. Never saw that. G.I. Joe is not really my bag.
Thundercats, Doctor Who, and James Bond. Twist-a-Plot, Lone Wolf, Zork, a What Do I Do Now book. Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys Be a Detective Mystery Stories. You Say Which Way, Case Closed.
I'm surprised this story is now not... Look, there's Star Wars eventually. I'm surprised he's not saying this is now branching out into adults and the wider market, because just because you're a grown-up and you're reading... Like, if you're reading a serious political novel, it might still be good to have a choose-your-own-adventure aspect. Maybe I'm not... Sniffy's is saying... not every book can be Bunny Cooler. I don't know what that book is. Like Dracula. We're going to find out now. I'm in a finding out mood. Oh my god. I'm going to have to watch a 30-second advert for a 2-second clip that I want to see. Which is ironic. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, this is the best room in the house because it has all the vegetables you could eat.
What? You had that day?
Yeah, I thought you guys loved vegetables.
I'm tired.
That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool. It's cooler than these books.
There was official Choose Your Own Adventure Star Wars books, one for each
I know what
of
I'm
the
watching
3
later.
films that existed prior to 1999. Years later, you could choose your destiny, decide your destiny, or try your eyes at Star Wars role-playing adventures books. Bantam licensed
I didn't know Nintendo did it.
Disney characters for a full series of books for most of their popular films.
Luigi's not been drawn properly there, though. Luigi often gets a bad end of a stick. beaten with the ugly stick, Luigi. It just really doesn't. Luigi, poor Luigi.
At the time,
you didn't read. You only read the books. There's a cartoon. All right, it's got cool voices. This cartoon. I didn't know anything about either, but it appears to have cool voices.
Manicula's brother just trained that creature!
Why, brother? Why?
This is why we need your help, Manicula. Your brother drains supernatural creatures and steals their powers.
What's happening? What did he say?
Okay, Manicula.
Things are getting out of hand there.
Nintendo released You Decide the Adventure. Success also attracts controversy because Choose Your Own Adventure books were full of kids getting killed in horrible and horribly creative ways.
Well, I mean, yes and no. It wasn't actually kids getting killed. It was you, the character. You know, if you give it to an adult to read, it's them getting killed. Like, you get killed. Like I said, there was a lot of being killed, like falling off the mountain and banging your head. There was a lot of like endings. Oh, you took the wrong path and now you're dead of this thing. And it was like he's writing that horrible creative. You know, sometimes it'd be like, would you like to go north past the mountain pass or south past the beach? And you choose north, and it's like the rock slide kills you. Like, you know, it's like you didn't see it coming, but it's environmental. Like.
And that kid was you, because you were the one that everything was happening to.
But it didn't feel visceral or anything. Like, you know, you were like, oh, that's annoying. I'll turn back and go a different way. Like, you know, it didn't feel like visceral. It was just often, you know, end of game, end of turn. In a lot like if you're playing a computer game, and because it was set. The premise was this book is a bit of a game. It's a bit of fun. You're choosing your own adventure. It felt a lot like a game. So when you died, you didn't feel like this visceral ending. You went back and played again, a lot like in a computer game where you just get another life and you just carry on. Like, it didn't feel painful. But in other books, I've encountered death of characters. It's not often you kill the main character that you're voicing. I've wanted to write, and other people probably have written a book where the main character dies for some reason, and you suddenly it's an incorrect thing to do, like to build emotional investment in a character and then kill them off before, like, not too early, but a little bit into the book. So you're sort of like, well, hang on, I'm left adrift now. What's going on? And we're going to pick up with someone else's story, and it's a bit weird. And I like this story. You know, like, it's a bit of a naughty, wrong thing to do, but I'd quite like to do that in a book, or at least I like the concept. So anyway, if you were invested in a character and you'd grown to be emotionally invested in them through the story and they die, you can feel it. You know, you can. That's the whole point of good stories like that. But in a choose your own adventure book, while you're flicking back and forth and rolling dice and, you know, fighting space monsters, if your character is thrown off the space bridge and your head pops, you don't go, oh my god, fuck, that's emotionally scarred me as a child. You're just like, yeah, my head popped, fucking hell, man, I'm not going down that one again. Better remember page 74 is a fucking duff, you know, like.
Avalanches, explosions, shipwrecks, tarantula attacks, firing squads. Maybe you get cut in half by a spaceship door. Maybe you get turned into a squid and eaten by a shark, eaten by a whale, eaten by a lion. Maybe you're just a character in an old man's dream and you will die if he wakes up.
What?
One reader reviewed a Choose Your Own Adventure book saying, quote, I got a spear in my back and went in quicksand, but other than that, the book was great. Another reader stated that the best part of the series is you don't know if you're going to die or not. I died twice, and I stayed alive twice. Dr. George Borelli said, there is a lot that affects us that we're not aware of. I wouldn't allow my children to read this. However, he notes that these extreme situations aren't repulsive or violent. There is often a quasi-comic sense in the disaster. It's exaggerated and melodramatic, and that keeps it from seeming harsh or nasty. There's also an underlying code in the books. You, as a reader, never hurt anyone.
Really?
Since 1980, Bantam Book.
Really? Maybe I just didn't get to do the right choices, but I'm pretty sure that through my space adventures, maybe I was reading a competitive book and not the official Choose Your Own Adventure, but I'm pretty sure during my space adventures, I was encouraged to fire my space blasters at quite a few, or maybe they don't count as anyone. You know, just random aliens, bad tribesmen.
Was owned by a German company called Bertelsmann. In 1986,
Bertelsmann
purchased another publishing company called...
Sorry, I'm not being racial or anything, but if it was a German company, they probably did pronounce it Bertelsmann. So.
Doubleday. They merged Bantam and Doubleday into a holding company called Bantam Doubleday.
This is what I mean. Like, they're doing this confusing... I get it. It's the facts of the matter, but it seems like almost pedantic detail here that I'm not going to remember who merged what company into what.
In 1998, Bertelsmann...
I suppose it's the kind of pedantic detail that you'd find on Wikipedia, isn't it?
purchased another publisher called Random House and merged them with Bantam Doubleday Dell to create a new holding company called Bantam Dell, part of the Random House publishing group.
I mean, I've heard of Random House, yeah.
All this to say that over the years, over the reshuffling of offices, Choose Your Own Adventure lost an internal advocate. With each year that went by, there was no single person to champion the books, to steer the ship, keeping them fresh and relevant, responding
Okay, what you're sort of saying here is that over the years, the company that owned Choose Your Own Adventure books got bought and moved, and eventually they were a part of a bigger conglomerate, Random House. And during that process, the people that worked on the original books, they left, they walked away with their check. And now nobody that officially has a hand, like an iron in the fire, is there working on them. So they were kind of adrift in the creative space.
The tastes of the audience. In the late 90s, after 20 years of Choose Your Own Adventure books, Bantam was no longer keeping the entire series in print. The first 10 or so books were still selling, as well as whatever new books.
I suppose I was going to say, it blows my mind that you wouldn't keep the entire series in print, because people that like to Choose Your Own Adventure books also like to collect things. So, like, what are you doing not providing the entire... Like, that would have annoyed the fuck out of me if I'd have been collecting these books. Or, like, you know, you're introduced to it as a young person. It's designed for younger people. And a couple of years later, you know, you're there, you're introduced to it. They're at 666 Fifth Avenue, New York. That's the sign of the devil. These books are the devil. You're introduced to these books, and then you're like, oh, these books are great. I'll go and buy the next one. And you're, oh, they're a series. All right. And then for my birthday, I'm going to go and buy 4 of them. And then I'm done, because you won't let me buy all the others. What? Seems weird, that does. But I suppose they just looked at the sales and said, these ones are shit. No one wants them. They're not selling at all. Stop printing them. Just for Christ's sake, stop printing it. Once they became this conglomerate with all these other companies, you know, it became a business where people didn't care about the books. They just looked at it from an economic standpoint. They immediately stopped printing a whole load of them. And that would be because of poor sales. And that would have probably been because they just weren't that good, I'm guessing.
Were coming out, but everything in the middle had lapsed, and sales began to drop off.
You don't know about sales dropping off being a mark of quality. Obviously, something's not novel anymore, and there's a lot more competitors, so sales might take a dip. The other thing that you might consider is that you have to market and promote certain things, even if it's an ongoing concern. Like, once people know about it, they know about it, but there's always a new generation of kids. There's always another, you know, round the corner, a new customer that doesn't know what's going on. So it might be that these books started to fail in their sales because of other factors like competition, and this conglomerate business decided not to market them anymore, so sales really dropped off. Or it might have been they threw loads of marketing money at it and people didn't really care. So you don't know whether people care about it because sales dropped off. You just know that it became less of a financial boon to the company. So
the millennium turned, Bantam not only stopped publishing Choose Your Own Adventure books, but let the trademark lapse on the name. Ray Montgomery and his wife Shannon Gilligan decided...
I bet Ray thought he'd got that in the bank forever, and then he sold the company and they fucked him over by not trademarking the name in the future.
Decided that they were going to license the stories from
He's going to license them
to other publishers, but after getting a bunch of crap offers, they decided to just re-register all the trademarks and do it themselves.
Yeah, there you go.
Shannon Gilligan had worked on Choose Your Own Adventure books since...
Bless her, there she is, look.
Since 1981, and had been writing them since 1985.
Well, I wish her a load of success, obviously.
In 2002, they had successfully acquired all the rights to the stories and the name Choose.
And if they're the ones that put them together in the first place, you would hope, I mean, unless there's another author out there that's like, oh, they fucking trademarked my book from under me. I'm hoping that they, you know, after all of this rigmarole with all the corporate bollocks, they ended up with the trademark and their own, at least their own creative work under their own belt, and they can do what they want with it. I would have, over the course of this, as I said, there are other decisions that I may have made, but I'm sure they've done quite well out of it. You would hope.
Your Own Adventure. In 2003, they founded a company called Choose Co., the new and current publisher of the series for everything except the books that were written by Ed Packard. When the original contracts were made up for the rights to the stories, there was a clause that allowed the ownership to revert back to the author if the book was out of print for more than 6 months. Therefore,
it seems like this kind of weird, confusing business legal, like, it seems like they're stuck. This can quite happen. And look, there they are, the books. They've got their own popularity. People still into it. I would hand that on to a smaller division. Like, whatever it makes, it can pay for somebody to sort of manage the sale and continued It's not evolution. These things existed. People love them. They are what they are. You're always going to have a convention to turn up at. You're always going to have an audience of people who want to collect the full set, who, you know, maybe grew up with them or whatever. That's always going to exist. Have a like little media manager, shop manager person run that. And the next step for these, because we're now way past abandoning the idea that we could open into other markets, take this the concept is out there, it's gone and done. You know, you've got your place in history. But the step that I think is completely missing, unless I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong here. Let's just do Google choose your own adventure online. There'll be a lot of them, but is there not the official? Choose your own adventure games on Netflix and YouTube. Choose your own adventure. What I'm saying is what they should be doing, and if they're not doing it, then, you know, they've missed another trick. Is like, we're not just expanding it to new markets now in terms of adults, but they should be using the new media. Like books, it worked, but, you know, who's reading books these days? The people that are, you've got your own little division. Like, what it can only be, it doesn't have to be more than one person to organise the continued, to at least pay for their own job and some profit by getting these books sold at every little convention and amongst a very niche audience that's still into these books. But in general, I should be able to go on Steam and play all of these books as Steam games, as like a collection, and not some cheap shit either. Like, do it properly. Do you know what I mean? It should have been done years ago, so I'm surprised it's not there, like as an online service as well. Through Netflix, not obviously everyone's doing their own. Markiplier's done his own, but you could say we are the original, and we've got this special, you know, thing that we are the original. So you market those original books, the exact original books, and that's your avenue into these markets. So whether it be on Netflix or Steam or Game Boy or Nokia phones, not Nokia, I'm an old dinosaur. What do they use now? iPhones. You know, put them on, make an app. Have they done that? Choose your own adventure book app. The official, let me just type that in, the official choose your own adventure book app. This is just somebody who's doing one, isn't it? Like, this isn't the official choose your own adventure. Like, it doesn't look like it to me, does it? Do you know what I'm saying? Since the update, people have expressed writing in apps. I've not followed up with anything. I decided to stop development of this app and make the existing stories free. In future, someone does write more stories for the app. They may or may not be paid. A collection of short stories the user controls. This is just some individual doing this. It's not the official. And you own the trademark for that, for Christ's sake. So why are you allowing that to sit there when someone like me is looking... Oh, Bandersnatch, of course. Bandersnatch was huge, wasn't it? It was Black Mirror, and therefore it was... what's his fucking name now? I don't want to look at the screen and see it. I want to know it in my brain. Because I respect him. Charlie Brooker. It was Charlie Brooker's Bandersnatch, wasn't it? On Black Mirror. So, you know, it's going on out there. Like, you can be part of this conversation, and you should be. You can't copyright it and get any money from Bandersnatch, but when they talk about Bandersnatch, your media person should be sending out all the media teaser promo things. And again, this person pays for themselves by selling those books week in, week out. So it's part of their job. Get that out. Make sure that we're in the conversation. The original Choose Your Own Adventure book people help Charlie Brooker by, you know, on a video, like, whatever, like, you don't have to do anything big. Like, you find out Charlie Brooker's doing this and you like send him an email. We're the original people. We want to help us any way we can. Can we, you know, have a video call? And Charlie Brooker might say, yeah, you know, speaking with the people who have been working in this industry for all this time before I start a project like this, or while I'm working on it, that might be great. We'll have a video call, and then you don't know where things go. But the point is that you can then add to the you keep yourself in the conversation. You're not going to stay relevant because your books, those books having to be sold in these niche markets, like I say, and they will continue to be, but you enter these new markets, and you should have been for years, and it turns out other people are, so it works. It absolutely works. But you enter these other markets, and you should have your own app, and you should have your books in app form, basically the official, you know, the official, and they should be available in other like, are we talking ebooks? No, you haven't even got an ebook library binding. What's library binding? That's the library version or the paperback. Like, how am I not able to buy these books as part of an ebook even? I mean, it's a bit different to play it on an ebook, isn't it? But therefore, make your app. I think they're stuck in this idea, but I mean, maybe it's done quite well for them and they don't have to worry. Maybe they're fantastically rich and it doesn't matter. But like, there's this other world now, and this should be. I mean, it is part of it. It inspired it. You can't argue that it didn't. As much as I was critiquing it for being a collage of other people's ideas, just brought to choose your own adventure book form. I'm sure the Abominable Snowman existed purely in their imagination before they wrote this book, and then everyone else cottoned onto the idea and it became a thing. But but you know, you've got that thing. I'm great as a consultant. I'm not so great. If I was doing these books myself, I'd be sat on my arse just fucking raking it in from the trademark and leaving it at that. But maybe, you know, there's more that could be done here. I'm sure I've got a good point there, haven't I? Like, don't be turning up at the conventions yourself and living off the past. Send someone else to do that. Sell the books, yes, but if you got that up and running, if people were consuming your media, I say, oh, it's a lot of hassle and we sell the books. You know, people like the books. Yeah, but if you got it onto the app and it was your official and people had a resurgence, maybe it'd be hip for the hipsters. Maybe get trending on Twitch or something. At that point, you go hard and you go with you try your hardest to launch, you know, to deal with like an EA or Bethesda or someone like, you know, obviously Bethesda aren't going to really want to, but they might. Someone might say, look, you've got this brand power, this niche nostalgia power, and we don't want your ideas, but you know, we'll quite happily work with this concept. Bethesda games are essentially a modern choose your own adventure book in game form. Why don't we do something a bit, you know, you can put your name to the game and we'll put our thing to your project, you know, a bit of collage there, and you just say, look, I'll employ 5 or 10 developers, game developers, let them do it. I'm not going to touch anything. And you know, you could actually have something really next level with that, couldn't you? But it seems, and I don't know what's going to happen in this story, but it seems to me that these people are quite happy, and maybe they should be quite happy just to sit on the earnings of these books and sell them at conventions.
Packard owned the rights to his own books, and he started his own company called U Ventures, a callback to his original concept, Adventures of U. In 2006, ChooseCo moved Choose Your Own Adventure into the home theater, exploring new platforms.
Home theater, okay. ChooseCo, right? I don't know about all this. Maybe it always is called Choose Your Own Adventure in the public, and these other names are just like the behind the scenes names, because like, if you think you're going to rebrand for the modern audience by calling yourself ChooseCo or something, then I wouldn't be doing that. That's not on my business plan. But let's see if how much of my business plan they follow out.
Choose Your Own Adventure, The Abominable Snowman is an interactive animated DVD movie that allows viewers to make choices with their DVD remote.
I see this as before I was critiquing it hard, but now I see it as a move into this new market. I say okay. And I'm guessing that they had to get animators on board and they didn't do this work themselves. William Macy and Frankie Muntz. So I'm saying okay now. You know, this is a trial in that area. A bit surprised that they didn't see the potential in video games and they went for a DVD, but you know, okay.
The same way they would turning pages in the book. And they weren't just messing around with this. The voice cast featured William H. Macy, Frankie Muniz, Lacey Chabert, Felicity Huffman, Phil Lamar, D. Bradley Baker, James Hong, Daryl
But again, it's just for children, isn't it? It's like you've seen the success of Star Wars Choose Your Own Adventure books sold in the millions, I'm guessing. And you saw that and you thought, right, well, we'll do ours for this like narrow market of dullards, you know, kids. And I wonder sometimes about the concepts and the I wonder if they think because we're doing it for kids, it doesn't have to be that smart or clever. Because some of the Choose Your Own Adventure, anyway.
Bara, Kim, my guest, and the Luke Mark Skywalker Hamill. The interactive DVD
Mark
film
Hamill.
The 2006 iParenting Media Award, a kid's first all.
I don't care about the 2006 iParenting Media Award. That is probably in the Wikipedia or on the front of the fucking DVD. Like, there's no such thing as an iParenting Media Award. Just shut up. It didn't win an award. Like, tell me if it won an Oscar or some shit.
Star Award and the Film Advisory Board seal of approval. However, while it was intended to be the first in a series of films, as of this video, no other films have been produced.
And I don't know, again, if that's because that just wasn't financially viable or, you know, there's a difference here in like what I was talking about was being online. So maybe this was just a bit before the internet. Maybe it was a bit before that. But computer games, again, you know, selling copies of a game, software, I think there's a difference. Once you put a film together, you're selling it on DVD. I get that. You've got to shift your units, haven't you? So maybe there was just like you're putting this in the market now. I was talking about, I don't know when the date of this is. Let's just check this. The Abominable Snowman DVD. Abominable Snowman. Choose your own. I can't spell it right. Adventure DVD. 2006. They did say it, didn't they? 2006. So just 2006 gaming, obviously, is far beyond what we were just watching there, right? Game like what we were just seeing there. Games can like shit that, can't they? In 2006, I can't remember exactly what was happening in 2006, but we're talking Elder Scrolls, Oblivion, Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess. Like that's what you're up against now in the choose your own adventure world gaming. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Lego Star Wars 2. Like, you know, gaming is well on its way at this juncture, isn't it? Gaming is huge. If you didn't notice that you should have been turning your books into computer games, like, even, you know, I'm thinking now of Joe Dever's Lone Wolf, which we haven't finished and even got into the early starts of in our playthrough. We started it once and we didn't get into the combat. It took so long. So, but you know, if you're not realizing where the you know what's happening at 2006, you're making this is the problem is like you're making this in 2006 for kids. So I think it is totally not understanding the market.
Same way they would turning pages in the book. And they weren't just messing around with this. The voice cast featured William H. Macy, Frankie Muniz, Lacey...
They obviously got a bit of money to spend on it, but spending money doesn't equate... Like, just because you've got the man who's the voice of Star Wars, he's Skywalker, in 2006, the kids don't give a fuck about Mark Hamill, do they? In 2006, the kids don't give a fuck about Mark Hamill. So that's actually quite a bad choice, in a way. It's like a choice that in 2006 your parents might like Mark Hamill, so like they bought you the DVD. Maybe they're looking at who buys the DVD, the parents. So they've done Mark Hamill. It seems weird, doesn't it? Seems like a weird choice to do a piece of media at this level to enter into a market that is now dominate like the children's toy DVD. It's on a fucking DVD, and they're going to take that and think they're going to open it up and think, if you bought me a game, and they're like, no, it's a DVD. Is it? Is it a film? No, it's a choose your own adventure DVD. So it's not good like a film, and it's not fun like a game. So we'll enjoy that. I don't know, it feels off to me. It feels a bit off. But I keep going back to that. That's in the way there. The Abominable Snowman. Bandersnatch. Lots of interesting things are coming up. I just feel like they're making some weird decisions.
DVD movie that allows viewers to make choices with their DVD remote the same way they would turning pages in the book. And they weren't just messing around with this. The voice cast featured William H. Macy, Frankie Muniz.
Maybe I'm wrong, you know, maybe this is aimed at really young kids, and maybe that was like mad good for young kids at the time, but...
Lacey Chabert, Felicity Huffman, Phil Lamar, D. Bradley Baker, James Hong, Daryl Sabara, Kim My Guest,
And the amount of money they must have spent on that voice cast. The anime, like, at the time, I bet it feels like one of these projects where, you know, someone maybe has got, like, they've said they want to do it, they've given them a budget, and they thought, oh, hello. Like, wait, get all my mates in, let's make some money. Like, once they're paying to the outlay to make it, the people that are making it have creamed it, haven't they? Like, and they've turned this out. I don't know, man, it just... Someone's got paid along the way.
The Luke Mark Skywalker Hamill.
Like Mark Hamill got paid, didn't he?
Interactive DVD film won the 2006 iParenting Media Award, a Kids First All-Star Award, and the Film Advisory Board Seal of Approval. However, while it was intended to be the first in a series of films, as of this video, no other films have been produced.
So it obviously couldn't have been that financial. Or maybe it was just financially viable to, you know, make its money back, and but it wasn't financially viable to like do more. Or maybe the market shifted and it became not viable to do more. But it seems a bit weird they didn't go on from strength to strength from that, and that they didn't enter into I'm saying enter into the digital market, like games, like even if it is on the set. Like this, what's weird about this interactive movie choose your own adventure thing is that they've aimed it specifically markedly at kids, and now it's lost the nostalgia factor because kids don't have the nostalgia for that their kids. But the people that do have the nostalgia for it don't want to play the Abominable Snowman. So why have they not brought their actual Choose Your Own Adventure books to DVD? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
in 2010, on the other side of the Choose Your Own Adventure legacy, Ed Packard released an app for the iPhone.
There we go.
Return to the Cave of Time is a sequel to his first official Choose Your Own Adventure book number 1 from 1979, The Cave of Time. The app brings sound and flashing lights into the digital reader for a bit more immersion than a...
It's a sequel, it's not the original, and it doesn't look like the original, and it brings sound and flashing lights, so that's going to annoy you. I would have just gone straight up, like, let's get the original. Maybe they don't have the rights for it in some way, I don't know. It seems a bit weird to do it this way, but yes, tick on the box, tried the app.
Printed page. Packard released the app through his company U Ventures in cooperation with Simon & Schuster. 2 more stories also based on his original books, The Forbidden Castle and Through the Black Hole, were released in 2000.
Because to make the app, like, you might think you have to hire an app developer, and at this junction, you know, you might be an old chuffer and young chuffer knows how to work the apps, but really, to work it, all you have to figure out is, how do we get the pages of this book onto this fucking thing? That's it. You know, when I press this button, take me to that page. That's it. And that technology must have been abundant, easy, you know, copy paste. So at this juncture, all you're going to try and do is get your apps go. And once they, like, you've got your foot in this new market, what I was saying earlier is you try these different markets, and they're doing the right thing. DVD app, I get it. They're trying it. It's a little bit late. 2012 here. 2012. It's a little bit late, but try the new markets, and once you've got your foot in the door, if it's successful, I mean, ideally you go with your best out of all those books you've ever done. One of them is your top seller, the best book, the one that most, when people are nostalgic for it, they come down in the what do they call it, the conventions, that's the one that sells out, the one that everyone likes. Oh, I remember this one from my childhood. You get that one and you do that really well on your app, and if it goes well, then you branch out to the books, and if that's going well, you start bringing in new authors and new stories and, you know, expanding on that universe. And if it doesn't go well, you don't have to, like, the same with the computer games. I thought, you know, apps, games, like, same with computer games, get it on the computer games, get it on the PC, and if it goes well, do more, and if it doesn't, you know, you don't carry on.
12, they were also released as regular printed books. In 2018, Z-Man Games released a board game called Choose Your Own Adventure, House of Danger.
I feel like that is literally, they've licensed it from, like, Z-Man Games have licensed the name of these people. That's how I feel about this. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe they felt this was a market they wanted to enter. In, what did they say, 2012, they decided that making a Choose Your Own Adventure, like, I would expect a company that's already selling board game, you know, card game, physical games, said, we're doing well at this, but we'd do better if we had a bit of a, what would I say, we'd do well if we had an IP, you know, we can't afford Terminator. And in fact, our audience that play these games, they're much more nostalgic for those old Choose Your Own Adventure books. Oh, really? They're saying in the meeting, and they get on the thing. We can get that. We can get that. That's a trademark. They're willing to deal. You know, we'll give them 2 cents every time we sell a box. They're happy. We're happy. Let's go. So it might have been that way. Maybe I feel it's a strange move if you're branching out into the digital space to then make a card game. But
in 2018, Z-Man Games released a board game called Choose Your Own Adventure,
2018.
House of Danger, a cooperative adventure game by Prospero Hall based on book number 15 written by Ray Montgomery.
I assume that's the most popular book of all the set. That's why they've chosen that one.
Your friends make risky choices, collect bizarre clues, and face mortal challenges. You discover your own end to the game. In 2019, Audible partnered with ChooseCo to create Choose Your Own Adventure, an immersive Audible experience that runs on Alexa-powered devices. To start, just say, Alexa, open Choose Your Own Adventure from Audible. Then prepare for a classic adventure updated with professional audio and voice performance.
Of all of them, that's the best one, and that impresses me. I hope that, I mean, I don't care whose idea it was. If it was Amazon going to them saying, look, we want this on our Amazon, we've done it again. If you've got a focus group or whatever, and someone says, we like these Choose Your Own Adventure books, you just go to the font, the fountain of, you know, go to the original. We want your name on this thing. Yes, please. Hopefully, but if it was his idea, you know, Montgomery's idea or their idea, and they approached Amazon, kudos, 1,000,000, like 100%. That's, I mean, either way, it's still good. I hope they've done it well, and that if you use it, it functions great. That would be awesome, because that's exactly bang right. Well done.
That same year, Speech Cloud Studios, based in Amsterdam, partnered with Edward Packard on Kickstarter to fund an Alexa-based interactive adventure adapting his 1987 book, Journey to the Year 3000.
Okay, that feels weird. Is Packard doing his own separate thing now? And he's doing it on Kickstarter, and he's seen them successful on Amazon, and now he's on Kickstarter trying to get his own one up and running. It feels like, shouldn't that be under the same banner? Shouldn't that be coming through as the sequel to the popular Alexa app? Like, why is this separate? Have they had a falling out?
Officially launched in October of 2020 with voice performance by David Corenswet. Activate it by saying, Alexa, launch Journey 3000. Kids that were born in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s have grown up with Choose Your Own Adventure.
I don't know what, again, I'm going to have to go back for this. I'm sorry, but...
3000.
It said you're welcome, I think. You're welcome.
Kids that were born in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s have grown up with Choose Your Own...
So they're saying that's the good one. I don't know if there is a dispute amongst the industry standard here, but maybe Packard left of his own device and enjoyed putting his own thing on Amazon Alexa, you know, because his friend told him to and they worked together on it. It just feels like they're in competition now for some reason, but...
own adventure in their lives. It's such a well-known part of the pop culture landscape that the phrase choose your own adventure not only became a common language phrase, but a term to refer to just about anything that offered the consumer a choice.
We said that earlier.
Trying to decide between pizza and pasta? Choose your own adventure. Stay home and watch movies or go out with your friends? Choose your own adventure.
Troll Phil in the chat and get him all riled up over something that he didn't realise he was going to get riled up about. Choose your own adventure.
Cat's about to puke. Do you leave them on the rug or pick them up to put them on the floor? Choose your own adventure.
I don't remember using it in this way as like a, you know, I don't know, maybe this is an American thing. You know, maybe it became a meme, but I don't remember it being a meme.
When a name or phrase becomes so commonly understood by the general public and associated...
I mean, hang on, wait. It's not saying like, you know, I'm gonna, like... It's not saying it's so common. I mean, it's commonly understood because it literally says what it is. Like, it's not misunderstood. You can't misunderstand the concept of choose your own adventure. What does that mean? It means you choose your own adventure. Oh, right, I see. So, like, it's not like, you know, are you, you know, the Pepsi effect. What's the Pepsi effect? I'll have to explain that to you because it's not implicit in the name. Whereas choose your own adventure.
With a product or experience, it's a phenomenon called genericide. It means that the trademark term has become so commonly used that it can no longer be trademarked. It is now generic.
That's amazing. That must be a legal thing. And they lost all their fucking, all that trademark money that's coming in over the years. That's stopped now. No one's paying the trademark for that anymore. But by now, you've established yourself as, like, you know, the choose your own adventure company with these branches in these different media departments, and Amazon want to work with you. So I think it doesn't matter, does it? I think now you're on to this next level.
It's the difference between Xerox and dumpster, between Kleenex and teleprompter, jacuzzi and flip phone.
I don't know what you're on about.
In 2016, Netflix entered negotiations to license the trademark phrase choose your own adventure. In 2018, Netflix released an episode of Black Mirror called Bandersnatch. The premise of the episode was a programmer who was adapting a choose your own...
Yeah, we just said about that. So they licensed the name Choose Your Own Adventure, and in some way, the people who did the official Choose Your Own Adventure weren't involved in any way, and they're going to sort of say, oh, well, you know, now they've lost it. But I would have thought Charlie Brooker would have been well in with the Choose Your Own Adventure people, asking them questions, picking their brains, having a chat to them, because he loved their books. That's why he made Bandersnatch.
Adventure type book into a video game. The episode was written and produced in 2017 and aired in 2018. In that time, however, Netflix failed to come to an agreement with ChooseCo over the use of the phrase
Unbelievable.
Adventure.
Like, if you're ChooseCo, you're bending over backwards just to do anything with Netflix so that you can use their name on your stuff. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, being on Netflix and them using your net. You just said, the only thing I want, like, if it was me for this, yeah, and it sounds weird because of all that business with that kid who used that bit of my ASMR video, and I was like, please take it out of your video, or at least, you know, give the money to charity. Christ. Anyway, it seems weird me saying this, but for them, ChooseCo, Choose Your Own Adventure Company, the Choose Your Own Adventure, the official Choose Your Own Adventure Company, for them, working with Netflix should be a pleasure and a joy, and all I want, okay, is our logo and our thing be displayed like in conjunction, even if you want to say in conjunction, or we can discuss the language, but you can use it, absolutely. You can trademark it and license it, yeah. Because it's a trademark, I'm going to want it, just our actual logo. Is that okay? And Netflix would have said, yes, that's fine. Your logo will be in the credits. Let's continue. And maybe you could have negotiated a small fee for that, even, if you're lucky. It's not about that. It's the validity of being with the official. Netflix at the time was an absolute powerhouse. I mean, it still is considered to be quite big. There's a lot more competition for Netflix these days, but at the time it was the online broadcast service, wasn't it? Everyone was Netflix and chill. It became the it's an eponymous word that he was talking. He was saying about earlier. It became this brand. Netflix became a what he just said about the trademark thing. It became the Netflix meant watching things online at home. Oh, and you could have been, and instead you've had a discussion. I imagine it's about money, and no, you're not doing it together, and they just go ahead and don't use it. Like, they asked you to be part of it,
but they used it anyway. Choose Coast.
Like, it's not, again, it's different from what happened with me, because no one asked me to be part of that, and I just had to find out I was part of it on the random. But they used it anyway, and Choose Coast sued them, and that's different for me, because I wouldn't have sued that kid, or I didn't even give him a copyright strike. I just asked him, like, quietly behind the scenes if he would be considerate and maybe give some of the money to charity. And what I really wanted him to do was make a video about mental health support. That was what I really wanted him to do. And if I said if he did that, he could leave my bit in the video and we could all just move on. But he refused, and that rubbed me up the wrong way. So then I wanted to have him about it. But Choose Your Own Adventure decided to sue Netflix. Choose Your Own Adventure decided to get into a legal battle with the biggest online media. We sell books at conventions. They're quite popular, I do know them. I do know them well. They're from the 70s and the 80s. Yes, this is the year 2020, and or before COVID, I suppose, 2018, wasn't it? And we want to sue you, Netflix, the biggest online broadcaster of this day. Like, where do we start? Like, Netflix has a legal division. You're going to have to hire a lawyer. Like, what's going on? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? It's like me going up to Mike Tyson and being like, listen, Mike, I'm going to start punching you, and you're quite equally fair and in your equal valid and right to punch me back if you so choose. Have at it. And like, expecting the best. Like, what are you gonna get out of this? You're going to sue Netflix.
Sued Netflix for willful infringement, stating that the episode was so dark that it would quote.
I bet they want money. I bet for them it's about this trademark money thing, isn't it? I imagine they are friends with they must have had a lawyer over the years to deal with this trademark law. They must have used a lawyer to enforce their trademark sometimes, and maybe even sometimes behind, I don't know what they've done, but I'm just guessing sometimes they've gained financially from the enforcement of this trademark. Maybe someone used it and they didn't know, and they've come around and said, oh, you got to pay us some money, stuff like that. I don't know, but it seems like they've got advice from a lawyer who said, we can sue Netflix. And what Netflix will have to do is just give you a check for a chunk of change. And to Netflix, it's just a production cost. But I think, again, that's a hugely stupid thing to do, because it could have been Bandersnatch, a modern Choose Your Own Adventure book. And when I say it, I'm saying it in the font that you choose with your logo, and it's going on the front. Netflix came to you and asked for that. They would have preferred that they had the official, it would have been cute to the hipsters. It would have been, that's probably what Netflix would have wanted for the hipsters that were on Netflix watching it. Their audience. That, again, it comes down to this thing where I think over the years, you've had these focus groups, and in some sort of marketing focus group, this conversation about Choose Your Own Adventure books has come up, and the people in the focus group have said, can we get them on the phone? And they've got them on the phone, and from there it's turned into, we'll sue Netflix. Not, we'll work with Netflix. Absolutely. I don't even want any money. It just lends so much validity to what I'm doing, like that you would Netflix with Charlie Brooker and your big screen things. Like, I think it's fantastic. If I could be of any help, because I've written all these stories, all these books that you're referring to, maybe, here's my details. The director might want to talk. I wouldn't hide my light under a bushel at this point. I'd treat them like I'm serious, and they're serious. Maybe the director would like to talk to me. So I'm very happy to start the conversation rolling about getting our name officially part of this project. Let's have a further conversation. And as an author, as a creative, I'd be looking in some way to get myself involved. I know I'm not going to turn up on set and be telling people what to do. That's not going to happen. But to have some interaction with the creative process, hear their ideas, have just even a phone call with people who are making the modern version of the thing that I did all those years ago, that would be great, wouldn't it? And then maybe we'd become friends. Maybe they'd like my demeanor, we'd have a nice conversation, and then they might even call me again for it. Like, you never know, they might have an idea they want to run by me or something like that, and who knows where that could go. Just be nice to them. I wasn't very nice to that taffy chuffer because I knew that he'd stolen from me. He didn't they've approached him, they've been nice, and they've said, well, it's going to cost you. And Netflix have said, we don't want to pay for all this. And they said, right, fuck it then, you can't use it. And Netflix have said, all right, then they're only words. We won't go with the official logo. Shame. Let's move on with the project. And later on, they said, right, we'll sue Netflix. What? Just be nice to people. It's the same problem I had. If that chuffer had just been nice to me, we'd have worked together in the future. But instead,
tarnish the book's reputation. In the episode, the program refers to the fictitious book as a choose-your-own-adventure book, which implies that it was an official part of the actual series of books. Chooseco had previously defended their copyright against companies like Chrysler and several game...
There you go. I told you. They've been in court already, and they've probably made some money out of it, and it's their now modus operandi. Yeah, no, you can't use our name. No, we don't want to let you use it. Now go ahead and see what happens.
Producers, all who thought the phrase was a generic term.
They didn't even ask them. They didn't realise. They went after them in court, and they had to pay out. I can understand that. Like, you know what? If Chrysler want to use Choose Your Own Adventure, didn't think to check whether it was trademarked, used it anyway. Well, obviously with the they must have done an advert, our car is like a Choose Your Own Adventure book. They didn't even check because they just don't care, because the marketing department didn't care. It's my copyright. I've worked really hard on all this stuff all these years, and it's my brand. Yeah, go to Chrysler and say, look, we don't even have a conversation about whether you're going to use it or not. We now have to have a conversation about how much you're going to pay me, because you didn't ask me if you could use it. I totally get that. But to take it in and go to Netflix and go in with that attitude, thinking you're just going to win the court case, is ridiculous. And it's a shame, because I even brought up Bandersnatch myself, didn't I? I even brought it up. That was what I first thought. I thought this was where you should be at. And you had the chance to be part of it. And it turned into litigation that you lost, and then they used it anyway.
That Chooseco and Bantam before them were using it generically as well. In response to the lawsuit from Chooseco, Netflix countersued, claiming exactly that.
Oh wait, they didn't win against... Hang on, wait.
Previously defended their copyright against companies like Chrysler.
They defended their copyright against Chrysler, which means they won.
And several game producers, all who thought the phrase was a generic term, and that Chooseco and Bantam before them were using it generically as well. In response...
That's the legal argument.
...to the lawsuit from Chooseco, Netflix countersued, claiming exactly that. Choose Your Own Adventure has become a generic term, and Chooseco should lose their trademark.
And the issue you've got here in America, that this is why I was laughing so much, and this happens in boxing as well, actually, is the Boxing Board of Control, for example, might find a boxer has been taking some steroids or nandrolone or something, in the case of Tyson Fury, and then Tyson Fury might say, right, well, you can ban me and you can do all this stuff, but I'm going to bring a lawyer and we're going to go to court and we're going to fight these legal battles. And Tyson Fury might have a lot more money than the British Boxing Board. I know it sounds silly, than the British Boxing Board of Control. And then it's long and it's protracted and it's drawn out, and the British Boxing Board of Control can't afford to do it. So they come to some sort of agreement, which with Tyson Fury, it was like, we won't officially ban you or anything, but you're not boxing here for a while. And, those sort of agreements go on. And it turns out if you've got a much more powerful an expensive legal team, then you might have a bit more of an advantage when it comes to court. So it's no surprise to me that Netflix, instead of fighting their court case, countersue.
There is plenty of precedent going back to 1921 when Bayer Company lost the trademark for aspirin. Since that case, the standard has been, if a brand name is understood by the public to refer broadly to a category of goods and services rather than a brand's specific good or service, a company may be at risk of losing its trademark.
Which is really funny, because I imagine there could be a future where people have said Netflix and chill so often that Netflix fall into this category, but
Netflix argued that even though they did attempt to acquire the license, they shouldn't have had to. And besides, they didn't use the distinctive design of the books, nor even say it very much in the episode because...
Yeah, there is that. I imagine Netflix wanted to use the distinctive design of the books, but when you decided to not let them, they said, right, fuck it, we won't then. And they decided not to. So I think they're in a strong case there.
Because, quote, in contemporary parlance, any situation that requires making a series of unguided choices or that provides an opportunity to go back and remake a series of choices that turned out badly is referred to as a choose-your-own-adventure. The burden was on Netflix to prove that the term had become generic, however, rather than get bogged down in a years-long battle over an episode that aired
years-long battle
ago, they chose to settle the case with ChooseCo
No!
on undisclosed terms.
No! Oh my god! How much money did ChooseCo have? Did it turn out I was like idly unaware that they've actually generated a great big pile of cash over the years, and it turned out that the Netflix lawyers probably thought just like me then, and then they probably got, you know, word on the grapevine, no, look, it turns out they've got more money than you and it's going to take longer. And Netflix have said, look, I don't want to be there in 3 years' time still fighting this. It was only a one-off Christmas special. Can we move on? Unbelievable. I wonder what the out of court... I mean, we'll never know how much money Netflix ended up giving to ChooseCo, but it turns out that you don't have to make particularly good modern media anymore. If you're ChooseCo, you just sue people who do. You're part of the cultural melee. So anyone who's doing anything involved, it's one of these, it feels really, I don't know if I'm, you know, reading the room here, because I might be wrong, people might say that I'm wrong here, but it feels like they're being a bit like maliciously litigious. The idea that, you know, in America maybe it's different, because in England and the UK we look at America and we see this suing culture. Oh, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you. And we think, wow, we don't do that around here. Don't do a lot of suing each other. But in America, Better Call Saul, you know, that sort of thing. A very litigious nation, much more quick to jump to the lawyer than in Europe. And we don't have a culture of that legally, I think, but maybe it's more abundant these days. We certainly have it with like accident and injury and things like that. But in this world, certainly as well, publication, I'm sure we do have a litigious, you know, in specialised places, I'm sure we do, but I don't know. I just think it's incredible, and it would adjust the way you think about your media. Like, you really wouldn't care too much, would you, about whether The Abominable Snowman was going to sell well on paperback or library binding. I imagine you just got it out to maintain your copyright and trademark presence in the market after a number of years, so that, you know, you legally have something there, so that legally you haven't let it slip beyond a number of years. Like, you know, oh, we've got to write another one, have we? Oh, we've just been given like 2.6 million. It can't have been in the millions from Netflix. It's got to be in the thousands. Netflix aren't that, but then they are that, aren't they? At the time, I don't know. Imagine the payout from the Netflix case, and then like all you have to do is write another Abominable Snowman every sort of 5 or 6 years. How dedicated to the authorship of the Snowman are you going to be? And how much more concerned with just fucking churning shit out to maintain your presence in the market so that you can be litigious on a whim. Not a whim, you're fighting Chrysler and winning. I suppose these are big numbers. I don't know, I'm out of my depth here.
For over 4 decades, Choose Your Own Adventure has engaged kids who wouldn't necessarily have been excited about reading or had trouble with maintaining interest with the structure of traditional books.
Oh, I have to stand up because my legs.
Through choice, allowing them some control over their own path. They allowed kids to live different lives, go to different places, make decisions, and learn from their mistakes. They helped destigmatize role-playing games at a time when it seemed like the associations with the occult were going to overwhelm them. They predated a video game industry dominated by immersive first-person experiences and the emergence of virtual reality technology.
They didn't really predate, like... Excuse me. What am I doing here? Games 1976. Colossal Cave Adventure, Death Race, Breakout, Telstar, Fonz, Tennis, TV Sports, Blockade. So there were a few video games in the 76. I mean, 78. We're talking Space Invaders. So these books didn't predate maybe a specific type of game that he was describing. you know, a sort of sophistication of games, but they didn't predate games. And if we're talking about the 80s, we're talking about the NES. So, like, we suddenly open up into, as soon as you've got the NES in homes, you know, you're talking about all of these different things. In fact, look, there's a Choose Your Own Adventure book that becomes a game, Zork, one of their competitors. Other people actually did it. The thing that I was saying, that's where, maybe I'm wrong, you know, they've made fuckloads of money suing people who don't go anywhere near their trademark and churning out really quite average media every few years on a different platform. But this looks like they probably did a good job of it. I want to play that now, Zork. I bet that's, I'm going to say it's on Steam. Watch this. I'm going to say it's on Steam. Zork on Steam. Told you. This is what they should have been doing with that Choose Your Own Adventure book. Because look, it's just on the computer. They put it on a computer game all the way back then, and now it's on Steam. Look, and how much does that cost? $4.79. More expensive than the fucking books were. It's a 1989 computer game, mate. I mean, $4.79. I'm gonna have to buy this and play it on. It's the anthology, though. You know, I'm going to have to buy it and play it on stream now, aren't I? It's just gone that way. I won't do it right now, because we are 6 hours and 39 into a big stream, so I'm not going to play Zork now. We will finish this react. I need to go to the toilet. We're going to finish in a minute, so I won't piss my pants, but I'll hold it.
From 1979 to 1998, Choose Your Own Adventure produced nearly 200 books and sold over 250 million copies. 200
books. So they did do fucking loads. I wish you'd told me that earlier, because it makes me look a bit silly now. I thought they'd just done sort of 40 or so that you let me on and told me about. I didn't know they kept on banging them out. 200 books.
There's 16 million since it was relaunched in 2005. Choose Your Own Adventure books have been published in more than 40 languages and are the 4th best-selling children's series of all time.
Of course, you've got all the languages as well, haven't you? Oh my god. Oh my god, I bet they banged them out, didn't they?
According to Wikipedia. Creator Edward Packard never could have imagined where his path would take him that night, telling bedtime stories.
So now I kind of agree as well. I mean, he is a lawyer. I forgot that. He is a lawyer. So his angle on this was like, you know, create an IP and defend it. But I do see here as well, if you're selling all those books in all those markets, it becomes less important to you as to whether you can create a computer game or not. Like, let the fucking geeks deal with that. I've made all my fucking book money. I'm going to go to the Bahamas and fucking, you know, drink cocktails and smoke weed. Like, I mean, am I saying this on the internet? What happens if I get really popular on stream and things go really well? Well, join me on my Twitch streams from the fucking Bahamas where I'm drinking cocktails and smoking weed. I won't drink cocktails because I'm never going to drink again, but, you know, you could expect me to live at least a luxurious lifestyle in that context. I'd want to sit on the beach and just chill, wouldn't I? If you'd made the millions, I wouldn't begrudge it of you, and just let those books sell themselves. I suppose it turned out that I don't know. See, I don't know the values, and I wish they'd told me a bit more of like where the money's and how much money they made and stuff like that, because it seems like an interesting aspect of it. Because maybe the legal costs and the lawsuits and the Chrysler payouts. I mean, I don't know how much that contributed to what aspect of their lifestyle. I don't even know if they live comfortably off it. I assume they do, because they won the lawsuit against Netflix. So.
To his kids and how close we were to it never happening at all. In his own words, if I'd been a better storyteller, I'd never have thought this up.
True. And again, going right back to that start point, because I've been a player of these books, they weren't always the best written.
Thanks for watching. Please hit like, hit subscribe if you're not already a subscriber.
Fair enough.
Thank you very much to those of you who already are. If you haven't heard, we started streaming on Twitch. Find us at twitch.tv/ToyGalaxy. If you're in the position to help the channel grow, please visit our Patreon or become a YouTube channel member. And let us know in the comments down below if you were a Choose Your Own Adventure reader. I sure was, or rather I would...
This is the thing he wants me to click through. It's like physical toys or something. It's for kids. I'm not a kids. Ages 14 to 100. That's grown-ups as well. So I could get an engineering project. Fair enough. Actually, I don't find this offensive. You know, I always moan about shit. I don't find this offensive. I think that's quite cool. I don't know about the cost. I'd probably pay, you know, I don't have the disposable income for this, so I don't want it. But if I was to be buying this for a friend at Christmas, I'd probably pay about like £4 a month for that, maybe maximum. I assume it's it's called Eureka Crate, so I assume it's a regular monthly subscription thing. So let's say £4 a month, so like 50 quid for a year or something like that. That's not the official multiplication of 412s, is it? 50 quid. Oh God, £48. Seems about right for a year's worth of that shit. I mean, it's just cardboard shit in the mail, isn't it? But you put it together and it makes a thing. And some of it's got a little bit of electronics about it, so 4 or 5 quid for one of these, postage and packing. I don't want to spend a lot more than that. I don't want to try it for free. I want to know how much it costs. So I don't want to try it for free. Child's name, it's not for me. I want to know how much it costs. Delivered monthly. Why can't I find out how much it costs? Share it, get $10. No, I just want to know how much it costs. Store. In the store. Like, you can buy the individual things that they will send you. Or like actual toys. That's a proper toy because it's £100. So like, I'm not expecting these things. So I just want to know how much the fucking subscription thing costs. The one I was looking at, I just want to, okay, get it. I don't want to tell you how much it's for. It's not, okay, who's it for? It's for Mr. Baby, yeah? My non-existent child, Mr. Baby. When is Mr. Baby's birthday? He hasn't been born yet, so he doesn't have an official birthday. So right now, look, continue. How many do they want? Just one. 20. It's £30 a month. So that's like nearly 10 times more than I felt was acceptable. I might be wrong, but £30 a month. Like, that means one item is £30, and what we saw there was like some cardboard and that. If you bought them individually and they weren't being posted to your house, so now we're going to need to just go back. Forget Mr. Baby. Just look at what you're getting, right? You don't see them all, but these are the top 3. So remember, this is like you get that's safe. That's yours. You take that home. That's it. Not saving the image. Cancel. Open the image in a new tab. That's yours, that's safe, that's in the bank, you take that home, that's yours, that's safe. Yeah, they're the best 3. One of them's going to be a fucking paper plane. One of them's going to be a fucking scoreboard, and it's just a piece of paper with, like, numbers on it. Like, they're the best ones. Surely they're not all going to be great. Not like that. You've got an electric pencil sharpener thing. A lamp. I mean, that's impressive, but it is made of pushed out bits of cardboard, so it will bend. And, like, this thing that I've got for my microphone's made of metal. And it needs to be, because like there's forces acting on it. So once you've played with your lamp a bit, that will bend and fold. Your guitar may stand up to a smashing, I don't know, but they look like interesting, nice, cute makes. They're the best ones. But do they look like something like a step up, like a really posh cracker, like a step up from a Christmas cracker, really posh cracker. But £30, like, I could buy a proper guitar for £30, couldn't I? I mean, I wouldn't have the value of making it myself, but I just want to know how much a guitar is. All departments, child, guitar, child guitar. £20. That's £20, and it's made of wood. So why is that other one £30 and made of cardboard? This one's £25, and like, you ain't fucking about. That's a proper guitar, isn't it? It's cheaper, and Amazon Prime free delivery, so it's cheaper. So I'm saying it's nice that you make it yourself. That's cheaper. And just quickly, what was it like? What are they called? Like retractable lamp? I don't know. Retractable lamp. Just, one of those cheap. A cheap lamp is 20 quid. So I know that you're getting the benefit of like, oh, it's like a, you know, you made it yourself project. But it does seem weird that, like, I mean, you probably have to build this fucking thing when it arrives anyway. It does seem weird that the real physical item made of metal is $28.99. If you want, right, I would say to, if my kid comes to me and says, Daddy, will you buy me this? Which I don't, Mr. Baby doesn't exist. Yeah? I could just buy a guitar for that money. Exactly. Like, not, so you said it in chat there, and lessons. Like, you could get a very nice, that's just the 1 month, isn't it? The year's subscription is $400, like you said. So, it seems weird that I could, like, Daddy, can I have the, and I'd say, yes, absolutely, you can have a subscription to this. And I'd buy this lamp, and I'd dismantle it, and I'd hand it over, and I'd say, your daddy's done better than this. He's better than this. But your daddy's given you a fucking metal lamp and a screwdriver. Get on with it, you fucker. Daddy, it's electric, so I shouldn't be messing with it. All right, well, Daddy's do the plug with you at the end, but other than that, you have a go. You know, Daddy could buy you a real guitar. Seems like you got duped. I'm not going for it. I'm a bit suspect of these people and their ideas. Oh, these aren't even the people. I got confused in my brain then. I thought these were the people that did the Choose Your Own Adventure books. I thought this was Choose Your Own fucking guitar. Choose Your Own Adventure guitar. No, it's Secret Galaxy. I'm sus of that. It costs loads of money. I get the idea. You get something in the post and you make a science project together. There's the science aspect. But it seems weird that it would be more expensive than just buying the fucking lamp and yours is made of cardboard. Because you could actually, theoretically, right, get this. I mean, this is going to sound like nuts talk, right? But you could send people an actual guitar dismantled. You could buy those guitars off Amazon for like £20 they were, yeah? You could dismantle them and send them out in a flat box to people who are happy to build them themselves at home for it. And you'd make £5 on it. I could do their business, making £5 a sale. They probably make a lot more than £5 a sale, but I could do it with a real guitar. And all I'm doing at home is Amazon send me another big box of guitars. I'm just at home taking them apart, boxing them up, and sending them on to fucking idiots with more money than sense. Take that to the Dragon's Den in the Shark Tank. I'd go into Dragon's Den in the Shark Tank, right, with a guitar, and I'd say, smash like that on the floor with it, and they'd go, what the fuck? Who's this nutter? And I'd take these pieces, and I'd hand them to one of the sharks, one of the dragons, like that, just hand them to them, all broken bits of guitar, and I'd say, that is your engineering project, my lad. Here's a screwdriver. It could be a woman. I would still say my lad. It's nice to be patriarchal in these circles, because we're talking big business here. So I'd probably maintain the patriarchy. I want to be in. I don't want them to push me aside. I want to be in. So I'll maintain that patriarchal edge. Smashed up guitar, hand it over to one of the dragons or the sharks, whatever you call them. Give them the screwdriver. That, my lad, is an engineering project. I bought it off Amazon for 20 quid. You're going to put the fucker together and pay me 30. And they'd say, what? Are you mad? That's not a business. And I'd say, I want £2 million for my end, and I'll sell you 100%. 100%. I'll go and live with Elon Musk on Mars, and you can take that and you can run the business. And they'd say, you are fucking having a laugh. And I'd say, well, open your phones, open it up, check out KiwiCo. So don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. Now look at Amazon and see how much a guitar costs. Right, fuck you. There's the receipts. My business does £300 a month. I want you to take it into the astrosphere. Get me a big website. Get me a load of... I'm not going to be taking them apart. We need to hire people to take guitars apart. We can pay them £2 an hour. The business is starting to fall apart. Look, it's... an IKEA guitar, exactly. I don't even buy... I just buy them from... Actually, what I could do is I could go straight to the guitar company and I could say, don't even assemble the guitars, just send me the parts. That's the way to do it, isn't it? And then I don't have to employ people to disassemble guitars. You're right, I need a spare part for my guitar. Oh, do you? Yes, I'd like a spare, all of it, just disassembled, please. Are you sure you won't want us to assemble that guitar for you? No. Is it cheaper if I just buy the parts? Well, I suppose we could do you a discount since we're not having to assemble it. We're on. Can you write that down? I need to show the dragons in Dragon's Den. I want £2 million for 100% of the business, and I'm walking away. And that is a choose your own adventure book reaction video. Probably if I cut it into a video. And with that, I think, being as it's now 1:30 in the morning, it's late o'clock at night here, you know, naughty Scotty, going on too late tonight. But I'm having fun, you're having fun, it's good, you're good. Nearly 7 hours, big long stream. That's what happens when you just don't watch the clock and just enjoy yourself. So I'll be back tomorrow to play Genshin Impact and try and get through that damn Archon quest, which does my head in. I assume there's going to be some combat involved at some point. And Omar's already asleep. Yeah, he's been asleep the whole time, hasn't he, the little chuffer? So it's a step forward, though, isn't it, Cat Cam? I'm sorry that he chased the dog off his bed. Yeah. But yeah, we're all good. He's good. He did a little sneeze, didn't you, little Omar? Then you woke up. You know we're talking about you, don't you? You're being good. You're a good catty. He's worried. Anxious. They're talking about me. So he's going on about choose your own adventure books. I might have to go and find a choose your own adventure books. And tomorrow, what we'll do is we'll play Genshin Impact and then we'll play Zork as well. Because I can't imagine this is going to take a long time. Maybe I'll do that as its own stream, part of the Christmas special content. I can't imagine that'll take a long time. You know, he says, having to read through every page of Zork. We woke up and looked at us a few times when Daddy was getting animated. Oh, bless him. Fair enough. Sometimes when the dog moves, he assesses the dog's position. And you're right, Marlo. Oh, you're being a good boy. We've all been good. You've been good. You've been good. And remember, if you can't be good, you're naughty.